Accordingly, the statues of Silenus were hollow, and when you took them apart, you would find little figures of gods inside them, the inner truth and beauty under the unappealing exterior. And so, for Alcibiades, it was the same with Socrates, who was so ugly as to be repellent, but whose face radiated inner beauty and contentment. The effect was confusing and attractive. Antiquities of the great seducer, Cleopatra, also sent out mixed signals, by all accounts physically alluring, in voice, face, body, and manner. She also had a brilliantly active mind, which for many writers of the time made her seem somewhat masculine in spirit. These contrary qualities gave her complexity, and complexity gave her power. To capture and hold attention, you need to show attributes that go against your physical appearance, creating depth and mystery. If you have a sweet face and an innocent air, let out hints of something dark, even vaguely cruel in your character. It is not advertised in your words, but in your manner. The actor Errol Flynn had a boyishly angelic face and a slight air of sadness. Beneath this outward appearance, however, women could sense an underlying cruelty, a criminal streak, an exciting kind of dangerousness. This play of contrary qualities attracted obsessive interests. The female equivalent is the type epitomized by Marilyn Monroe. She had the face and voice of a little girl, but something sexual and naughty emanated powerfully from her as well. Madame Récamier did it all with her eyes, the gaze of an angel, suddenly interrupted by something sensual and flirtatious. Playing with gender roles is a kind of intriguing paradox that has a long history in seduction. The greatest Don Juans have had a touch of prettiness and femininity, and the most attractive courtesans have had a masculine streak. The strategy, though, is only powerful when the underquality is merely hinted at. If the mix is too obvious or striking, it will seem bizarre or even threatening. The great 17th century French courtesan Ninon de l'Enclos was decidedly feminine in appearance, yet everyone who met her was struck by a touch of aggressiveness and independence in her, but just a touch. The late 19th century Italian novelist Gabriele D'Annunzio was certainly masculine in his approaches, but there was a gentleness, a consideration, mixed in, and an interest in feminine finery. The combinations can be juggled every which way. Oscar Wilde was quite feminine in appearance and manner, but the underlying suggestion that he was actually quite masculine drew both men and women to him. A potent variation on this theme is the blending of physical heat and emotional coldness. Dandies like Beau Brummel and Andy Warhol combine striking physical appearances with a kind of coldness of manner, a distance from everything and everyone. They are both enticing and elusive, and people spend lifetimes chasing after such men, trying to shatter their unattainability. The power of apparently unattainable people is devilishly seductive. We want to be the one to break them down. They also wrap themselves in ambiguity and mystery, either talking very little or talking only of surface matters, hinting at a depth of character you can never reach. When Marlene Dietrich entered a room or arrived at a party, all eyes inevitably turned to her. First there were her startling clothes, chosen to make heads turn. Then there was her air of nonchalant indifference. Men, and women too, became obsessed with her, thinking of her long after other memories of the evening had faded. Remember, that first impression, that entrance, is critical. To show too much desire for attention is to signal insecurity, and will often drive people away. Play it too cold and disinterested, on the other hand, and no one will bother coming near. The trick is to combine the two attitudes at the same moment. It is the essence of coquetry. Perhaps you have a reputation for a particular quality, which immediately comes to mind when people see you. You will better hold their attention by suggesting that behind this reputation some other quality lies lurking. No one had a darker, more sinful reputation than Lord Byron. What drove women wild was that behind his somewhat cold and disdainful exterior they could sense that he was actually quite romantic, even spiritual. Byron played this up with his melancholic airs and occasional Candide. Transfixed and confused, many women thought that they could be the one to lead him back to goodness, to make him a faithful lover. Once a woman entertained such a thought, she was completely under his spell. It is not difficult to create such a seductive effect. Should you be known as eminently rational, say, hint at something irrational. Johans, the narrator in Kierkegaard's The Seducer's Diary, first treats the young Cordelia with businesslike politeness, as his reputation would lead her to expect. Yet she very soon overhears him making remarks that hint a wild, poetic streak in his character, and she is excited and intrigued. These principles have applications far beyond sexual seduction. To hold the attention of a broad public, to seduce them into thinking about you, you need to mix your signals. Display too much of one quality even if it is a noble one, like knowledge or efficiency, and people will feel that you lack humanity. We are all complex and ambiguous, full of contradictory impulses. If you show only one side, even if it is your good side, you will wear on people's nerves. They will suspect you are a hypocrite. Mahatma Gandhi, a saintly figure, openly confessed to feelings of anger and vengefulness. John F. Kennedy, the most seductive American public figure of modern times, was a walking paradox, an East Coast aristocrat with a love of the common man, an obviously masculine man, a war hero with a vulnerability you could sense underneath, an intellectual who loved popular culture. People were drawn to Kennedy like the steel filings in Wilder's fable. A bright surface may have a decorative charm, but what draws your eye into a painting is a depth of field, an inexpressible ambiguity, a surreal complexity. Symbol, the theatre curtain. On stage, the curtain's heavy deep red folds attract your eye with their hypnotic surface. But what really fascinates and draws you in is what you think might be happening behind the curtain, the light peeking through, the suggestion of a secret, something about to happen. You feel the thrill of a viewer about to watch a performance. Reversal, the complexity you signal to other people will only affect them properly if they have the capacity to enjoy a mystery. Some people like things simple and lack the patience to pursue a person who confuses them. They prefer to be dazzled and overwhelmed. The great belle epic courtesan known as La Belle Otero would work a complex magic on artists and political figures who fell for her, but in dealing with the more uncomplicated, sensual males she would astound them with spectacle and beauty. When meeting a woman for the first time, Casanova might dress in the most fantastic outfit, with jewels and brilliant colors to dazzle the eye. He would use the target's reaction to gauge whether or not she would demand a more complicated seduction. Some of his victims, particularly young girls, needed no more than the glittering and spellbinding appearance, which was really what they wanted, and the seduction would stay on that level. Everything depends on your target. Do not bother creating depth for people who are insensitive to it, or who may even be put off or disturbed by it. You can recognize such types by their preference for the simpler pleasures in life, their lack of patience for a more nuanced story. With them, keep it simple. 4 appear to be an object of desire. Create triangles. Few are drawn to the person whom others avoid or neglect. People gather around those who have already attracted interest. We want what other people want. To draw your victims closer and make them hungry to possess you, you must create an aura of desirability of being wanted and courted by many. It will become a point of vanity for them to be the preferred object of your attention, to win you away from a crowd of admirers. Manufacture the illusion of popularity by surrounding yourself with members of the opposite sex, friends, former lovers, present suitors. Create triangles that stimulate rivalry and raise your value. Build a reputation that precedes you. If many have succumbed to your charms, there must be a reason. Reversal. There is no reversal. It is essential to appear desirable in the eyes of others. Creating triangles. One evening in 1882, the 32-year-old Prussian philosopher Paul Ray, living in Rome at the time, visited the house of an older woman who ran a salon for writers and artists. Ray noticed a newcomer there, a 21-year-old Russian girl named Louvain Salome, who had come to Rome on holiday with her mother. Ray introduced himself and they began a conversation that lasted well into the night. Her ideas about God and morality were like his own. She talked with such intensity, yet at the same time her eyes seemed to flirt with him. Over the next few days, Ray and Salome took long walks through the city. Intrigued by her mind yet confused by the emotion she aroused, he wanted to spend more time with her. Then, one day, she startled him with a proposition. She knew he was a close friend of the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, then also visiting Italy. The 3 of them, she said, should travel together, no, actually live together in a kind of philosopher's menage a trois. A fierce critic of Christian morals, Ray found this idea delightful. He wrote to his friend about Salome, describing how desperate she was to meet him. After a few such letters, Nietzsche hurried to Rome. Ray had made this invitation to please Salome and to impress her. He also wanted to see if Nietzsche shared his enthusiasm for the young girl's ideas. But as soon as Nietzsche arrived, something unpleasant happened. The great philosopher, who had always been a loner, was obviously smitten with Salome. Instead of the 3 of them sharing intellectual conversations together, Nietzsche seemed to be conspiring to get the girl alone. When Ray caught glimpses of Nietzsche and Salome talking without including him, he felt shivers of jealousy. Forget about some philosophers' menage a trois. Salome was his, he had discovered her, and he would not share her, even with his good friend. Somehow he had to get her alone. Only then could he woo and win her. Let me tell you about a gentleman I once knew who, although he was of pleasing appearance and modest behavior, and also a very capable warrior, was not so outstanding as regards any of these qualities that there were not to be found many who were his equal and even better. However, as luck would have it, a certain lady fell very deeply in love with him. She saw that he felt the same way, and as her love grew day by day, there not being any way for them to speak to each other, she revealed her sentiments to another lady, who she hoped would be of service to her in this affair. Now this lady, neither in rank nor beauty, was a whit inferior to the first, and it came about that when she heard the young man whom she had never seen spoken of so affectionately, and came to realize that the other woman, whom she knew was extremely discreet and intelligent, loved him beyond words, she straightway began to imagine that he must be the most handsome, the wisest, and most discreet of men, and, in short, the man most worthy of her love in all the world. So, never having set eyes on him, she fell in love with him so passionately that she set out to win him not for her friend but for herself. And in this she succeeded with little effort, for indeed she was a woman more to be wooed than to do the wooing. And now listen to the splendid sequel. Not long afterward it happened that a letter which she had written to her lover fell into the hands of another woman of comparable rank, charm, and beauty, and since she, like most women, was curious and eager to learn secrets, she opened the letter and read it. Realizing that it was written from the depths of passion, in the most loving and ardent terms, she was at first moved with compassion, for she knew very well from whom the letter came and to whom it was addressed. Then, however, such was the power of the words she read, turning them over in her mind and considering what kind of man it must be who had been able to arouse such great love, she at once began to fall in love with him herself, and the letter was without doubt far more effective than if the young man had himself written it to her. And just as it sometimes happens that the poison prepared for a prince kills the one who tastes his food, so that poor woman, in her greediness, drank the love potion prepared for another. What more is there to say? The affair was no secret, and things so developed that many other women besides, partly to spite the others and partly to follow their example, put every care and effort into winning this man's love, squabbling over it for a while as boys do for cherries. Bald a sarcastic liony, the Book of the Courtier, translated by George Bull, Madame Salome had planned to escort her daughter back to Russia, but wanted to stay in Europe. Ray intervened, offering to travel with her to Germany and introduce them to his own mother who, he promised, would look after the girl and act as a chaperone. Ray knew that his mother would be a lax guardian at best. Madame agreed to this proposal, but Nietzsche was harder to shake. He decided to join them on their northward journey to home in Prussia. At one point in the trip, Nietzsche took a walk by themselves, and when they came back, Ray had the feeling that something physical had happened between them. His blood boiled, Salome was slipping from his grasp. Finally, the group split up, the mother returning to Russia, Nietzsche to his summer place in Teutoburg, Ray and Salome staying behind at Ray's home. But Salome did not stay long. She accepted an invitation of Nietzsche's to visit him unchaperoned in Teutoburg. In her absence, Ray was consumed with doubts and anger. He wanted her more than ever and was prepared to redouble his efforts. When she finally came back, Ray vented his bitterness, railing against Nietzsche, criticizing his philosophy and questioning his motives toward the girl. But Salome took Nietzsche's side. Ray was in despair. He felt he had lost her for good. Yet a few days later she surprised him again. She had decided she wanted to live with him and with him alone. At last Ray had what he had wanted, or so he thought. The couple settled in Berlin, where they rented an apartment together. But now, to Ray's dismay, the old pattern repeated. They lived together, but Salome was courted on all sides by young men. The darling of Berlin's intellectuals, who admired her independent spirit, her refusal to compromise, she was constantly surrounded by a harem of men who referred to her as Her Excellency. Once again, Ray found himself competing for her attention. Driven to despair, he left her a few years later and eventually committed suicide. In 1911, Sigmund Freud met Salome, now known as the Andreas Salome, at a conference in Germany. She wanted to devote herself to the psychoanalytical movement, she said, and Freud found her enchanting, although, like everyone else, he knew the story of her infamous affair with Nietzsche the dandy. Salome had no background in psychoanalysis or in therapy of any kind, but Freud admitted her into the inner circle of followers who attended his private lectures. Soon after she joined the circle, one of Freud's most promising and brilliant students, Dr. Victor Tosk, 16 years younger than Salome, fell in love with her. Salome's relationship with Freud had been platonic, but he had grown extremely fond of her. He was depressed when she missed a lecture and would send her notes and flowers. Her involvement in a love affair with Tosk made him intensely jealous, and he began to compete for her attention. Tosk had been like a son to him, but the son was threatening to steal the father's platonic lover. Soon, however, Salome left Tosk. Now her friendship with Freud was stronger than ever, and so it lasted until her death in 1937. Interpretation. Men did not just fall in love with Andreas Salome, they were overwhelmed with the desire to possess her, to wrest her away from others, to be the proud owner of her body and spirit. They rarely saw her alone. She always in some way surrounded herself with other men. When she saw that Ray was interested in her, she mentioned her desire to meet Nietzsche. This inflamed Ray and made him want to marry her and to keep him for himself, but she insisted on meeting his friend. His letters to Nietzsche betrayed his desire for this woman, and this in turn kindled Nietzsche's own desire for her even before he had met her. Every time one of the two men was alone with her, the other was in the background. Then, later on, most of the men who met her knew of the infamous Nietzsche affair, and this only increased their desire to possess her to compete with Nietzsche's memory. Freud's affection for her similarly turned into potent desire when he had to vie with Tosk for her attention. Salome was intelligent and attractive enough on her own account, but her constant strategy of imposing a triangle of relationships on her suitors made her desirability intense. And while they fought over her, she had the power, being desired by all and subject to none. Our desire for another person almost always involves social considerations. We are attracted to those who are attractive to other people. We want to possess them and seal them away. You can believe all the sentimental nonsense you want to about desire, but in the end, much of it has to do with vanity and greed. Do not whine and moralize about people's selfishness, but simply use it to your advantage. The illusion that you are desired by others will make you more attractive to your victims than your beautiful face or your perfect body. And the most effective way to create disillusion is to create a triangle, impose another person between you and your victim, and subtly make your victim aware of how much this other person wants you. The third point on the triangle does not have to be just one person. Surround yourself with admirers. Reveal your past conquests. In other words, envelop yourself in an aura of desirability. Make your targets compete with your past and your present. They will long to possess you all to themselves, giving you great power for as long as you elude their grasp. Fail to make yourself an object of desire right from the start, and you will end up the sorry slave to the whims of your lovers. They will abandon you the moment they lose interest. Most of the time we prefer one thing to another because that is what our friends already prefer, or because the object is marked social significance. Adults, when they are hungry, are just like children in that they seek out the foods that others take. In their love affairs, they seek out the man or woman whom others find attractive and abandon those who are not sought after. When we say of a man or woman that he or she is desirable, what we really mean is that others desire them. It is not that they have some particular quality, but because they conform to some currently modish model. Serge Moscovitz, The Age of the Crowd, a historical treatise on mass psychology translated by J.C. Whitehouse. A person will desire any object so long as he is convinced that it is desired by another person whom he admires. Rene Girard. Keys to Seduction. It will be greatly to your advantage to entertain the lady you would win with an account of the number of women who are in love with you, and of the decided advances which they have made to you, for this will not only prove that you are a great favourite with the ladies, and a man of true honour, but it will convince her that she may have the honour of being enrolled in the same list, and of being praised in the same way, in the presence of her other female friends. This will greatly delight her, and you need not be surprised if she testifies her admiration of your character by throwing her arms around your neck on the spot. Lola Montes, The Arts and Secrets of Beauty, with hints to gentlemen on the art of fascinating. We are social creatures, and are immensely influenced by the tastes and desires of other people. Imagine a large social gathering. You see a man alone, whom nobody talks to for any length of time, and who is wandering around without company. Isn't there a kind of self-fulfilling isolation about him? Why is he alone? Why is he avoided? There has to be a reason. Until someone takes pity on this man and starts up a conversation with him, he will look unwanted and unwantable. But over there, in another corner, is a woman surrounded by people. They laugh at her remarks, and as they laugh, others join the group, attracted by its gaiety. When she moves around, people follow. Her face is glowing with attention. There has to be a reason. In both cases, of course, there doesn't actually have to be a reason at all. The neglected man may have quite charming qualities, supposing you ever talk to him, but most likely you won't. Desirability is a social illusion. Its source is less what you say or do, or any kind of boasting or self-advertisement, than the sense that other people desire you. To turn your target's interest into something deeper, into desire, you must make them see you as a person whom others cherish and covet. Desire is both imitative, we like what others like, and competitive, we want to take away from others what they have. As children, we wanted to monopolize the attention of a parent to draw it away from other siblings. This sense of rivalry pervades human desire, repeating throughout our lives. Make people compete for your attention. Make them see you as sought after by everyone else. The aura of desirability will envelop you. Your admirers can be friends or even suitors. Call it the harem effect. Pauline Bonaparte, sister of Napoleon, raised her value in men's eyes by always having a group of worshipful men around her at balls and parties. If she went for a walk, it was never with one man, always with 2 or 3. Perhaps these men were simply friends, or even just props and hangers-on. The sight of them was enough to suggest that she was prized and desired, a woman worth fighting over. Andy Warhol, too, surrounded himself with the most glamorous, interesting people he could find. To be part of his inner circle meant that you were desirable as well. By placing himself in the middle but keeping himself aloof from it all, he made everyone compete for his attention. He stirred people's desire to possess him by holding back. Rene Girard's mimetic desire occurs when an individual subject desires an object because it is desired by another subject, here designated as the rival. Desire is modeled on the wishes or actions of another. Philippe Lacaille-Lavre says that the basic hypothesis upon which rests Girard's famous analysis is that every desire is the desire of the other and not immediately desire of an object. Every structure of desire is triangular, including the other mediator or model whose desire imitates. Every desire is thus from its inception tapped by hatred and rivalry. In short, the origin of desire is mindesism, and no desire is ever forced which does not desire forthwith the death or disappearance of the model or exemplary character which gave rise to it. James Mandrell, Dio and Juan, and the point of honor practices like these not only stimulate competitive desires, they take aim at people's prime weakness, their vanity and self-esteem. We can endure feeling that another person has more talent or more money, but the sense that a rival is more desirable than we are, that is unbearable. In the early 18th century, the Duc de Richelieu, a great rake, managed to seduce a young woman who was rather religious but whose husband, a dolt, was often away. He then proceeded to seduce her upstairs neighbour, a young widow. When the 2 women discovered that he was going from one to the other in the same night, they confronted him. A lesser man would have fled, but not the Duke. He understood the dynamic of vanity and desire. Neither woman wanted to feel that he preferred the other, and so he managed to arrange a little ménage à trois, knowing that now they would struggle between themselves to be the favourite. When people's vanity is at risk, you can make them do whatever you want. According to Stendhal, if there is a woman you are interested in, pay attention to her sister. That will stir triangular desire. Your reputation, your illustrious past as a seducer is an effective way of creating an aura of desirability. Women threw themselves at Errol Flynn's feet, not because of his handsome face, and certainly not because of his acting skills, but because of his reputation. They knew that other women had found him irresistible. Once he had established the reputation, he did not have to chase women anymore, they came to him. Men who believe that a rakish reputation will make women fear or distrust them and should be played down are quite wrong. On the contrary, it makes them more attractive. The virtuous Duchess de Montpensier, the grand mademoiselle of 17th century France, began by enjoying a friendship with the rake Lauzun, but a troubling thought soon occurred to her. If a man with Lauzun's past did not see her as a possible lover, something had to be wrong with her. This anxiety eventually pushed her into his arms. To be part of a great seducer's club of conquest can be a matter of vanity and pride. We are happy to be in such company, to have our name broadcast as this man or woman's lover. Your own reputation may not be so alluring, but you must find a way to suggest to your victim that others, many others, have found you desirable. It is reassuring. There is nothing like a restaurant full of empty tables to persuade you not to go in. It's annoying that our new acquaintance likes the boy. But aren't the best things in life free to all? The sun shines on everyone. The moon, accompanied by countless stars, leads even the beast to pasture. What can you think of lovelier than water? But it flows for the whole world. Is love alone then something furtive rather than something to be gloried in? Exactly, that's just it. I don't want any of the good things of life unless people are envious of them. Petronius, the Satyricon, translated by J.P. Sullivan, a variation on the triangle strategy is the use of contrasts. Careful exploitation of people who are dull or unattractive may enhance your desirability by comparison. At a social affair, for instance, make sure that your target has to chat with the most boring person available. Come to the rescue and your target will be delighted to see you. In The Seducer's Diary by Soren Kierkegaard, Johannes has designs on the innocent young Cordelia. Knowing that his friend Edward is hopelessly shy and dull, he encourages this man to court her. A few weeks of Edward's attentions will make her eyes wander in search of someone else, anyone else, and Johannes will make sure that they settle on him. Johannes chose to strategize and maneuver, but almost any social environment will contain contrast you can make use of almost naturally. The 17th century English actress Nell Gwynn became the main mistress of King Charles Roman II because her humour and unaffectedness made her that much more desirable among the many stiff and pretentious ladies of Charles's court. When the Shanghai actress John King met Mao Zedong in 1937, she did not have to do much to seduce him. The other women in his mountain camp in Yan'an dressed like men and were decidedly unfeminine. The sight alone of Jiang was enough to seduce Mao, who soon left his wife for her. To make use of contrasts, either develop and display those attractive attributes, humor, vivacity, and so on that are the scarcest in your own social group, or choose a group in which your natural qualities are rare and will shine. The use of contrasts has vast political ramifications, for a political figure must also seduce and seem desirable. Learn to play out the qualities that your rivals lack. Peter Roman II, Tsar in 18th century Russia, was arrogant and irresponsible, so his wife, Catherine the Great, did all she could to seem modest and dependable. When Vladimir Lenin returned to Russia in 1917 after Tsar Nicholas Roman II had been deposed, he made a show of decisiveness and discipline, precisely what no other leader had at the time. In the American presidential race of 1980, the irresoluteness of Jimmy Carter made the single-mindedness of Ronald Reagan look desirable. Contrasts are eminently seductive because they do not depend on your own words or self-advertisements. The public reads them unconsciously and sees what it wants to see. Finally, appearing to be desired by others will raise your value, but often how you carry yourself can influence this as well. Do not let your target see you so often, keep your distance, seem unattainable, out of their reach. An object that is rare and hard to obtain is generally more prized. Symbol the trophy. What makes you want to win the trophy, and to see it as something worth having, is the sight of the other competitors. Some, out of a spirit of kindness, may want to reward everyone for trying, but the trophy then loses its value. It must represent not only your victory, but everyone else's defeat. 5. Create a need to stir anxiety and discontent. A perfectly satisfied person cannot be seduced. Tension and disharmony must be instilled in your target's minds. Stir within them feelings of discontent and unhappiness with their circumstances and with themselves. Their life lacks adventure, they have strayed from the ideals of their youth, they have become boring. The feelings of inadequacy that you create will give you space to insinuate yourself, to make them see you as the answer to their problems. Pain and anxiety are the proper precursors to pleasure. Learn to manufacture the need that you can fill. Opening a wound in the coal mining town of Eastwood, in central England, David Herbert Lawrence was considered something of a strange lad. Pale and delicate, he had no time for games or boyish pursuits, but was interested in literature, and he preferred the company of girls, who made up most of his friends. Lawrence often visited the Chambers family, who had been his neighbours until they moved out of Eastwood to a farm not far away. He liked to study with the Chamber's sisters, particularly Jessie. She was shy and serious, and getting her to open up and confide in him was a pleasurable challenge. Jessie grew quite attached to Lawrence over the years, and they became good friends. One day in 1906, Lawrence, 21 at the time, did not show up at the usual hour for his study session with Jessie. He finally arrived much later, in a mood she had never seen before, preoccupied and quiet. Now it was her turn to make him open up. Finally he talked. He felt she was getting too close to him. What about her future? Whom would she marry? Certainly not him, he said, for they were just friends. But it was unfair of him to keep her from seeing others. They should of course remain friends and have their talks, but maybe less often. When he finished and left, she felt a strange emptiness. She had yet to think much about love or marriage. Suddenly she had doubts. What would her future be? Why wasn't she thinking about it? She felt anxious and upset, without understanding why. No one can fall in love if he is even partially satisfied with what he is or who he is. The experience of falling in love originates in an extreme depression than an inability to find something that has value in everyday life. The symptom of the predisposition to fall in love is not the conscious desire to do so, the intense desire to enrich our lives. It is the profound sense of being worthless and of having nothing that is valuable, and the shame of not having it. For this reason, falling in love occurs more frequently among young people, since they are profoundly uncertain, unsure of their worth, and often ashamed of themselves. The same thing applies to people of other ages when they lose something in their lives when their youth ends or when they start to grow old. Francesca Alberoni, Falling in Love, translated by Lawrence Venuti. Lawrence continued to visit, but everything had changed. He criticized her for this and that. She wasn't very physical. What kind of wife would she make anyway? A man needed more from a woman than just talk. He likened her to a nun. They began to see each other less often. When, some time later, Lawrence accepted a teaching position at a school outside London, she felt part relieved to be rid of him for a while. But when he said goodbye to her and intimated that it might be for the last time, she broke down and cried. Then he started sending her weekly letters. He would write about girls he was seeing. Maybe one of them would be his wife. Finally, at his behest, she visited him in London. They got along well, as in the old times, but he continued to badger her about her future, picking at that old wound. At Christmas he was back in Eastwood, and when he visited her he seemed exultant. He had decided that it was Jessie he should marry, that he had in fact been attracted to her all along. They should keep it quiet for a while. Although his writing career was taking off, his first novel was about to be published, he needed to make more money. Caught off guard by the sudden announcement, and overwhelmed with happiness, Jessie agreed to everything, and they became lovers. Soon, however, the familiar pattern repeated: criticisms, breakups, announcements that he was engaged to another girl. This only deepened his hold on her. It was not until 1912 that she finally decided never to see him again, disturbed by his portrayal of her in the autobiographical novel Songs and Lovers. But Lawrence remained a lifelong obsession for her. In 1913, a young English woman named Ivy Lowe, who had read Lawrence's novels, began to correspond with him, her letters gushing with admiration. By now Lawrence was married to a German woman, the Baroness Frieda von Richthofen. To Lowe's surprise, though, he invited her to visit him and his wife in Italy. She knew he was probably something of a Don Juan, but was eager to meet him and accepted his invitation. Lawrence was not what she had expected. His voice was high-pitched, his eyes were piercing, and there was something vaguely feminine about him. Soon they were taking walks together, with Lawrence confiding in Lowe. She felt that they were becoming friends, which delighted her. Then suddenly, just before she was to leave, he launched into a series of criticisms of her. She was so unspontaneous, so predictable, less human being than robot. Devastated by this unexpected attack, she nevertheless had to agree what he had said was true. What could he have seen in her in the first place? Who was she anyway? Lowe left Italy feeling empty, but then Lawrence continued to write to her as if nothing had happened. She soon realized that she had fallen hopelessly in love with him, despite everything he had said to her. Or was it not despite what he had said, but because of it? In 1914, the writer John Middleton Murray received a letter from Lawrence, a good friend of his. In the letter, out of nowhere, Lawrence criticized Middleton Murray for being passionless and not gallant enough with his wife, the novelist Catherine Mansfield. Middleton Murray later wrote, "I had never felt for a man before what his letter made me feel for him. It was a new thing, a unique thing, in my experience, and it was to remain unique." He felt that beneath Lawrence's criticisms lay some weird kind of affection. Whenever he saw Lawrence from then on, he felt a strange physical attraction that he could not explain. "What can love be then?" I said. "Immortal, far from it. Well, what, as in my previous examples, he is halfway between mortal and immortal. What sort of being is he then, Diotima? He is a great spirit, Socrates, everything that is of the nature of a spirit is half god and half man." Who are his parents?" I asked. "That is rather a long story, Sheensort, but I will tell you. On the day that Aphrodite was born, they gods were feasting, among them Contrivance, the son of Invention, and after dinner, seeing that party was in progress, poverty came to beg and stood at the door. Now contrivance, who was drunk with nectar wine, I may say, had not yet been discovered, and went out into the garden of Zeus, and was overcome by sleep. So poverty, thinking to alleviate her wretched condition by bearing a child, took contrivance, lay with him, and conceived love, since love was begotten on Aphrodite's birthday, and since he has also an innate passion for the beautiful, and so for the beauty of Aphrodite herself, he became her follower and servant. Again, having contrivance for his father and poverty for his mother, he bears the following character. He is always poor, and, far from being sensitive and beautiful, as most people imagine, he is hard and weather-beaten, shoeless and homeless, always sleeping out for want of a bed, on the ground, on doorsteps, and in the street. So far he takes after his mother and lives in want, but, being also his father's son, he schemes to get for himself whatever is beautiful and good. He is bold and forward and strenuous, always devising tricks like a cunning huntsman. The plot of Symposium, translated by Walter Hamilton interpretation. The number of women, and of men, who fell under Lawrence's spell is astonishing given how unpleasant he could be. In almost every case the relationship began in friendship with frank talks, exchanges of confidences, a spiritual bond. Then, invariably, he would suddenly turn against them, voicing harsh personal criticisms. He would know them well by that time, and the criticisms were often quite accurate and hit a nerve. This would inevitably trigger confusion in his victims, and a sense of anxiety, a feeling that something was wrong with them. Jolted out of their usual sense of normality, they would feel divided inside. With half of their minds they wondered why he was doing this, and felt he was unfair. With the other half, they believed it was all true. Then, in those moments of self-doubt, they would get a letter or a visit from him in which he was his old charming self. Now they saw him differently. Now they were weak and vulnerable, in need of something, and he would seem so strong. Now he drew them to him, feelings of friendship turning into affection and desire. Once they felt uncertain about themselves, they were susceptible to falling in love. Most of us protect ourselves from the harshness of life by succumbing to routines and patterns, by closing ourselves off from others. But underlying these habits is a tremendous sense of insecurity and defensiveness. We feel we are not really living. The seducer must pick at this wound and bring these semi-conscious thoughts into full awareness. This was what Lawrence did. His sudden, brutally unexpected jabs would hit people at their weak spot. Although Lawrence had great success with his frontal approach, it is often better to stir thoughts of inadequacy and uncertainty indirectly by hinting at comparisons to yourself or to others, and by insinuating somehow that your victims' lives are less grand than they had imagined. You want them to feel at war with themselves, torn in two directions, and anxious about it. Anxiety, a feeling of lack and need, is the precursor of all desire. These jolts in the victim's mind create space for you to insinuate your poison, the siren call of adventure or fulfillment that will make them follow you into your web. Without anxiety and a sense of lack, there can be no seduction. We are all like pieces of the coins that children break in half for keepsakes, making two out of one. Like the flatfish, and each of us is forever seeking the half that will tally with himself. And so all this to do is a relic of that original state of ours when we were whole, and now, when we are longing for and following after that primeval wholeness, we say we are in love. Aristophanes' speech in Plato's Symposium, quoted in James Mandrell, Dio Juan, and the point of honor, desire, and love have for the object things or qualities which a man does not at present possess, but which he lacks. Socrates, Don John, well met, pretty lass. What? Are there such handsome creatures as you amongst these fields, these trees, and rocks? Charlotta, I am as you see, sir. Don John, are you of this village? Charlotta, yes, sir. Don John, what's your name? Charlotta, sir, at your service. Don John, what a fine person 'tis. What piercing eyes! Charlotta, sir, you make me ashamed. Don John, pretty Charlotta, you are not married, are you? Charlotta, no, sir, but I'm soon to be, with Pierrot, son to goody Simonetta. Don John, what? Should such a one as you be wife to a peasant? No, that's a profanation of so much beauty. You was not born to live in a village. You certainly deserve a better fortune, and heaven, which knows it well, brought me hither on purpose to hinder this marriage and do justice to your charms. For in short, fair Charlotta, I love you with all my heart, and if you'll consent, I'll deliver you from this miserable place, and put you in the condition you deserve. This love is doubtless sudden, but 'tis an effect of your great beauty. I love you as much in a quarter of an hour as I should another in 6 months. In Molière, Don John, or The Libertine, translated by John Urzel in Oscar Mandel, ed. The theatre of Dio and Juan keys to seduction. Everyone wears a mask in society. We pretend to be more sure of ourselves than we are. We do not want other people to glimpse the doubting self within us. In truth, our egos and personalities are much more fragile than they appear to be. They cover up feelings of confusion and emptiness. As a seducer, you must never mistake a person's appearance for the reality. People are always susceptible to being seduced, because in fact everyone lacks a sense of completeness, feels something missing deep inside. Bring their doubts and anxieties to the surface and they can be led and lured to follow you. No one can see you as someone to follow or fall in love with unless they first reflect on themselves somehow and on what they are missing. Before the seduction proceeds, you must place a mirror in front of them in which they glimpse the inner emptiness. Made aware of a lack, they now can focus on you as a person who can fill that empty space. Remember, most of us are lazy. To relieve our feelings of boredom or inadequacy on our own takes too much effort. Letting someone else do the job is both easier and more exciting. The desire to have someone fill up our emptiness is the weakness on which all seducers prey. Make people anxious about the future, make them depressed, make them question their identity, make them sense the boredom that gnaws at their life. The ground is prepared. The seeds of seduction can be sown. In Plato's Dialogue Symposium, the West's oldest treatise on love, and a text that has had a determining influence on our ideas of desire, the courtesan Diotima explains to Socrates the parentage of Eros, the god of love. Eros' father was contrivance or cunning, and his mother was poverty or need. Eros takes after his parents. He is constantly in need, which he is constantly contriving to fill. As the god of love, he knows that love cannot be induced in another person unless they too feel need. And that is what his arrows do, piercing people's flesh. They make them feel a lack, an ache, a hunger. This is the essence of your task as a seducer. Like Eros, you must create a wound in your victim, aiming at their soft spot, the chink in their self-esteem. If they are stuck in a rut, make them feel it more deeply, innocently bringing it up and talking about it. What you want is a wound, an insecurity you can expand a little, an anxiety that can best be relieved by involvement with another person, namely you. They must feel the wound before they fall in love. Notice how Lawrence stirred anxiety, always hitting at his victim's weak spot. For Jessie Chambers, her physical coldness; for Ivy Lowe, her lack of spontaneity; for Middleton Murray, his lack of gallantry. Cleopatra got Julius Caesar to sleep with her the first night he met her, but the real seduction, the one that made him her slave, began later. In their ensuing conversation she talked repeatedly of Alexander the Great, the hero from whom she was supposedly descended. No one could compare to him. By implication, Caesar was made to feel inferior. Understanding that beneath his bravado Caesar was insecure, Cleopatra awakened in him an anxiety, a hunger to prove his greatness. Once he felt this way, he was easily further seduced. Doubt about his masculinity was his tender spot. When Caesar was assassinated, Cleopatra turned her sights on Mark Antony, one of Caesar's successors in the leadership of Rome. Antony loved pleasure and spectacle, and his tastes were crude. She appeared to him first on her royal barge, then wined and dined and banqueted him. Everything was geared to suggest to him the superiority of the Egyptian way of life over the Roman, at least when it came to pleasure. The Romans were boring and unsophisticated by comparison. And once Antony was made to feel how much he was missing in spending his time with his dull soldiers and his matronly Roman wife, he could be made to see Cleopatra as the incarnation of all that was exciting. He became her slave. For I stand tonight facing west on what was once the last frontier. From the lands that stretched 3,000 miles behind me, the pioneers of old gave up their safety, their comfort, and sometimes their lives to build a new world here in the West. They were not the captives of their own doubts, the prisoners of their own price tags. The motto was not every man for himself, but all for the common cause. They were determined to make that new world strong and free, to overcome its hazards and its hardships, to conquer the enemies that threatened from without and within. Today some would say that those struggles are all over, that all the horizons have been explored, that all the battles have been won, that there is no longer an American frontier. But I trust that no one in this vast assemblage will agree with those sentiments. I tell you the new frontier is here, whether we seek it or not. It would be easier to shrink back from that frontier, to look to the safe mediocrity of the past, to be lulled by good intentions and high rhetoric, and those who prefer that course should not cast their votes for me, regardless of party. But I believe that the times demand invention, innovation, imagination, decision. I am asking each of you to be new pioneers on that new frontier. My call is to the young in heart, regardless of age. John F. Kennedy, acceptance speech as a presidential nominee of the Democratic Party, quoted in John Hellman, The Kennedy Obsession, The American Myth of JFK. This is the lure of the exotic. In your role of seducer, try to position yourself as coming from outside, as a stranger of sorts. You represent change, difference, a breakup of routines. Make your victims feel that by comparison their lives are boring and their friends less interesting than they had thought. Lawrence made his targets feel personally inadequate. If you find it hard to be so brutal, concentrate on their friends, their circumstances, the externals of their lives. There are many legends of Don Juan, but they often describe him seducing a village girl by making her feel that her life is horribly provincial. He, meanwhile, wears glittering clothes and has a noble bearing. Strange and exotic, he is always from somewhere else. First she feels the boredom of her life, then she sees him as her salvation. Remember, people prefer to feel that if their life is uninteresting, it not because of themselves but because of their circumstances, the dull people they know, the town into which they were born. Once you make them feel the lure of the exotic, seduction is easy. The normal rhythm of life oscillates in general between a mild satisfaction with oneself and a slight discomfort, originating in the knowledge of one's personal shortcomings. We should like to be as handsome, young, strong, or clever as other people of our acquaintance. We wish we could achieve as much as they do, long for similar advantages, positions, the same or greater success. To be delighted with oneself is the exception and, often enough, a smokescreen which we produce for ourselves and of course for others. Somewhere in it is a lingering feeling of discomfort with ourselves and a slight self-dislike. I assert that an increase of the spirit of discontent renders a person especially susceptible to falling in love. In most cases this attitude of disquiet is unconscious, but in some it reaches the threshold of awareness in the form of a slight uneasiness, or a stagnant dissatisfaction, or a realization of being upset without knowing why. Theodore Rake, of Love and Lust, another devilishly seductive area to aim at is the victim's past. To grow old is to renounce or compromise youthful ideals, to become less spontaneous, less alive in a way. This knowledge lies dormant in all of us. As a seducer, he must bring it to the surface, make it clear how far people have strayed from their past goals and ideals. You, in turn, present yourself as representing that ideal, as offering a chance to recapture lost youth through adventure through seduction. In her later years, Queen Elizabeth I of England was known as a rather stern and demanding ruler. She made it a point not to let her courtiers see anything soft or weak in her. But then Robert de Veru, the second Earl of Essex, came to court. Much younger than the Queen, the dashing Essex would often chastise her for her soundness. The Queen would forgive him. He was so exuberant and spontaneous, he could not control himself. But his comments got under her skin. In the presence of Essex she came to remember all the youthful ideals, spiritedness, feminine charm that had since vanished from her life. She also felt a little of the girlish spirit return when she was around him. He quickly became her favourite, and soon she was in love with him. Old age is constantly seduced by youth, but first the young people must make it clear what the older ones are missing, how they have lost their ideals. Only then will they feel that the presence of the young will let them recapture the spark, the rebellious spirit that age and society have conspired to repress. This concept has infinite applications. Corporations and politicians know that they cannot seduce their public into buying what they want them to buy, or doing what they want them to do, unless they first awaken a sense of need and discontent. Make the masses uncertain about their identity and you can help define it for them. It is as true of groups or nations as it is of individuals. They cannot be seduced without being made to feel some lack. Part of John F. Kennedy's election strategy in 1960 was to make Americans unhappy about the 1950s and how far the country had strayed from its ideals. In talking about the 1950s, he did not mention the nation's economic stability or its emergence as a superpower. Instead, he implied that the period was marked by conformity, a lack of risk and adventure, a loss of our frontier values. To vote for Kennedy was to embark on a collective adventure, to go back to ideals we had given up. But before anyone joined his crusade, they had to be made aware of how much they had lost, what was missing. A group, like an individual, can get mired in routine, losing track of its original goals. Too much prosperity saps it of strength. You can seduce an entire nation by aiming at its collective insecurity, that latent sense that not everything is what it seems. Stirring dissatisfaction with the present and reminding people about the glorious past can unsettle their sense of identity. Then you can be the one to redefine it, a grand seduction. Symbol: Cupid's arrow. What awakens desire in the seduced is not a soft touch or a pleasant sensation, it is a wound. The arrow creates a pain, an ache, a need for relief. Before desire there must be pain. Aim the arrow at the victim's weakest spot, creating a wound that you can open and reopen. Reversal: if you go too far in lowering the target's self-esteem, they may feel too insecure to enter into your seduction. Do not be heavy-handed. Like Lawrence, always follow up the wounding attack with a soothing gesture. Otherwise you will simply alienate them. Charm is often a subtler and more effective route to seduction. The Victorian Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli always made people feel better about themselves. He deferred to them, made them the centre of attention, made them feel witty and vibrant. He was a boon to their vanity, and they grew addicted to him. This is a kind of diffuse seduction, lacking intention, and in the deep emotions that the sexual variety stirs, it bypasses people's hunger, their need for some kind of fulfillment. But if you are subtle and clever, it can be a way of lowering their defenses, creating an unthreatening friendship. Once they are under your spell in this way, you can then open the wound. Indeed, after Disraeli had charmed Queen Victoria and established a friendship with her, he made her feel vaguely inadequate in the establishment of an empire and the realization of her ideals. Everything depends on the target. People who are riddled with insecurities may require the gentler variety. Once they feel comfortable with you, aim your arrows. 6. Master the art of insinuation. Making your targets feel dissatisfied and in need of your attention is essential, but if you are too obvious, they will see through you and grow defensive. There is no known defense, however, against insinuation, the art of planting ideas in people's minds by dropping elusive hints that take root days later, even appearing to them as their own idea. Insinuation is the supreme means of influencing people. Create sublanguage, bold statements followed by retraction and apology, ambiguous comments, banal talk combined with alluring glances that enters the target's unconscious to convey your real meaning. Make everything suggestive. Insinuating desire. One evening in the 1770s, a young man went to the Paris Opera to meet his lover, the Countess de The couple had been fighting, and he was anxious to see her again. The Countess had not arrived yet at her box, but from an adjacent one a friend of hers, Madame de T, called out to the young man to join her, remarking that it was an excellent stroke of luck that they had met that evening. He must keep her company on the trip she had to take. The young man wanted urgently to see the Countess, but Madame was charming and insistent, and he agreed to go with her. Before he could ask why or where, she quickly escorted him to her carriage outside, which then sped off. Now the young man enjoined his hostess to tell him where she was taking him. At first she just laughed, but finally she told him to her husband Shadal. The couple had been estranged, but had decided to reconcile. Her husband was a bore, however, and she felt a charming young man like himself would liven things up. The young man was intrigued. Madame was an older woman, with a reputation for being rather formal, though he also knew she had a lover, a marquis. Why had she chosen him for this excursion? Her story was not quite credible. Then, as they travelled, she suggested he look out the window at the passing landscape, as she was doing. He had to lean over toward her to do so, and just as he did, the carriage jolted. She grabbed his hand and fell into his arms. She stayed there for a moment, then pulled away from him rather abruptly. After an awkward silence, she said, "Do you intend to convince me of my imprudence in your regard?" He protested that the incident had been an accident and reassured her he would behave himself. In truth, however, having her in his arms had made him think otherwise. As we were about to enter the chamber, she stopped me. "Remember," she said gravely, "you are supposed never to have seen, never even suspected the sanctuary you are about to enter. All this was like an initiation rite." She led me by the hand across a small, dark corridor. My heart was pounding as though I were a young proselyte being put to the test before the celebration of the great mysteries. "But your Countess," she said, stopping. I was about to reply when the doors opened. My answer was interrupted by admiration. I was astonished, delighted. I no longer know what became of me, and I began in good faith to believe in magic. In truth, I found myself in a vast cage of mirrors on which images were so artistically painted that they produced the illusion of all the objects they represented. Vivint Dinan, no tomorrow in Mitchellfair Ed. The libertine reader they arrived at the chateau. The husband came to meet them, and the young man expressed his admiration of the building. "What you see is nothing," Madame interrupted. "I must take you to Monsieur's apartment." Before he could ask what she meant, the subject was quickly changed. The husband was indeed a bore, but he excused himself after supper. Now Madame and the young man were alone. She invited him to walk with her in the gardens. It was a splendid evening, and as they walked, she slipped her arm in his. She was not worried that he would take advantage of her, she said, because she knew how attached he was to her good friend the Countess. They talked of other things, and then she returned to the topic of his lover. "Is she making you quite happy?" "Oh, I fear the contrary, and this distresses me. Are you not often the victim of her strange whims?" To the young man's surprise, Madame began to talk of the Countess in a way that made it seem that she had been unfaithful to him, which was something he had suspected. Madame sighed she regretted saying such things about her friend, and asked him to forgive her. Then, as if a new thought had occurred to her, she mentioned the nearby pavilion, a delightful place, full of pleasant memories. But the shame of it was locked and she had no key. And yet they found their way to the pavilion, and lo and behold, the door had been left open. It was dark inside, but the young man could sense that it was a place for trysts. They entered and sank onto a sofa, and before he knew what had come over him, he took her in his arms. Madame seemed to push him away, but then gave in. Finally she came to her senses. They must return to the house. Had he gone too far? He must try to control himself. As they strolled back to the house, Madame remarked, "What a delicious night we've just spent." Was she referring to what had happened in the pavilion? "There is an even more charming room in the chateau," she went on, "but I can't show you anything," implying he had been too forward. She had mentioned this room, Monsieur's apartment, several times before. He could not imagine what could be so interesting about it, but by now he was dying to see it and insisted she show it to him. "If you promise to be good," she replied, her eyes widening. Through the darkness of the house she led him into the room, which, to his delight, was a kind of temple of pleasure. There were mirrors on the walls, trombello paintings evoking a forest scene, even a dark grotto, and a garlanded statue of Eros. Overwhelmed by the mood of the place, the young man quickly resumed what he had started in the pavilion, and would have lost all track of time if a servant had not rushed in and warned them that it was getting light outside and Monsieur would soon be up. They quickly separated. Later that day, as the young man prepared to leave, his hostess said, "Goodbye, Monsieur. I owe you so many pleasures, but I have paid you with a beautiful dream. Now your love summons you to return. Don't give the Countess cause to quarrel with me." Reflecting on his experience on the way back, he could not figure out what it meant. He had the vague sensation of having been used, but the pleasures he remembered outweighed his doubts. A few short years ago, in our native city, where fraud and cunning prosper more than love or loyalty, there was a noble woman of striking beauty and impeccable breeding, who was endowed by nature with as lofty a temperament and shrewd an intellect as could be found in any other woman of her time. This lady, being of gentle birth and finding herself married off to a master woolen draper because he happened to be very rich, was unable to stifle her heartfelt contempt, for she was firmly of the opinion that no man of low condition, however wealthy, was deserving of a noble wife. And on discovering that all he was capable of, despite his massive wealth, was distinguishing wool from cotton, supervising the setting up of a loom, or debating the virtues of a particular yarn with a spinner woman, she resolved that as far as it lay within her power she would have nothing whatsoever to do with his beastly caresses. Moreover, she was determined to seek her pleasure elsewhere, in the company of one who seemed more worthy of her affection, and so it was that she fell deeply in love with an extremely eligible man in his middle 30s. And whenever a day passed without her having set eyes upon him, she was restless for the whole of the following night. However, the gentleman suspected nothing of all this, and took no notice of her, and for her part, being very cautious, she would not venture to declare her love by dispatching a maidservant or writing him a letter, for fear of the dangers that this might entail. But having perceived that he was on very friendly terms with a certain priest, a rotund, uncouth individual who was nevertheless regarded as an outstandingly able friar on account of his very saintly way of life, she calculated that this fellow would serve as an ideal go-between for her and the man she loved. And so, after reflecting on the strategy she would adopt, she paid a visit, at an appropriate hour of the day, to the church where he was to be found, and having sought him out, she asked him whether he would agree to confess her. Since he could tell at a glance that she was a lady of quality, the friar gladly heard her confession, and when she had got to the end of it, she continued as follows: "Father, as I shall explain to you presently, there is a certain matter about which I am compelled to seek your advice and assistance. Having already told you my name, I feel sure you will know my family and my husband. He loves me more dearly than life itself, and since he is enormously rich, he never has the slightest difficulty or hesitation in supplying me with every single object for which I display a yen, and consequently, my love for him is quite unbounded. And if my mere thoughts, to say nothing of my actual behaviour, were to run contrary to his wishes and his honour, I would be more deserving of hellfire than the wickedest woman who ever lived. And now, there is a certain person, of respectable outward appearance, who, unless I am mistaken, is a close acquaintance of yours. I really couldn't say what his name is, but he is tall and handsome, his clothes are brown and elegantly cut, and, possibly because he is unaware of my resolute nature, he appears to have laid siege to me. He turns up infallibly whenever I either look out of my window or stand at the front door or leave the house, and I am surprised, in fact, that he is not here now. Needless to say, I am very upset about all this, because this sort of conduct frequently gives an honest woman a bad name, even though she is quite innocent, for the love of God. Therefore, I implore you to speak to him severely and persuade him to refrain from his importunities. There are plenty of other women who doubtless find this sort of thing amusing, and who will enjoy being ogled and spied upon by him, but I personally have no inclination for it whatsoever, and I find his behaviour exceedingly disagreeable." And having reached the end of her speech, the lady bowed her head as though she were going to burst into tears. The reverend friar realized immediately who it was to whom she was referring, and having warmly commended her purity of mind, he promised to take all necessary steps to ensure that the fellow ceased to annoy her. Shortly afterward, the gentleman in question paid one of his regular visits to the reverend friar, and after they had conversed together for a while on general topics, the friar drew him to one side and reproached him in a very kindly sort of way for the amorous glances which, as the lady had given him to understand, he believed him to be casting in her direction. Not unnaturally, the gentleman was amazed, for he had never so much as looked at the lady, and it was very seldom that he passed by her house. The gentleman, being rather more perceptive than the reverend friar, was not exactly slow to appreciate the lady's cleverness, and putting on a somewhat sheepish expression, he promised not to bother her any more. But after leaving the friar, he made his way toward the house of the lady, who was keeping continuous vigil at a tiny little window so that she would see him if he happened to pass by. And from that day forward, proceeding with the maximum prudence and conveying the impression that he was engaged in some other business entirely, he became a regular visitor to the neighbourhood. Giovanni Boccaccio, the Decameron, translated by G.H. McWilliam interpretation. Madame de T is a character in the 18th century libertine short story No Tomorrow by Vivien Denon. The young man is the story's narrator. Although fictional, Madame's techniques were clearly based on those of several well-known libertines of the time, masters of the game of seduction. And the most dangerous of their weapons was insinuation, the means by which Madame cast her spell on the young man, making him seem the aggressor, giving her the night of pleasure she desired, and safeguarding her guiltless reputation, all in one stroke. After all, he was the one who initiated physical contact, or so it seemed. In truth, she was the one in control, planting precisely the ideas in his mind that she wanted. That first physical encounter in the carriage, for instance, that she had set up by inviting him closer. She later rebuked him for being forward, but what lingered in his mind was the excitement of the moment. Her talk of the Count has made him confused and guilty, but then she hinted that his lover was unfaithful, planting a different seed in his mind, anger, and the desire for revenge. Then she asked him to forget what she had said and forgive her for saying it, a key insinuating tactic. "I am asking you to forget what I have said, but I know you cannot. The thought will remain in your mind." Provoked this way, it was inevitable he would grab her in the pavilion. She several times mentioned the room in the chateau. Of course, he insisted on going there. She enveloped the evening in an air of ambiguity. Even her words, "if you promise to be good," could be read several ways. The young man's head and heart were inflamed with all of the feelings, discontent, confusion, desire that she had indirectly instilled in him. Particularly in the early phases of a seduction, learn to make everything you say into a kind of insinuation. Insinuate dealt with a comment here and there about other people in the victim's life, making the victim feel vulnerable. Slight physical contact insinuates desire, as does a fleeting but memorable look or an unusually warm tone of voice, both for the briefest of moments. A passing comment suggests that something about the victim interests you, but keep it subtle, your words revealing a possibility, creating a doubt. You are planting seeds that will take root in the weeks to come. When you are not there, your targets will fantasize about the ideas you have stirred up and brood upon the doubts. They are slowly being led into your web, unaware that you are in control. How can they resist or become defensive if they cannot even see what is happening? What distinguishes a suggestion from other kinds of psychical influence, such as a command or the giving of a piece of information or instruction, is that in the case of a suggestion, an idea is aroused in another person's brain which is not examined in regard to its origin but is accepted just as though it had arisen spontaneously in that brain. Sigmund Freud keys to seduction. You cannot pass through life without in one way or another trying to persuade people of something. Take the direct route, saying exactly what you want, and your honesty may make you feel good, but you're probably not getting anywhere. People have their own sets of ideas, which are hardened into stone by habit. Your words, entering their mind, compete with the thousands of preconceived notions that are already there and get nowhere. Besides, people resent your attempt to persuade them, as if they were incapable of deciding by themselves, as if you knew better. Consider instead the power of insinuation and suggestion. It requires some patience and art, but the results are more than worth it. The way insinuation works is simple. Disguised in a banal remark or encounter, a hint is dropped. It is about some emotional issue, possible pleasure not yet attained, a lack of excitement in a person's life. The hint registers in the back of the target's mind, a subtle stab at his or her insecurities. Its source is quickly forgotten. It is too subtle to be memorable at the time, and later, when it takes root and grows, it seems to have emerged naturally from the target's own mind, as if it was there all along. Insinuation lets you bypass people's natural resistance, for they seem to be listening only to what has originated in themselves. It is a language on its own, communicating directly with the unconscious. No seducer, no persuader, can hope to succeed without mastering the language and art of insinuation. A strange man once arrived at the court of Louis Roman 15. No one knew anything about him, and his accent and age were unplaceable. He called himself Count Saint-Germain. He was obviously wealthy. All kinds of gems and diamonds glittered on his jacket, his sleeves, his shoes, his fingers. He could play the violin to perfection, paint magnificently. But the most intoxicating thing about him was his conversation. In truth, the Count was the greatest charlatan of the 18th century, a man who had mastered the art of insinuation. As he spoke, a word here and there would slip out, a vague allusion to the philosopher's stone, which turned base metal into gold, or to the elixir of life. He did not say he possessed these things, but he made you associate him with their powers. Had he simply claimed to have them, no one would have believed him, and people would have turned away. The Count might refer to a man who had died 40 years earlier, as if he had known him personally. Had this been so, the Count would have had to be in his 80s, although he looked to be in his 40s. He mentioned the elixir of life. He seemed so young. The key to the Count's words was vagueness. He always dropped his hints into a lively conversation, grace notes in an ongoing melody. Only later would people reflect on what he had said. After a while, people started to come to him, inquiring about the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life, not realizing that it was he who had planted these ideas in their minds. Remember, to sow a seductive idea, you must engage people's imaginations, their fantasies, their deepest yearnings. What sets the wheels spinning is suggesting things that people already want to hear, the possibility of pleasure, wealth, health, adventure. In the end, these good things turn out to be precisely what you seem to offer them. They will come to you as if on their own, unaware that you insinuated the idea in their heads. In 1807, Napoleon Bonaparte decided it was critical for him to win the Russian Tsar Alexander to his side. He wanted two things out of the Tsar: a peace treaty in which they agreed to carve up Europe and the Middle East, and a marriage alliance in which he would divorce his wife Josephine and marry into the Tsar's family. Instead of proposing these things directly, Napoleon decided to seduce the Tsar. Using polite social encounters and friendly conversations as his battlefields, he went to work. An apparent slip of the tongue revealed that Josephine could not bear children. Napoleon quickly changed the subject. A comment here and there seemed to suggest a linking of the destinies of France and Russia. Just before they were to part one evening, he talked of his desire for children, sighed sadly, then excused himself for bed, leaving the Tsar to sleep on this. He escorted the Tsar to a play on the themes of glory, honor, and empire. Now, in later conversations, he could disguise his insinuations under the cover of discussing the play. Within a few weeks, the Tsar was speaking to his ministers of a marriage alliance and a treaty with France as if they were his own ideas. Slips of the tongue, apparently inadvertent sleep-on-it comments, alluring references, statements for which you quickly apologize, all of these have immense insinuating power. They get under people's skin like a poison and take on a life of their own. The key to succeeding with your insinuations is to make them when your targets are at their most relaxed or distracted, so that they are not aware of what is happening. Polite banter is often the perfect front for this. People are thinking about what they will say next, or are absorbed in their own thoughts. Your insinuations will barely register, which is how you want it. In one of his early campaigns, John F. Kennedy addressed a group of veterans. Kennedy's brave exploits during World War I and II, the PT-109 incident, had made him a war hero were known to all, but in the speech, he talked of the other men on the boat, never mentioning himself. He knew, however, that what he had done was on everyone's mind, because in fact he had put it there. Not only did his silence on the subject make them think of it on their own, it made Kennedy seem humble and modest, qualities that go well with heroism. In seduction, as the French courtesan Ninon de l'Enclos advised, it is better not to talk about your love for a person. Let your target read it in your manner. Your silence on the subject will have more insinuating power than if you had addressed it directly. Glances are the heavy artillery of the flirt. Everything can be conveyed in a look, yet that look can always be denied, for it cannot be quoted word for word. Stendhal quoted in Richard Davenport Hines ed. Advice, an anthology, not only words insinuate, pay attention to gestures and looks. Madame Récamier's favourite technique was to keep her words banal and the look in her eyes enticing. The flow of conversation would keep men from thinking too deeply about these occasional looks, but they would be haunted by them. Lord Byron had his famous underlook. While everyone was discussing some uninteresting subject, he would seem to hang his head, but then a young woman, the target, would see him glancing upward at her, his head still tilted. It was a look that seemed dangerous, challenging, but also ambiguous. Many women were hooked by it. The face speaks its own language. We are used to trying to read people's faces, which are often better indicators of their feelings than what they say, which is so easy to control. Since people are always reading your looks, use them to transmit the insinuating signals you choose. Finally, the reason insinuation works so well is not just that it bypasses people's natural resistance. It is also the language of pleasure. There is too little mystery in the world. Too many people say exactly what they feel or want. We yearn for something enigmatic, for something to feed our fancies. Because of the lack of suggestion and ambiguity in daily life, the person who uses them suddenly seems to have something alluring and full of promise. It is a kind of titillating game. What is this person up to? What does he or she mean? Hints, suggestions, and insinuations create a seductive atmosphere, signaling that their victim is no longer involved in the routines of daily life but has entered another realm. Symbol, the seed. The soil is carefully prepared. The seeds are planted months in advance. Once they are in the ground, no one knows what hand threw them there. They are part of the earth. Disguise your manipulations by planting seeds that take root on their own. Reversal, the danger in insinuation is that when you leave things ambiguous, your target may misread them. There are moments, particularly later on in a seduction, when it is best to communicate your idea directly, particularly once you know the target will welcome it. Casanova often played things that way. When he could sense that a woman desired him and needed little preparation, he would use a direct, sincere, gushing comment to go straight to her head like a drug and make her fall under his spell. When the rake and writer Gabriel D'Annunzio met a woman he desired, he rarely delayed. Flattery flowed from his mouth and pen. He would charm with his sincerity. Sincerity can be feigned, and is just one stratagem among others. This only works, however, when you sense that the target is easily yours. If not, the defenses and suspicions you raise by direct attack will make your seduction impossible. When in doubt, indirection is the better route. 7. Enter their spirit. Most people are locked in their own worlds, making them stubborn and hard to persuade. The way to lure them out of their shell and set up your seduction is to enter their spirit. Play by their rules, enjoy what they enjoy, adapt yourself to their moods. In doing so, you will stroke their deep-rooted narcissism and lower their defenses. Hypnotized by the mirror image you present, they will open up, becoming vulnerable to your subtle influence. Soon you can shift the dynamic. Once you have entered their spirit, you can make them enter yours, at a point when it is too late to turn back. Indulge your target's every mood and whim, giving them nothing to react against or resist. The indulgent strategy. In October of 1961, the American journalist Cindy Adams was granted an exclusive interview with President Sukarno of Indonesia. It was a remarkable coup, for Adams was a little-known journalist at the time, while Sukarno was a world figure in the midst of a crisis. A leader of the fight for Indonesia's independence, he had been the country's president since 1949, when the Dutch finally gave up the colony. By the early 1960s, his daring foreign policy had made him hated in the United States, some calling him the Hitler of Asia. Adams decided that in the interests of a lively interview, she would not be cowed or overawed by Sukarno, and she began the conversation by joking with him. To her pleasant surprise, her ice-breaking tactics seemed to work. Sukarno warmed up to her. He let the interview run well over an hour, and when it was over he loaded her with gifts. His success was remarkable enough, but even more so were the friendly letters she began to receive from Sukarno after she and her husband had returned to New York. A few years later, he proposed that she collaborate with him on his autobiography. Adams, who was used to doing puff pieces on third-rate celebrities, was confused. She knew Sukarno had a reputation as a devilish Don Juan le Grand seducteur, the French called him. He had had 4 wives and hundreds of conquests. He was handsome, and obviously he was attracted to her, but why choose her for this prestigious task? Perhaps his libido was too powerful for him to care about such things. Nevertheless, it was an offer she could not refuse. In January of 1964, Adams returned to Indonesia. Her strategy, she had decided, would stay the same. She would be the brassy, straight-talking lady who had seemed to charm Sukarno 3 years earlier. During her first interview with him for the book, she complained in rather strong terms about the room she had been given as lodgings. As if he were her secretary, she dictated a letter to him, which he was to sign, detailing the special treatment she was to be given by one and all. To her amazement, he dutifully copied out the letter and signed it. "You're anxious to keep your mistress?" Backslash convinced her she's knocked you all of a heap backslash with her stunning looks. If it's purple she's wearing, praise purple backslash. When she's in a silk dress, say silk backslash suits her best of all. Admire backslash her singing voice, or gestures as she dances, backslash cry encore when she stops. You can even praise backslash her performance in bed, her talent for love making, backslash spell out what turned you on. Backslash, though she may show fiercer in action in any image you saw, backslash her lover will always describe her as kind backslash and gentle. But take care not to give yourself away while backslash making such tongue-in-cheek compliments. Don't allow backslash your expression to ruin the message. Art's most effective backslash when concealed. Detection discredits you for good. Though The Art of Love, translated by Peter Greene next on Adams's schedule, was a tour of Indonesia to interview people who had known Sukarno in his youth. So she complained to him about the plane she had to fly on, which she said was unsafe. "I tell you what, honey," she told him, "I think you should give me my own plane." "Okay," he answered, apparently somewhat abashed. One, however, was not enough. She went on. She required several planes, and a helicopter, and her own personal pilot, a good one. He agreed to everything. The leader of Indonesia seemed to be not just intimidated by Adams, but totally under his spell. He praised her intelligence and wit. At one point he confided, "Do you know why I'm doing this biography? Only because of you, that's why." He paid attention to her clothes, complimenting her outfits, noticing any change in them. He was more like a fawning suitor than the Hitler of Asia. The little boy or girl seeks to fascinate his or her parents. In Oriental literature, imitation is reckoned to be one of the ways of attracting. The Sanskrit texts, for example, give an important part to the trick of the woman copying the dress, expressions, and speech of her beloved. This kind of mimetic drama is urged on the woman who, being unable to unite with her beloved, imitates him to distract his thoughts. The child too, using the devices of imitating attitudes, dress, and so on, seeks to fascinate, with a magical intention, the father or mother, and thus to distract his thoughts. Identification means that one is abandoning and not abandoning amorous desires. It is a lure which the child uses to capture his parents and which, it must be admitted, they fall for. The same is true for the masses, who imitate their leader, bear his name and repeat his gestures. They bow to him, but at the same time they are unconsciously baiting a trap to hold him. Great ceremonies and demonstrations are just as much occasions when the multitude charm the leader as vice versa. Serge Moscovici at the age of the crowd, translated by J.C. Whitehouse. Inevitably, of course, he made passes at her. She was an attractive woman. First there was the hand on top of her hand, then a stolen kiss. She spurned him every time, making it clear she was happily married, but she was worried. If all he had wanted was an affair, the whole book deal could fall apart. Once again, though, her straightforward strategy seemed the right one. Surprisingly, he backed down without anger or resentment. He promised that his affection for her would remain platonic. She had to admit that he was not at all what she had expected, or what had been described to her. Perhaps he liked being dominated by a woman. The interviews continued for several months, and she noticed slight changes in him. She still addressed him familiarly, spicing the conversation with brazen comments, but now he returned and, delighting in this kind of saucy banter. He assumed the same lively mood that she strategically forced on herself. At first he had dressed in military uniform, or in his Italian suits. Now he dressed casually, even going barefoot, conforming to the casual style of their relationship. One night he remarked that he liked the color of her hair. It was Clairol blue-black, she explained. He wanted to have the same color. She had to bring him a bottle. She did as he asked, imagining he was joking, but a few days later he requested her presence at the palace to dye his hair for him. She did so, and now they had the exact same hair color. The book, Sukarno, an autobiography as told to Cindy Adams, was published in 1965. To American readers' surprise, Sukarno came across as remarkably charming and lovable, which was indeed how Adams described him to one and all. If anyone argued, she would say that they did not know him the way she did. Sukarno was well pleased and had the book distributed far and wide. It helped gain sympathy for him in Indonesia, where he was now being threatened with a military coup. And Sukarno was not surprised. He had known all along that Adams would do a far better job with his memoirs than any serious journalist. My sixth brother, he who had both his lips cut off, Prince of the Faithful, is called Shakashik. In his youth he was very poor. One day, as he was begging in the streets of Baghdad, he passed by a splendid mansion, at the gates of which stood an impressive array of attendants. Upon inquiry, my brother was informed that the house belonged to a member of the wealthy and powerful Barmecide family. Shakashik approached the doorkeepers and solicited alms. Go in, they said, and our master will give you all that you desire. My brother entered the lofty vestibule and proceeded to a spacious, marble-paved hall hung with tapestry and overlooking a beautiful garden. He stood bewildered for a moment, not knowing where to turn his steps, and then advanced to the far end of the hall. There, among the cushions, reclined a handsome old man with a long beard, whom my brother recognized at once as the master of the house. "But what can I do for you, my friend?" asked the old man, as he rose to welcome my brother. When Shakashik replied that he was a hungry beggar, the old man expressed the deepest compassion and rent his fine robes, crying, "Is it possible that there should be a man as hungry as yourself in the city where I am living? It is, indeed, a disgrace that I cannot endure." Then he comforted my brother, adding, "I insist that you stay with me and partake of my dinner." With this the master of the house clapped his hands and called out to one of the slaves, "Bring in the basin and ewer." Then he said to my brother, "Come forward, my friend, and wash your hands." Shakashik rose to do so, but saw neither ewer nor basin. He was bewildered to see his host make gestures as though he were pouring water on his hands from an invisible vessel and then drying them with an invisible towel. When he finished, the host called out to his attendants, "Bring in the table." Numerous servants hurried in and out of the hall, as though they were preparing for a meal. My brother could still see nothing. Yet his host invited him to sit at the imaginary table, saying, "Honor me by eating of this meat." The old man moved his hands about as though he were touching invisible dishes, and also moved his jaws and lips as though he were chewing. Then said he to Shakashik, "Eat your fill, my friend, for you must be famished." My brother began to move his jaws, to chew and swallow, as though he were eating, while the old man still coaxed him, saying, "Eat, my friend, and note the excellence of this bread and its whiteness." This man, thought Shakashik, must be fond of practical jokes. So he said, "It is, sir, the whitest bread I have ever seen, and I have never tasted the like in all my life." This bread, said the host, was baked by a slave girl whom I bought for 500 dinars. Then he called out to one of his slaves, "Bring in the meat pudding, and let there be plenty of fat in it." Thereupon the host moved his fingers as though to pick up a morsel from an imaginary dish, and popped the invisible delicacy into my brother's mouth. The old man continued to enlarge upon the excellences of the various dishes, while my brother became so ravenously hungry that he would have willingly died for a crust of barley bread. "Have you ever tasted anything more delicious," went on the old man, "than the spices in these dishes?" "Never, indeed," replied Shakashik. "Eat heartily then," said his host, "and do not be ashamed." "I thank you, sir," answered Shakashik, "but I have already eaten my fill." Presently, however, the old man clapped his hands again and cried, "Bring in the wine." "Sir," said Shakashik, "your generosity overwhelms me." He lifted the invisible cup to his lips, and made as if to drain it at one gulp. "A health and joy to you," exclaimed the old man, as he pretended to pour himself some wine and drink it off. He handed another cup to his guest, and they both continued to act in this fashion until Shakashik, feigning himself drunk, began to roll his head from side to side. Then, taking his bounteous host unawares, he suddenly raised his arm so high that the white of his armpit could be seen, and dealt him a blow on the neck which made the hall echo with the sound. And this he followed by a second blow. The old man rose in anger and cried, "What are you doing, vile creature?" "'Tis, sir," replied my brother. "You have received your humble slave into your house and loaded him with your generosity. You have fed him with the choicest food and quenched his thirst with the most potent wines. Alas, he became drunk and forgot his manners, but you are so noble, sir, that you will surely pardon his offense." When he heard these words, the old man burst out laughing and said, "For a long time I have jested with all types of men, but no one has ever had the patience or the wit to enter into my humours as you have done. Now, therefore, I pardon you, and ask you in truth to eat and drink with me, and to be my companion as long as I live." Then the old man ordered his attendants to serve all the dishes which they had consumed in fancy, and when he and my brother had eaten their fill, they repaired to the drinking chamber, where beautiful young women sang and made music. The old Barmecide gave Shakashik a robe of honour, and made him his constant companion. The Tale of Shakashik, the Barber's sixth brother, Tales from the 1001 Nights, translated by N.J. Darwood interpretation. Who was seducing whom? It was Sukarno who was during the seducing, and his seduction of Adams followed a classical sequence. First, he chose the right victim. An experienced journalist would have resisted the lure of a personal relationship with the subject, and a man would have been less susceptible to his charm. And so he picked a woman, and one whose journalistic experience lay elsewhere. At his first meeting with Adams, he sent mixed signals. He was friendly to her, but hinted at another kind of interest as well. Then, having insinuated a doubt in her mind, perhaps he just wants an affair, he proceeded to mirror her. He indulged her every mood, retreating every time she complained. Indulging a person is a form of entering their spirit, letting them dominate for the time being. Perhaps Sukarno's passes at Adam showed his uncontrollable libido at work, or perhaps they were more cunning. He had a reputation as a Don Juan. Failing to make a pass at her would have hurt her feelings. Women are often less offended at being found attractive than one imagines, and Sukarno was clever enough to have given each of his 4 wives the impression that she was his favorite. To pass out of the way, he moved further into her spirit, taking on her casual air, even slightly feminizing himself by adopting her hair color. The result was that she decided he was not what she had expected or feared him to be. He was not in the least threatening, and after all, she was the one in control. What Adams failed to realize was that once her defenses were lowered, she was oblivious to how deeply he had engaged her emotions. She had not charmed him, he had charmed her. What he wanted all along was what he got, a personal memoir written by a sympathetic foreigner, who gave the world a rather engaging portrait of a man of whom many were suspicious. Of all the seductive tactics, entering someone's spirit is perhaps the most devilish of all. It gives your victims the feeling that they are seducing you. The fact that you are indulging them, imitating them, entering the spirit suggests that you are under their spell. You are not a dangerous seducer to be wary of, but someone compliant and unthreatening. The attention you pay to them is intoxicating since you are mirroring them. Everything they see and hear from you reflects their own ego and tastes. What a boost to their vanity. All this sets up the seduction, the series of maneuvers that will turn the dynamic around. Once their defenses are down, they are open to subtle influence. Soon you will begin to take over the dance, and without even noticing the shift, they will find themselves entering your spirit. This is the end game. Women are not at their ease except with those who take chances with them and enter into their spirit. Ninondi Elenclo's keys to seduction. One of the great sources of frustration in our lives is other people's stubbornness. How hard it is to reach them, to make them see things our way. We often have the impression that when they seem to be listening to us, and apparently agreeing with us, it is all superficial. The moment we are gone, they revert to their own ideas. We spend our lives butting up against people, as if they were stone walls. But instead of complaining about how misunderstood or ignored you are, why not try something different? Instead of seeing other people as spiteful or indifferent, instead of trying to figure out why they act the way they do, look at them through the eyes of the seducer. The way to lure people out of their natural intractability and self-obsession is to enter their spirit. All of us are narcissists. When we were children, our narcissism was physical. We were interested in our own image, our own body, as if it were a separate being. As we grow older, our narcissism grows more psychological. We become absorbed in our own tastes, opinions, experiences. A hard shell forms around us. Paradoxically, the way to entice people out of this shell is to become more like them, in fact, a kind of mirror image of them. You do not have to spend days studying their minds, simply conform to their moods, adapt to their tastes, play along with whatever they send you away. In doing so, you will lower their natural defensiveness. The sense of self-esteem does not feel threatened by your strangeness or different habits. People truly love themselves, but what they love most of all is to see their ideas and tastes reflected in another person. This validates them. Their habitual insecurity vanishes. Hypnotized by their mirror image, they relax. Now that their inner wall has crumbled, you can slowly draw them out and eventually turn the dynamic around. Once they are open to you, it becomes easy to infect them with your own moods and heat. Entering the other person's spirit is a kind of hypnosis. It is the most insidious and effective form of persuasion known to man. In the 18th century Chinese novel The Dream of the Red Chamber, all the young girls in the prosperous house of Qi are in love with the rakish Pao Yu. He is certainly handsome, but what makes him irresistible is his uncanny ability to enter a young girl's spirit. Pao Yu has spent his youth around girls, whose company he has always preferred. As a result, he never comes over as threatening and aggressive. He is granted entry to girls' rooms. They see him everywhere, and the more they see him, the more they fall under his spell. It is not that Pao Yu is feminine, he remains a man, but one who can be more or less masculine as the situation requires. His familiarity with young girls allows him the flexibility to enter their spirit. This is a great advantage. The difference between the sexes is what makes love and seduction possible, but it also involves an element of fear and distrust. A woman may fear male aggression and violence. A man is often unable to enter a woman's spirit, and so he remains strange and threatening. The greatest seducers in history, from Casanova to John F. Kennedy, grew up surrounded by women and had a touch of femininity themselves. The philosopher Soren Kierkegaard, in his novel The Seducer's Diary, recommends spending more time with the opposite sex, getting to know that enemy and its weaknesses, so that you can turn this knowledge to your advantage. Ninonda Elenclos, one of the greatest seductresses who ever lived, had definite masculine qualities. She could impress a man with her intense philosophical keenness, and charm him by seeming to share his interest in politics and warfare. Many men first form deep friendships with her, only to later fall madly in love. The masculine in a woman is as soothing to men as the feminine in a man is to women. To a man, a woman's strangeness can create frustration and even hostility. He may be lured into a sexual encounter, but a longer, lasting spell cannot be created without an accompanying mental seduction. The key is to enter his spirit. Men are often seduced by the masculine element in a woman's behavior or character. In the novel Clarissa 1748 by Samuel Richardson, the young and devout Clarissa Harlowe is being courted by the notorious rake Lovelace. Clarissa knows Lovelace's reputation, but for the most part he has not acted as she would expect. He is polite, seems a little sad and confused. At one point she finds out that he has done a most noble and charitable deed to a family in distress, giving the father money, helping the man's daughter get married, giving them wholesome advice. At last Lovelace confesses to Clarissa what she has suspected. He wants to repent, to change his ways. His letters to her are emotional, almost religious in their passion. Perhaps she will be the one to lead him to righteousness. But of course Lovelace has trapped her. He is using the seducer's tactic of mirroring her tastes, in this case of spirituality. Once she lets her guard down, once she believes she can reform him, she is doomed. Now he can slowly insinuate his own spirit into his letters and encounters with her. Remember, the operative word is spirit, and that is often exactly where to take aim. By seeming to mirror someone's spiritual values, you can seem to establish a deep-rooted harmony between the two of you, which can then be transferred to the physical plane. When Josephine Baker moved to Paris in 1925 as part of an all-black revue, her exoticism made her an overnight sensation. But the French are notoriously fickle, and Baker sensed that their interest in her would quickly pass to someone else. To seduce them for good, she entered their spirit. She learned French and began to sing in it. She started dressing and acting as a stylish French lady, as if to say that she preferred the French way of life to the American. Countries are like people, they have vast insecurities, and they feel threatened by other customs. It is often quite seductive to a people to see an outsider adopting their ways. Benjamin Disraeli was born and lived all his life in England, but he was Jewish by birth, and had exotic features. The provincial English considered him an outsider. Yet he was more English in his manners and tastes than many an Englishman, and this was part of his charm, which he proved by becoming the leader of the Conservative Party. Should you be an outsider, as most of us ultimately are, turn it to advantage, play on your alien nature in such a way as to show the group how deeply you prefer their tastes and customs to your own. In 1752, the notorious Rake Saltykov determined to be the first man in the Russian court to seduce the 23-year-old Grand Duchess, a future Empress Catherine the Great. He knew that she was lonely. Her husband Peter ignored her, as did many of the other courtiers. And yet the obstacles were immense. She was spied on day and night. Still, Saltykov managed to befriend the young woman and to enter her all-too-small circle. He finally got her alone and made it clear to her how well he understood her loneliness, how deeply he disliked her husband, and how much he shared her interest in the new ideas that were sweeping Europe. Soon he found himself able to arrange further meetings, where he gave her the impression that when he was with her, nothing else in the world mattered. Catherine fell deeply in love with him, and he did in fact become her first lover. Saltykov had entered her spirit. When you mirror people, you focus intense attention on them. They will sense the effort you are making, and will find it flattering. Obviously you have chosen them, separating them out from the rest. There seems to be nothing else in your life but them, their moods, their tastes, their spirit. The more you focus on them, the deeper the spell you produce, and the intoxicating effect you have on their vanity. Many of us have difficulty reconciling the person we are right now with the person we want to be. We are disappointed that we have compromised our youthful ideals, and we still imagine ourselves as that person who had so much promise, but whom circumstances prevented from realizing it. When you are mirroring someone, do not stop at the person they have become. Enter the spirit of the ideal person they wanted to be. This is how the French writer Chateaubriand managed to become a great seducer, despite his physical ugliness. When he was growing up, in the latter 18th century, romanticism was coming into fashion, and many young women felt deeply oppressed by the lack of romance in their lives. Chateaubriand would reawaken the fantasy they had had as young girls of being swept off their feet, of fulfilling romantic ideals. This form of entering another's spirit is perhaps the most effective kind, because it makes people feel better about themselves. In your presence, they live the life of the person they had wanted to be, a great lover, a romantic hero, whatever it is. Discover those crushed ideals and mirror them, bringing them back to life by reflecting them back to your target. Few can resist such a lure. Symbol, the hunter's mirror. The lark is a savory bird, but difficult to catch. In the field, the hunter places a mirror on a stand. The lark lands in front of the glass, steps back and forth, entranced by its own moving image and by the imitative mating dance it sees performed before its eyes. Hypnotized, the bird loses all sense of its surroundings until the hunter's net traps it against the mirror. Reversal in 1897 in Berlin, the poet Rainer Maria Rilke, whose reputation would later circle the world, met Leandre Salome, the Russian-born writer and beauty who was notorious for having broken Nietzsche's heart. She was the darling of Berlin intellectuals, and although Rilke was 22 when she was 36, he fell head over heels in love with her. He flooded her with love letters, which showed that he had read all her books and knew her tastes intimately. The two became friends. Soon she was editing his poetry, and he hung on her every word. Salome was flattered by Rilke's mirroring of her spirit, enchanted by the intense attention he paid her and the spiritual communion they began to develop. She became his lover. But she was worried about his future. It was difficult to make a living as a poet, and she encouraged him to learn her native language, Russian, and become a translator. He followed her advice so avidly that within months he could speak Russian. They visited Russia together, and Rilke was overwhelmed by what he saw: the peasants, the folk customs, the art, the architecture. Back in Berlin, he turned his rooms into a kind of shrine to Russia, and started wearing Russian peasant blouses and peppering his conversation with Russian phrases. Now the charm of his mirroring soon wore off. At first, Salome had been flattered that he shared her interests so intensely, but now she saw this as something else. He seemed to have no real identity. He had become dependent on her for his own self-esteem. It was also slavish. In 1899, much to his horror, she broke off the relationship. The lesson is simple: your entry into a person's spirit must be a tactic, a way to bring him or her under your spell. You cannot be simply a sponge, soaking up the other person's moods. Mirror them for too long and they will see through you and be repelled by you. Beneath the similarity to them that you make them see, you must have a strong underlying sense of your own identity. When the time comes, you will want to lead them into your spirit. You cannot live on their turf. Never take mirroring too far, then. It is only useful in the first phase of a seduction. At some point the dynamic must be reversed. This desire for a double of the other sex that resembles us absolutely while still being other, for a magical creature who is ourself while possessing the advantage, over all our imaginings, of an autonomous existence. We find traces of it in even the most banal circumstances of love, in the attraction linked to any change, any disguise, as in the importance of unison and the repetition of self in the other. The great, the implacable amorous passions are all linked to the fact that a being imagines he sees his most secret self spying upon him behind the curtain of another's eyes. Robert Musil, quoted in Denny's Derugement, Love Declared, translated by Richard Howard, create temptation, lure the target deep into your seduction by creating the proper temptation, a glimpse of the pleasures to come. As the serpent tempted Eve with the promise of forbidden knowledge, you must awaken a desire in your targets that they cannot control. Find that weakness of theirs, that fantasy that has yet to be realized, and hint that you can lead them toward it. It could be wealth, it could be adventure, it could be forbidden and guilty pleasures. The key is to keep it vague. Dangle the prize before their eyes, postponing satisfaction, and let their minds do the rest. The future seems ripe with possibility. Stimulate a curiosity stronger than the doubts and anxieties that go with it, and they will follow you. The tantalizing object: sometime in the 1880s, a gentleman named Don Juan de Todelas was wandering through a park in Madrid when he saw a woman in her early 20s getting out of a coach, followed by a 2-year-old child and a nursemaid. The young woman was elegantly dressed, but what took Don Juan's breath away was her resemblance to a woman he had known nearly 3 years before. Surely she could not be the same person. The woman he had known, Cristita Maruela, was a showgirl in a second-rate theatre. She had been an orphan, and was quite poor. Her circumstances could not have changed that much. He moved closer, the same beautiful face. And then he heard her voice. He was so shocked that he had to sit down. It was indeed the same woman. Don Juan was an incorrigible seducer, whose conquests were innumerable and of every variety. But he remembered his affair with Cristita quite clearly because she had been so young, the most charming girl he had ever met. He had seen her in the theatre, had courted her assiduously, and had managed to persuade her to take a trip with him to a seaside town. Although they had separate rooms, nothing could stop Don Juan. He made up a story about business troubles, gained her sympathy, and in a tender moment took advantage of her weakness. A few days later he left her on the pretext that he had to attend to business. He believed he would never see her again. Feeling a little guilty, a rare occurrence with him, he sent her 5,000 pesetas, pretending he would eventually rejoin her. Instead, he went to Paris. He had only recently returned to Madrid. As he sat and remembered all this, an idea troubled him: the child. Could the boy possibly be his? If not, she must have married almost immediately after their affair. How could she do such a thing? She was obviously wealthy now. Who could her husband be? Did he know of her past? Mixed with his confusion was intense desire. She was so young and beautiful. Why had he given her up so easily? Somehow, even if she was married, he had to get her back. For these two crimes Tantalus was punished with the ruin of his kingdom, and after his death by Zeus's own hand, with eternal torment in the company of Ixion, Sisyphus, Titus, the Danaids, and others. Now he hangs, perennially consumed by thirst and hunger, from the bough of a fruit tree which leans over a marshy lake. Its waves lap against his waist, and sometimes reach his chin, yet whenever he bends down to drink, they slip away, and nothing remains but the black mud at his feet, or, if he ever succeeds in scooping up a handful of water, it slips through his fingers before he can do more than wet his cracked lips, leaving him thirstier than ever. The tree is laden with pears, shining apples, sweet figs, ripe olives and pomegranates, which dangle against his shoulders, but whenever he reaches for the luscious fruit, a gust of wind whirls them out of his reach. Robert Graves, The Greek Myths, Volume 2. Don Juan began to frequent the park every day. He saw her a few more times, their eyes met, but she pretended not to notice him. Tracing the nursemaid during one of her errands, he struck up a conversation with her and asked her about her mistress's husband. She told him the man's name was Senor Martinez and that he was away on an extended business trip. She also told him where Cressida now lived. Don Juan gave her a note to give to her mistress. Then he strolled by Cressida's house, a beautiful palace. His worst suspicions were confirmed. She had married for money. Cressida refused to see him. He persisted, sending more notes. Finally, to avoid a scene, she agreed to meet him, just once, in the park. He prepared for the meeting carefully. Seducing her again would be a delicate operation. But when he saw her coming toward him in her beautiful clothes, his emotions and his lust got the better of him. She could only belong to him, never to another man, he told her. Cressida took offense at this. Obviously her present circumstances prevented even one more meeting. Still, beneath her coolness he could sense strong emotions. He begged to see her again, but she left without promising anything. He sent her more letters, meanwhile racking his brains trying to piece it all together. Who was the Senor Martinez? Why would he marry a showgirl? How could Cressida be wrested away from him? Finally Cressida agreed to meet Don Juan one more time in the theatre, where he dared not risk a scandal. They took a box, where they could talk. She reassured him the child was not his. She said he only wanted her now because she belonged to another, because he could not have her. No, he said, he had changed. He would do anything to get her back. Disconcertingly, at moments her eyes seemed to be flirting with him. But then she seemed to be about to cry, and rested her head on his shoulder only to get up immediately, as if realizing this was a mistake. This was their last meeting, she said, and quickly fled. Don Juan was beside himself. She was playing with him, she was a coquette. He had only been claiming to have changed, but perhaps it was true. No woman had ever treated him this way before. He would never have allowed it. For the next few nights Don Juan slept poorly. All he could think about was Cressida. He had nightmares about killing her husband, about growing old and being alone. It was all too much. He had to leave town. He sent her a goodbye note, and to his amazement she replied. She wanted to see him. She had something to tell him. By now he was too weak to resist. As she had requested, he met her on a bridge at night. This time she made no effort to control herself. Yes, she still loved Don Juan, and was ready to run away with him. But he should come to her house tomorrow in broad daylight and take her away. There could be no secrecy. Don Juan, Araminta, listened to the truth, for are not women friends of truth? I am a nobleman, heir to the ancient family of the Tenorios, the conquerors of Seville. After the king, my father is the most powerful and considered man at court. By chance I happened on this road and saw you. Love sometimes behaves in a manner that surprises even himself. Araminta, I don't know if what you're saying is truth or lying rhetoric. I am married to Patricio, everybody knows it. How can the marriage be annulled, even if he abandons me? Don Juan, when the marriage is not consummated, whether by malice or deceit, it can be annulled. Araminta, you are right. But God help me, would you desert me the moment you have separated me from my husband? Don Juan, Araminta, light of my eyes, tomorrow your beautiful feet will slip into polished silver slippers with buttons of the purest gold. And your alabaster throat will be imprisoned in beautiful necklaces. On your fingers, rings set with amethysts will shine like stars, and from your ears will dangle oriental pearls. Araminta, I am yours. Terso de Molina, the playboy of Seville, translated by Adrian M. Schizzano and Oscar Mandel, in Mandel, ed. The theatre of Don Juan. Now the serpent was more subtle than any other wild creature that the Lord Giardi had made. He said to the woman, Did God say, You shall not eat of any tree of the garden? And the woman said to the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but God said, You shall not eat of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, neither shall you touch it, lest you die. But the serpent said to the woman, You will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. So when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of its fruit and ate, and she also gave some to her husband, and he ate. Genesis 3:1. Old Testament. Beside himself for joy, Don Juan agreed to her demands. The next day he showed up at her palace at the appointed hour, and asked for Senora Martinez. There was no one there by that name, said the woman at the door. Don Juan insisted, Her name is Cressida. Oh, Cressida, the woman said. She lives in the back, with the other tenants. Confused, Don Juan went to the back of the palace. There he thought he saw her son, playing in the street in dirty clothes. But no, he said to himself, it must be some other child. He came to Cressida's door, and instead of her servant, Cressida herself opened it. He entered. It was the room of a poor person. Hanging on improvised racks, however, were Cressida's elegant clothes. As if in a dream, he sat down, dumbfounded, and listened as Cressida revealed the truth. She was not married. She had no child. Months after he had left her, she had realized that she had been the victim of a consummate seducer. She still loved Don Juan, but she was determined to turn the tables. Finding out through a mutual friend that he had returned to Madrid, she took the 5,000 pesetas he had sent her and bought expensive clothes. She borrowed a neighbor's child, asked the neighbor's cousin to play the child's nursemaid, and rented a coach hall to create an elaborate fantasy that existed only in his mind. Cressida did not even have to lie. She never actually said she was married or had a child. She knew that being unable to have her would make him want her more than ever. It was the only way to seduce a man like him. Overwhelmed by the lengths she had gone to, and by the emotion she had so skillfully stirred in him, Don Juan forgave Cressida and offered to marry her. To his surprise, and perhaps to his relief, she politely declined. The moment they married, she said, his eyes would wander elsewhere. Only if they stayed as they were could she maintain the upper hand. Don Juan had no choice but to agree. Interpretation. Cressida and Don Juan are characters in the novel Dulce Sabrosa Sweet and Savory 1891 by the Spanish writer Jacinto Octavio Picon. Most of Picon's work deals with male seducers and their feminine victims, a subject he studied and knew much about. Abandoned by Don Juan, and reflecting on his nature, Cressida decided to kill 2 birds with one stone. She would get revenge and get him back. But how could she love such a man? The fruit once tasted, he no longer wanted it. What came easily to him, or fell into his arms, held no allure for him. What would tempt Don Juan into desiring Cressida again, into pursuing her, was the sense that she was already taken, that she was forbidden fruit. That was his weakness, that was why he pursued virgins, and married women he was not supposed to have. To a man, she reasoned, the grass always seems greener somewhere else. She would make herself that distant, alluring object, just out of reach, tantalizing him, stirring up emotions he could not control. He knew how charming and desirable she had once been to him. The idea of possessing her again, and the pleasure he imagined it would bring, were too much for him. He swallowed the bait. Temptation is a twofold process. First, you are coquettish, flirtatious, you stimulate a desire by promising pleasure and distraction from daily life. At the same time, you make it clear to your targets that they cannot have you, at least not right away. You are establishing a barrier, some kind of tension. Thou strong seducer, opportunity. John Dryden as he listened. Mazzetto experienced such a longing to go and stay with these nuns that his whole body tingled with excitement, for it was clear from what he had heard that he should be able to achieve what he had in mind. Realizing, however, that he would get nowhere by revealing his intentions to Nieto, he replied, "How right you were to come away from the nunnery. What sort of a life can any man lead when he is surrounded by a lot of women? He might as well be living with a pack of devils. Why, 6 times out of 7 they don't even know their own minds." But when they had finished talking, Mazzetto began to consider what steps he ought to take so that he could go and stay with them. Knowing himself to be perfectly capable of carrying out the duties mentioned by Nieto, he had no worries about losing the job on that particular score, but he was afraid lest he should be turned down because of his youth and his unusually attractive appearance. And so, having rejected a number of other possible expedients, he eventually thought to himself, the convent is a long way off, and there's nobody there who knows me. If I can pretend to be dumb, they'll take me on for sure. Clinging firmly to this conjecture, he therefore dressed himself in pauper's rags and slung an axe over his shoulder, and without telling anyone where he was going, he set out for the convent. On his arrival, he wandered into the courtyard, where as luck would have it he came across the steward, and with the aid of gestures such as dumb people use, he conveyed the impression that he was begging for something to eat, in return for which he would attend to any wood chopping that needed to be done. The steward gladly provided him with something to eat, after which he presented him with a pile of logs that Nieto had been unable to chop. Now, when the steward had discovered what an excellent gardener he was, he gestured to Mazzetto, asking him whether he would like to stay there, and the latter made signs to indicate that he was willing to do whatever the steward wanted. Now, one day, when Mazzetto happened to be taking a rest after a spell of strenuous work, he was approached by 2 very young nuns who were out walking in the garden. Since he gave them the impression that he was asleep, they began to stare at him, and the bolder of the 2 said to her companion, "If I could be sure that you would keep it a secret, I would tell you about an idea that has often crossed my mind, and one that might well work out to our mutual benefit." "Did you tell me?" replied the other. "You can be quite certain that I shan't talk about it to anyone." The bold one began to speak more plainly. "I wonder," she said, "whether you have ever considered what a strict life we have to lead, and how the only men who ever dare set foot in this place are the steward, who is elderly, and the stump gardener of ours. Yet I have often heard it said, by several of the ladies who have come to visit us, that all other pleasures in the world are mere trifles by comparison with the one experienced by a woman when she goes with a man. I have thus been thinking, since I have nobody else to hand, that I would like to discover with the aid of this dumb fellow whether they are telling the truth. As it happens, there couldn't be a better man for the purpose, because even if he wanted to let the cat out of the bag, he wouldn't be able to. He wouldn't even know how to explain, for you can see for yourself what a mentally retarded, dim-witted hulk of a youth the fellow is. I would be glad to know what you think of the idea." "Dear me," said the other. "Don't you realize that we have promised God to preserve our virginity, to Pa?" she said. We are constantly making him promises that we never keep. What does it matter if we fail to keep this one? He can always find other girls to preserve their virginity for him. Before the time came for them to leave, they had each made repeated trials of the dumb fellow's riding ability, and later on, when they were busily swapping tales about it all, they agreed that it was every bit as pleasant an experience as they had been led to believe, indeed more so. And from then on, whenever the opportunity arose, they whiled away many a pleasant hour in the dumb fellow's arms. One day, however, a companion of theirs happened to look out from the window of her cell, saw the goings-on, and drew the attention of two others to what was afoot. Having talked the matter over between themselves, they at first decided to report the pair to the abbess. But then they changed their minds, and by common agreement with the other two, they took up shares in Mazzetto's holding. And because of various indiscretions, these 5 were subsequently joined by the remaining 3, one after the other. Finally, the abbess, who was still unaware of all this, was taking a stroll one very hot day in the garden, all by herself, when she came across Mazzetto stretched out fast asleep in the shade of an almond tree. Too much riding by night had left him with very little strength for the day's labours, and so there he lay, with his clothes ruffled up in front by the wind, leaving him all exposed. Finding herself alone, the lady stood with her eyes riveted to the spectacle, and she was seized by the same craving to which her young charges had already succumbed. So, having roused Mazzetto, she led him away to her room, where she kept him for several days, thus provoking bitter complaints from the nuns over the fact that the handyman had suspended work in the garden. Before sending him back to his own quarters, she repeatedly savoured the one pleasure for which she had always reserved her most fierce disapproval, and from then on she demanded regular supplementary allocations, amounting to considerably more than her fair share. Giovanni Boccaccio, the Decameron, translated by G. H. McWilliam in days gone by, such barriers were easy to create by taking advantage of pre-existing social obstacles of class, race, marriage, religion. Today the barriers have to be more psychological. Your heart is taken by someone else, you are really not interested in the target, some secret holds you back, the timing is bad, you are not good enough for the other person is not good enough for you, and so on. Conversely, you can choose someone who has a built-in barrier, they are taken, they are not meant to want you. These barriers are more subtle than the social or religious variety, but they are barriers nevertheless, and the psychology remains the same. People are perversely excited by what they cannot or should not have. Create this inner conflict, there is excitement and interest, but you are unavailable and you will have them grasping like Tantalus for water. And as with Don Juan and Cristita, the more you make your targets pursue you, the more they imagine that it is they who are the aggressors. Your seduction is perfectly disguised. The only way to get rid of temptation is to yield to it. Oscar Wilde accused to seduction most of the time, people struggle to maintain security and a sense of balance in their lives. If they were always uprooting themselves in pursuit of every new person or fantasy that passed them by, they could not survive the daily grind. They usually win the struggle, but it does not come easy. The world is full of temptation. They read about people who have more than they do, about adventures others are having, about people who have found wealth and happiness. The security that they strive for, and that they seem to have in their lives, is actually an illusion. It covers up a constant tension. As a seducer, you can never mistake people's appearance for reality. You know that their fight to keep order in their lives is exhausting, and that they are gnawed by doubts and regrets. It is hard to be good and virtuous, always having to repress the strongest desires. With that knowledge in mind, seduction is easier. What people want is not temptation. Temptation happens every day. What people want is to give in to temptation, to yield. That is the only way to get rid of the tension in their lives. It costs much more to resist temptation than to surrender. Your task, then, is to create a temptation that is stronger than the daily variety. It has to be focused on them, aimed at them as individuals, at their weakness. Understand, everyone has a principal weakness, from which others stem. Find that childhood insecurity, that lack in their life, and you hold the key to tempting them. Their weakness may be greed, vanity, boredom, some deeply repressed desire, a hunger for forbidden fruit. They signal it in little details that elude their conscious control, their style of clothing, and offhand comment. Their past, and particularly their past romances, will be littered with clues. Give them a potent temptation tailored to their weakness, and you can make the hope or pleasure that you stir in them figure more prominently than the doubts and anxieties that accompany it. In 1621, King Philip Roman III of Spain desperately wanted to forge an alliance with England by marrying his daughter to the son of the English king, James I. James seemed open to the idea, but he stalled for time. Spain's ambassador to the English court, a man called Gondomar, was given the task of advancing Philip's plan. He set his sights on the king's favourite, the Duke former Earl of Buckingham. Gondomar knew the Duke's main weakness, vanity. Buckingham hungered for the glory and adventure that would add to his fame. He was bored with his limited tasks, and he pouted and whined about this. The ambassador first flattered him profusely. The Duke was the ablest man in the country, and it was a shame he was given so little to do. Then he began to whisper to him of a great adventure. The Duke, as Gondomar knew, was in favour of the match with the Spanish princess, but these damned marriage negotiations with King James were taking so long and getting nowhere. What if the Duke were to accompany the King's son, his good friend Prince Charles, to Spain? Of course, this would have to be done in secret, without guards or escorts, for the English government and its ministers would never sanction such a trip. But that would make it all the more dangerous and romantic. Once in Madrid, the prince could throw himself at Princess Maria's feet, declare his undying love, and carry her back to England in triumph. What a chivalrous deed it would be, and all for love. The Duke would get all the credit, and it would make his name famous for centuries. The Duke fell for the idea and convinced Charles to go along. After much arguing, they also convinced a reluctant King James. The trip was a near disaster. Charles would have had to convert to Catholicism to win Maria, and the marriage never happened, but Gondomar had done his job. He did not bribe the Duke with offers of money or power. He aimed at the childlike part of him that never grew up. A child has little power to resist. It wants everything, now, and rarely thinks of the consequences. A child lies lurking in everyone, a pleasure that was denied them, a desire that was repressed. Hit at that point, tempt them with the proper toy adventure, money, fun, and they will slough off their normal adult reasonableness. Recognize their weakness by whatever childlike behavior they reveal in daily life. It is the tip of the iceberg. Napoleon Bonaparte was appointed the Supreme General of the French army in 1796. His commission was to defeat the Austrian forces that had taken over northern Italy. The obstacles were immense. Napoleon was only 26 at the time. The generals below him were envious of his position and doubtful of his abilities. His soldiers were tired, underfed, underpaid, and grumpy. How could he motivate this group to fight the highly experienced Austrian army? As he prepared to cross the Alps into Italy, Napoleon gave a speech to his troops that may have been the turning point in his career and in his life. Soldiers, you are half starved and half naked. The government owes you much, but can do nothing for you. Your patience, your courage do you honor, but give you no glory. I will lead you into the most fertile plains of the world. There you will find flourishing cities, teeming provinces. There you will reap honor, glory, and wealth. The speech had a powerful effect. Days later, these same soldiers, after a rough climb over the mountains, gazed down on the Piedmont Valley. Napoleon's words echoed in their ears, and a ragged, grumbling gang became an inspired army that would sweep across northern Italy in pursuit of the Austrians. Napoleon's use of temptation had two elements: behind you is a grim past, ahead of you is a future of wealth and glory, if you follow me. Integral to the temptation strategy is a clear demonstration that the target has nothing to lose and everything to gain. The present offers little hope, the future can be full of pleasure and excitement. Remember to keep the future gains vague, though, and somewhat out of reach. Be too specific and you will disappoint. Make the promise too close at hand, and you will not be able to postpone satisfaction long enough to get what you want. The barriers, intentions, and temptation are there to stop people from giving in too easily and too superficially. You want them to struggle, to resist, to be anxious. Queen Victoria surely fell in love with her Prime Minister, Benjamin Disraeli, but there were barriers of religion. He was a dark-skinned Jew. Class, she, of course, was a queen. Social taste, she was a paragon of virtue. He a notorious dandy. The relationship was never consummated, but what deliciousness those barriers gave to their daily encounters, which were full of constant flirtation. Many such social barriers are gone today, so they have to be manufactured. It is the only way to put spice into seduction. Taboos of any kind are a source of tension, and they are psychological now, not religious. You are looking for some repression, some secret desire that will make your victims squirm uncomfortably if you hit upon it, but will tempt them all the more. Search in their past. Whatever they seem to fear or flee from might hold the key. It could be a yearning for a mother or father figure, or a latent homosexual desire. Perhaps you can satisfy that desire by presenting yourself as a masculine woman or a feminine man. For others, you play the Lolita or the daddy, someone they are not supposed to have, the dark side of their personality. Keep the connection vague. You want them to reach for something elusive, something that comes out of their own mind. In London in 1769, Casanova met a young woman named Sharpler. She was much younger than he, as beautiful a woman as he had ever known, and with a reputation for destroying men. In one of their first encounters, she told him straight out that he would fall for her and she would ruin him. To everyone's disbelief, Casanova pursued her. In each encounter she hinted she might give in perhaps the next time, if he was nice to her. She inflamed his curiosity what pleasure she would yield. He would be the first, he would tame her. The venom of desire penetrated my whole being so completely, he later wrote, that had she so wished it, she could have despoiled me of everything I possessed. I would have beggared myself for one little kiss. This affair, indeed, proved his ruin. She humiliated him. Chapelain had rightly gauged that Casanova's primary weakness was his need for conquest, to overcome challenge, to taste what no other man had tasted. Beneath this was a kind of masochism, a pleasure in the pain a woman could give him. Plain the impossible woman, enticing and then frustrating him, she offered the ultimate temptation. What will often do the trick is to give the target the sense that you are a challenge, a prize to be won. In possessing you, they will get what no other has had. They may even get pain, but pain is close to pleasure and offers its own temptations. In the Old Testament, we read that David arose from his couch and was walking upon the roof of the king's house, and he saw from the roof a woman bathing, and the woman was very beautiful. The woman was Bathsheba. David summoned her, seduced her supposedly, then proceeded to get rid of her husband, Uriah, in battle. In fact, however, it was Bathsheba who had seduced David. She baited on her roof at an hour when she knew he would be standing on his balcony. After tempting a man she knew had the weakest for women, she played the coquette, forcing him to come after her. This is the opportunity strategy. Give someone weak the chance to have what they lust after by merely placing yourself within their reach, as if by accident. Temptation is often a matter of timing, of crossing the path of the weak at the right moment, giving them the opportunity to surrender. Bathsheba used her entire body as a lure, but it is often more effective to use only a part of the body, creating a fetish-like effect. Madame Recamier would let you glimpse her body beneath the sheer dresses she wore, but only briefly, when she took off her overgarment to dance. Men would leave that evening dreaming of what little they had seen. Empress Josephine made a point of baring her beautiful arms in public. Give the target only a part of you to fantasize about, thereby creating a constant temptation in their mind. Symbol the apple in the Garden of Eden. The fruit looks deeply inviting, and you are not supposed to eat of it. It is forbidden. But that is precisely why you think of it day and night. You see it but cannot have it. And the only way to get rid of this temptation is to yield and taste the fruit. Reversal: the reverse of temptation is security or satisfaction, and both are fatal to seduction. If you cannot tempt someone out of their habitual comfort, you cannot seduce them. If you satisfy the desire you have awakened, the seduction is over. There is no reversal to temptation. Although some stages can be passed over, no seduction can proceed without some form of temptation, so it is always better to plan it carefully, tailoring it to the weakness and childishness in your particular target. Phase 2: lead astray. Creating pleasure and confusion. Your victims are sufficiently intrigued and their desire for you is growing, but their attachment is weakened. At any moment they could decide to turn back. The goal in this phase is to lead your victims so far astray, keeping them emotional and confused, giving them pleasure but making them want more, that retreat is no longer possible. Springing on them a pleasant surprise will make them see you as delightfully unpredictable, but will also keep them off balance. 9. Keep them in suspense. What comes next? The artful use of soft and pleasant words will intoxicate them and stimulate fantasies. 10. Use the demonic power of words to sow confusion. Aesthetic touches and pleasant little rituals will titillate their senses, distract their minds. 11. Pay attention to detail. Your greatest danger in this phase is the mere hint of routine or familiarity. You need to maintain some mystery, to keep a little distance so that in your absence your victims become obsessed with you. 12. Poeticize your presence. They may realize they are falling for you, but they must never suspect how much of this has come from your manipulations. A well-timed display of your weakness, of how emotional you have become under their influence, will help cover your tracks. 13. Disarm through strategic weakness and vulnerability. To excite your victims and make them highly emotional, you must give them the feeling that they are actually living some of the fantasies you have stirred in their imagination. 14. Confuse desire and reality. By giving them only a part of the fantasy, you will keep them coming back for more. Focusing your attention on them so that the rest of the world fades away, even taking them on a trip, will lead them far astray. 15. Isolate your victim. There is no turning back. 9. Keep them in suspense. What comes next? The moment people feel they know what to expect from you, your spell on them is broken. Or you have ceded them power. The only way to lead the seduced along and keep the upper hand is to create suspense, a calculated surprise. People love a mystery, and this is the key to luring them further into your web. Behave in a way that leaves them wondering, what are you up to? Doing something they do not expect from you will give them a delightful sense of spontaneity. They will not be able to foresee what comes next. You are always one step ahead, and in control. Give the victim a thrill with a sudden change of direction. A calculated surprise. In 1753, the 28-year-old Giovanni Casanova met a young girl named Caterina with whom he fell in love. Her father knew what kind of man Casanova was, and to prevent some mishap before he could marry her off, he sent her away to a convent on the Venetian island of Murano, where she was to remain for 4 years. Casanova, however, was not one to be daunted. He smuggled letters to Caterina. He began to attend Mass at the convent several times a week, catching glimpses of her. The nuns began to talk among themselves, who was this handsome young man who appeared so often. One morning, as Casanova, leaving Mass, was about to board a gondola, a servant girl from the convent passed by and dropped a letter at his feet. Thinking it might be from Caterina, he picked it up. It was indeed intended for him, but it was not from Caterina. Its author was a nun at the convent who had noticed him on his many visits and wanted to make his acquaintance. Was he interested? If so, he should come to the convent's parlour at a particular time, when the nun would be receiving a visitor from the outside world, a friend of hers who was a countess. He could stand at a distance, observe her, and decide whether she was to his liking. Casanova was most intrigued by the letter. Its style was dignified, but there was something naughty about it as well, particularly from a nun. He had to find out more. At the appointed date and time, he stood to the side in the convent parlour and saw an elegantly dressed woman talking with a nun seated behind a grating. He heard the nun's name mentioned, and was astonished. It was Madame, a well-known Venetian in her early 20s, whose decision to enter a convent had surprised the whole city. But what astonished him most was that beneath her nun's habit he could see that she was a beautiful young woman, particularly in her eyes, which were a brilliant blue. Perhaps she needed a favour done, and intended that he would serve as her cat's-paw. I count upon taking the French people by surprise. A bold deed upsets people's equanimity, and they are dumbfounded by a great novelty. Napoleon Bonaparte quoted in Emil Ludwig, Napoleon, translated by Eden and Cedar Paul. The first care of any dandy is to never do what one expects them to do, to always go beyond. The unexpected can be nothing more than a gesture, but a gesture that is totally uncommon. Alcibiades cut off the tail of his dog in order to surprise people. When he saw the looks on his friends as they gazed upon the mutilated animal, he said, "Ah, that is precisely what I wanted to happen. As long as the Athenians gossip about this, they will not say anything worse about me. Attracting attention is not the only goal of a dandy. He wants to hold it by unexpected, even ridiculous means." After Alcibiades, how many apprentice dandies cut off the tails of their dogs? The Baron of St. Cric, for example, with his ice cream boots. One very hot day, he ordered a tortoise, 2 ice creams, the vanilla served in his right boot, the strawberry in his left boot. The Count St. Germain loved to bring his friends to the theatre. In his voluptuous carriage lined in pink satin and drawn by 2 black horses with enormous tails, he asked his friends in that inimitable tone of his, "Which piece of entertainment did you wish to see? Vaudeville, the variety show, the Palais Royal Theatre?" I took the liberty of purchasing a box for all 3 of them. But once the choice was made, with a look of great disdain, he would take the unused tickets, roll them up, and use them to light a cigar. Maud de Belleroche, de you dandy o plebeo wise curiosity got the better of him. A few days later, he returned to the convent and asked to see her. As he waited for her, his heart was beating a mile a minute. He did not know what to expect. She finally appeared and sat down behind the grating. They were alone in the room, and she said that she could arrange for them to have supper together at a little villa nearby. Casanova was delighted, but wondered what kind of nun he was dealing with. "And have you no lover but me?" he asked. "I have a friend, who is also absolutely my master," she replied. "It is to him I owe my wealth." She asked if he had a lover. "Yes," he replied. She then said, in a mysterious tone, "I warn you that if you once allow me to take her place in your heart, no power on earth can tear me from it." She then gave him the key to the villa and told him to meet her there in 2 nights. He kissed her through the grating and left her in a daze. "I passed the next 2 days in a state of feverish impatience," he wrote, "which prevented me from sleeping or eating. Over and above birth, beauty, and wit, my new conquest possessed an additional charm. She was forbidden fruit. I was about to become a rival of the church." He imagined her in her habit and with her shaven head. He arrived at the villa at the appointed hour. Mathilde was waiting for him. To his surprise, she wore an elegant dress, and somehow she had avoided having her head shaved, for her hair was in a magnificent chignon. Casanova began to kiss her. She resisted, but only slightly, and then pulled back, saying a meal was ready for them. Over dinner she filled in a few more of the gaps. Her money allowed her to bribe certain people, so that she could escape from the convent every so often. She had mentioned Casanova to her friend and master, and he had approved their liaison. "He must be old?" Casanova asked. "No," she replied, a glint in her eye. "He is in his 40s, and quite handsome." After supper, a bell rang, her signal to hurry back to the convent, or she would be caught. She changed back into her habit and left. A beautiful vista now seemed to stretch before Casanova of months spent in the villa with this delightful creature, all of it courtesy of the mysterious master who paid for it all. He soon returned to the convent to arrange the next meeting. They would rendezvous in a square in Venice, then retire to the villa. At the appointed time and place, Casanova saw a man approach him. Fearing it was her mysterious friend, or some other man sent to kill him, he recoiled. The man circled behind him, then came up close. It was Mathilde, wearing a mask and men's clothes. She laughed at the fright she had given him. What a devilish nun. He had to admit that dressed as a man she excited him even more. Casanova began to suspect that all was not as it seemed. For one, he found a collection of libertine novels and pamphlets in Mathilde's house. Then she made blasphemous comments, for example, about the joy they would have together during Lent, mortifying their flesh. Now she referred to her mysterious friend as her lover. A plan evolved in his mind to take her away from this man and from the convent, eloping with her and possessing her himself. While Shahzaman sat at one of the windows overlooking the king's garden, he saw a door open in the palace, through which came 20 slave girls and 20 negroes. In their midst was his brother's King Shahryar's queen, a woman of surpassing beauty. They made their way to the fountain, where they all undressed and sat on the grass. The king's wife then called out, "Come, Masud." Then there promptly came to her a black slave, who mounted her after smothering her with embraces and kisses. So also did the negroes with the slave girls, reveling together till the approach of night. And so Shahzaman related to his brother King Shahryar all that he had seen in the king's garden that day. Upon this, Shahryar announced his intention to set forth on another expedition. The troops went out of the city with the tents, and King Shahryar followed them. And after he had stayed a while in the camp, he gave orders to his slaves that no one was to be admitted to the king's tent. He then disguised himself and returned unnoticed to the palace, where his brother was waiting for him. They both sat at one of the windows overlooking the garden, and when they had been there a short time, the queen and her women appeared with the black slaves, and behaved as Shahzaman had described. As soon as they entered the palace, King Shahryar put his wife to death, together with her women and the black slaves. Thenceforth he made it his custom to take a virgin in marriage to his bed each night and kill her the next morning. This he continued to do for 3 years, until a clamor arose among the people, some of whom fled the country with their daughters. Now the vizier had 2 daughters. The elder was called Shahrazad, and the younger Dunyazad. Shahrazad possessed many accomplishments and was versed in the wisdom of the poets and the legends of ancient kings. That day Shahrazad noticed her father's anxiety and asked him what it was that troubled him. When the vizier told her of his predicament, she said, "Give me in marriage to this king. Either I shall die and be a ransom for the daughters of Muslims, or live and be the cause of their deliverance." He earnestly pleaded with her against such a hazard, but Shahrazad was resolved, and would not yield to her father's entreaties. So the vizier arrayed his daughter in bridal garments and decked her with jewels and made ready to announce Shahrazad's wedding to the king. Before saying farewell to her sister, Shahrazad gave her these instructions. "When I am received by the king, I shall send for you. Then when the king has finished his act with me, you must say, 'Tell me, my sister, some tale of marvel to beguile the night. Then I will tell you a tale which, if Allah wills, shall be the means of our deliverance.'" The vizier went with his daughter to the king. And when the king had taken the maiden Shahrazad to his chamber and had lain with her, she wept and said, "I have a young sister to whom I wish to bid farewell." The king sent for Dunyazad. When she arrived, she threw her arms around her sister's neck and seated herself by her side. Then Dunyazad said to Shahrazad, "Tell us, my sister, a tale of marvel, so that the night may pass pleasantly." Gladly, she answered, "If the king permits." And the king, who was troubled with sleeplessness, eagerly listened to the tale of Shahrazad. Once upon a time, in the city of Basra, there lived a prosperous tailor who was fond of sport and merriment. Nearly 3 years passed. Now during this time Shahrazad had borne King Shahryar 3 sons. On the 1,001st night, when she had ended the tale of Maruf, she rose and kissed the ground before him, saying, "Great king, for 1,001 nights I have been recounting to you the fables of past ages and the legends of ancient kings. May I be so bold as to crave a favor of your majesty?" The king replied, "Ask, and it shall be granted." Shahrazad called out to the nurses, saying, "Bring me my children. Behold these 3 little boys whom Allah has granted to us. For their sake I implore you to spare my life, for if you destroy the mother of these infants, they will find none among women to love them as I would." The king embraced his 3 sons, and his eyes filled with tears as he answered, "I swear by Allah, Shahrazad, that you were already pardoned before the coming of these children. I loved you because I found you chaste and tender, wise and eloquent. May Allah bless you, and bless your father and mother, your ancestors, and all your descendants. O Shahrazad, this 1,001st night is brighter for us than the day." Your tales from the 1,001 Nights, translated by N.J. Dawud. A few days later he received a letter from her, in which she made a confession. During one of their more passionate trysts at the villa, her lover had hidden in a closet, watching the whole thing. The lover, she told him, was the French ambassador to Venice, and Casanova had impressed him. Casanova was not one to be fooled with like this, yet the next day he was back at the convent, submissively arranging for another tryst. This time she showed up at the hour they had named, and he embraced her only to find that he was embracing Caterina, dressed up in Mathilda's clothes. Mathilda had befriended Caterina and learned her story. Apparently taking pity on her, she had arranged it so that Caterina could leave the convent for the evening and meet up with Casanova. Only a few months before, Casanova had been in love with this girl, but he had forgotten about her. Compared to the ingenious Mathilda, Caterina was a simpering bore. He could not conceal his disappointment. He burned to see Mathilda. Casanova was angry at the trick Mathilda had played. But a few days later, when he saw her again, all was forgiven. As she had predicted during their first interview, her power over him was complete. He had become her slave, addicted to her whims and to the dangerous pleasures she offered. Who knows what rash act he might have committed on her behalf had their affair not been cut short by circumstance. Interpretation. Casanova was almost always in control in his seductions. He was the one who led, taking his victim on a trip to an unknown destination, luring her into his web. In all of his memoirs, the story of Mathilda is the only seduction in which the tables are happily turned. He is the seduced, the bewildered victim. What made Casanova Mathilda's slave was the same tactic he had used on countless girls, the irresistible lure of being led by another person, the thrill of being surprised, the power of mystery. Each time he left Mathilda, his head was spinning with questions. Her ability to go on surprising him kept her always in his mind, deepening her spell and blotting Caterina out. Each surprise was carefully calculated for the effect it would produce. The first unexpected ladder piqued his curiosity, as did that first sight of her in a waiting room. Suddenly seeing her dressed as an elegant woman stirred intense desire, then seeing her dressed as a man intensified the excitingly transgressive nature of their liaison. The surprises put him off balance, yet left him quivering with anticipation of the next one. Even an unpleasant surprise, such as the encounter with Caterina that Mathilda had set up, kept him emotional and weak. Meeting the somewhat bland Katerina at that moment only made him long that much more for Mathilda. In seduction, you need to create constant tension and suspense, a feeling that with you nothing is predictable. Do not think of this as a painful challenge. You are creating drama in real life, so pour your creative energies into it, have some fun. There are all kinds of calculated surprises you can spring on your victims, sending a letter from out of the blue, showing up unexpectedly, taking them to a place they have never been. But best of all are surprises that reveal something new about your character. This needs to be set up. In those first few weeks, your targets will tend to make certain snap judgments about you, based on appearances. Perhaps they see you as a bit shy, practical, puritanical. You know that this is not the real you, but it is how you act in social situations. Let them, however, have these impressions, and in fact accentuate them a little, without overacting. For instance, seem a little more reserved than usual. Now you have room to suddenly surprise them with some bold or poetic or naughty action. Once they have changed their minds about you, surprise them again, as Mathilda did with Casanova, first a nun who wants an affair, then a libertine, then a seductress with a sadistic streak. As they strain to figure you out, they will be thinking about you all of the time, and will want to know more about you. The curiosity will lead them further into your web, until it is too late for them to turn back. This is always the law for the interesting. If one just knows how to surprise, one always wins the game. The energy of the person involved is temporarily suspended, one makes it impossible for her to act. Soren Kierkegaard keys to seduction a child. It is usually a willful, stubborn creature who will deliberately do the opposite of what we ask. But there is one scenario in which children will happily give up their usual willfulness, when they are promised a surprise. Perhaps it is a present hidden in a box, the game with an unforeseeable ending, a journey with an unknown destination, a suspenseful story with a surprise finish. In those moments when children are waiting for a surprise, their willpower is suspended. They are in your thrall for as long as you dangle possibility before them. This childish habit is buried deep within us, and is the source of an elemental human pleasure, being led by a person who knows where they are going and who takes us on a journey. Maybe our joy in being carried along involves a buried memory of being literally carried by a parent when we are small. We get a similar thrill when we watch a movie or read a thriller. We are in the hands of a director or author who is leading us along, taking us through twists and turns. We stay in our seats, we turn the pages, happily enslaved by the suspense. It is the pleasure a woman has in being led by a confident dancer, letting go of any defensiveness she may feel and letting another person do the work. Falling in love involves anticipation. We are about to head off in a new direction, enter a new life, where everything will be strange. The seduced wants to be led, to be carried along like a child. If you are predictable, the charm wears off. Everyday life is predictable. In the Arabian Tales from the 1001 Nights, each night King Shahryar takes a virgin as his wife, then kills her the following morning. One such virgin, Shahrazad, manages to escape this fate by telling the king a story that can only be completed the following day. She does this night after night, keeping the king in constant suspense. When one story finishes, she quickly starts up another. She does this for nearly 3 years, until the king finally decides to spare her life. You are like Shahrazad, without new stories, without a feeling of anticipation. Your seduction will die. Keep stoking the fires night after night. Your targets must never know what's coming next or what surprises you have in store for them. As with King Shahryar, they will be under your control for as long as you can keep them guessing. In 1765, Casanova met a young Italian countess named Clementina who lived with her 2 sisters in a chateau. Clementina loved to read and had little interest in the men who swarmed around her. Casanova added himself to their number, buying her books, engaging her in literary discussions, but she was no less indifferent to him than she had been to them. Then one day he invited the entire family on a little trip. He would not tell them where they were going. They piled into the carriage, all the way trying to guess their destination. A few hours later, they entered Milan. What joy, the sisters had never been there. Casanova led them to his apartment, where 3 dresses had been laid out, the most magnificent dresses the girls had ever seen. There was one for each of the sisters, he told them, and the green one was for Clementina. Stunned, she put it on, and her face lit up. The surprises did not stop. There was a delicious meal, champagne, games. By the time they returned to the chateau, late in the evening, Clementina had fallen hopelessly in love with Casanova. The reason was simple. Surprise creates a moment when people's defenses come down and new emotions come rush in. If the surprise is pleasurable, the seductive poison enters their veins without their realizing it. Any sudden event has a similar effect, striking directly at our emotions before we get defensive. Rakes know this power well. A young married woman in the court of Louis Roman XV in 18th century France noticed a handsome young courtier watching her, first at the opera, then in church. Making inquiries, she found it was the Dr. Richelieu, the most notorious rake in France. No woman was safe from this man. She was warned, he was impossible to resist, and she should avoid him at all costs. Nonsense, she replied, she was happily married. He could not possibly seduce her. Seeing him again, she laughed at his persistence. He would disguise himself as a beggar and approach her in the park, or his coach would suddenly come alongside hers. He was never aggressive and seemed harmless enough. She let him talk to her at court. He was charming and witty, and even asked to meet her husband. The weeks passed, and the woman realized she had made a mistake. She looked forward to seeing the Marquis. She had let down her guard. This had to stop. Now she started avoiding him, and he seemed to respect her feelings. He stopped bothering her. Then one day, weeks later, she was at the country manor of a friend when the Marquis suddenly appeared. She blushed, trembled, walked away, but his unexpected appearance had caught her unawares. It had pushed her over the edge. A few days later, she became another of Richelieu's victims. Of course, he had set the whole thing up, including the supposed surprise encounter. Not only does suddenness create seductive jolt, it conceals manipulations. Appear somewhere unexpectedly, say or do something sudden, and people will not have time to figure out that your move was calculated. Take them to some new place as if it only just occurred to you, suddenly reveal some secret. Made emotionally vulnerable, they will be too bewildered to see through you. Anything that happens suddenly seems natural, and anything that seems natural has a seductive charm. Only months after arriving in Paris in 1926, Josephine Baker had completely charmed and seduced the French public with her wild dancing. But less than a year later, she could feel their interest wane. Since childhood, she had hated feeling out of control of her life. Why be at the mercy of the fickle public? She left Paris and returned a year later, her manner completely altered, and now she played the part of an elegant Frenchwoman who happened to be an ingenious dancer and performer. The French fell in love again, the power was back on her side. If you are in the public eye, you must learn from this trick of surprise. People are bored, not only with their own lives but with people who are meant to keep them from being bored. The minute they feel they can predict your next step, they will eat you alive. The artist Andy Warhol kept moving from incarnation to incarnation, and no one could predict the next one. Artist, filmmaker, society man. Always keep a surprise up your sleeve. You keep the public's attention, keep them guessing. Let the moralists accuse you of insincerity, of having no core or center. They are actually jealous of the freedom and playfulness you reveal in your public persona. Finally, you might think it wiser to present yourself as someone reliable, not given to caprice. If so, you are in fact merely timid. It takes courage and effort to manage seduction. Reliability is fine for drawing people in, but stay reliable and you stay a bore. Dogs are reliable, a seducer is not. If, on the other hand, you prefer to improvise, imagining that any kind of planning or calculation is antithetical to the spirit of surprise, you are making a grave mistake. Constant improvisation simply means you are lazy and thinking only about yourself. What often seduces a person is the feeling that you have expended effort on their behalf. You do not need to trumpet this too loudly, but make it clear in the gifts you make, the little journeys you plan, the little teases you lure people with. Little efforts like these will be more than amply rewarded by the conquest of the heart and willpower of the seduced. Symbol, the roller coaster. The car rises slowly to the top, then suddenly hurtles you into space, whips you to the side, throws you upside down in every possible direction. The riders laugh and scream. What thrills them is to let go, to grant control to someone else who propels them in unexpected directions. What new thrill awaits them around the next corner? Reversal surprise can be unsurprising if you keep doing the same thing again and again. Sean King would try to surprise her husband Mao Zedong with sudden changes of mood, from harshness to kindness and back. At first he was captivated. He loved the feeling of never knowing what was coming. But it went on for years and was always the same. Soon, Madame Mao's supposedly unpredictable mood swings just annoyed him. You need to vary the method of your surprises. When Madame de Pompadour was the lover of the inveterately bored King Louis Roman XV, she made each surprise different: a new amusement, a new game, a new fashion, a new mood. He could never predict what would come next, and while he waited for the next surprise, his willpower was temporarily suspended. No man was ever more of a slave to a woman than was Louis to Madame de Pompadour. When you change direction, make the new direction truly new. 10 use the demonic power of words to sow confusion. It is hard to make people listen. They are consumed with their own thoughts and desires, and have little time for yours. The trick to making them listen is to say what they want to hear, to fill their ears with whatever is pleasant to them. This is the essence of seductive language. Inflame people's emotions with loaded phrases, flatter them, comfort their insecurities, envelop them in fantasies, sweet words, and promises, and not only will they listen to you, they will lose their will to resist you. Keep your language vague, letting them read into it what they want. Use writing to stir up fantasies and to create an idealized portrait of yourself. Seductive oratory. On May 13, 1958, right-wing Frenchmen and their sympathizers in the army seized control of Algeria, which was then a French colony. They had been afraid that France's socialist government would grant Algeria its independence. Now, with Algeria under their control, they threatened to take over all of France. Civil war seemed imminent. At this dire moment, all eyes turned to General Charles de Gaulle, the World War II hero who had played a crucial role in liberating France from the Nazis. For the last 10 years, de Gaulle had stayed away from politics, disgusted with the infighting among the various parties. He remained very popular, and was generally seen as the one man who could unite the country, but he was also a conservative, and the right-wingers felt certain that if he came to power he would support their cause. Days after the May 13 coup, the French government, the Fourth Republic, collapsed, and the Parliament called on de Gaulle to help form a new government, the Fifth Republic. He asked for and was granted full powers for 4 months. On June 4, days after becoming the head of government, de Gaulle flew to Algeria. The French colonials were ecstatic. It was their coup that had indirectly brought de Gaulle to power. Surely, they imagined he was coming to thank them and to reassure them that Algeria would remain French. When he arrived in Algiers, thousands of people filled the city's main plaza. The mood was extremely festive. There were banners, music, and endless chants of Algérie Française, the French colonial slogan. Suddenly, de Gaulle appeared on a balcony overlooking the plaza. The crowd went wild. The general, an extremely tall man, raised his arms above his head, and the chanting doubled in volume. The crowd was begging him to join in. Instead, he lowered his arms until silence fell, then opened them wide, and slowly intoned, in his deep voice, "Je vous ai compris, I have understood you." There was a moment of quiet, and then, as his words sank in, a deafening roar, he understood them. That was all they needed to hear. After Operation Sedition, we are being treated to Operation Seduction. Maurice Creigel Varimont on Charles de Gaulle shortly after the general assumed power, my Mr. Stage to lock up. / I went back to verses and compliments, / my natural weapons. Soft words, / remove harsh door chains. There's magic in poetry, its power, / can pull down the bloody moon, / turn back the sun, make serpents burst asunder, / or rivers flow upstream. / doors are no match for such spellbinding, the toughest / locks can be open sesame by its charms. / but epic's a dead loss for me. I'll get nowhere with swift-footed / Achilles, or with either of Atreus' sons. / old what's his name wasting 20 years on war and travel, / poor Hector Drad in the dust of / no good. But lavish fine words on some young girl's profile, / and sooner or later she'll tender herself as the fee, / an ample reward for your labours. So farewell, heroic / figures of legend, the quid / pro quo you offer won't tempt me. A bevy of beauties / all swooning over my love songs, that's what I want. Velvet, the Amores, translated by Peter Greene, de Gaulle proceeded to talk of the greatness of France. More cheers. He promised there would be new elections, and with those elected representatives we will see how to do the rest. Yes, a new government, just what the crowd wanted, more cheers. He would find a place for Algeria in the French ensemble. There must be total discipline, without qualification and without conditions. Who could argue with that? He closed with a loud call, Vive la France, the emotional slogan that had been the rallying cry in the fight against the Nazis. Everyone shouted it back. In the next few days, de Gaulle made similar speeches around Algeria to equally delirious crowds. Only after de Gaulle had returned to France did the words of his speeches sink in. Not once had he promised to keep Algeria French. In fact, he had hinted that he might give the Arabs the vote, and might grant an amnesty to the Algerian rebels who had been fighting to force the French from the country. Somehow, in the excitement his words had created, the colonists had failed to focus on what they had actually meant. De Gaulle had duped them. And indeed, in the months to come, he worked to grant Algeria its independence, a task he finally accomplished in 1962. Interpretation. De Gaulle cared little about an old French colony, and about what it symbolized to some French people. Nor did he have any sympathy for anyone who fomented civil war. His one concern was to make France a modern power. And so, when he went to Algiers, he had a long-term plan, weaken the right-wingers by getting them to fight among themselves, and work toward Algerian independence. His short-term goal had to be to diffuse the tension and buy himself some time. He would not lie to the colonials by saying he supported the cause that would cause trouble back home. Instead, he would beguile them with seductive oratory, intoxicate them with words. His famous "I have understood you" could easily have meant, "I'd understand what a danger you represent." But a jubilant crowd expecting his support read it the way they wanted. To keep them at a fever pitch, de Gaulle made emotional references to the French resistance during World War II, for example, and to the need for discipline, a word with great appeal to right-wingers. He filled their ears with promises a new government, a glorious future. He got them to chant, creating an emotional bond. He spoke with dramatic pitch and quivering emotion. His words created a kind of delirium. When she has received a letter, when its sweet poison has entered her blood, then a word is sufficient to make her love burst forth. My personal presence will prevent ecstasy. If I am present only in a letter, then she can easily cope with me. To some extent, she mistakes me for a more universal creature who dwells in her love. Then, too, in a letter one can more readily have free rein. In a letter I can throw myself at her feet in superb fashion, etc. Something that would easily seem like nonsense if I did it in person, and the illusion would be lost. On the whole, letters are and will continue to be a priceless means of making an impression on a young girl. A dead letter of writing often has much more influence than the living word. A letter is a secretive communication. One is master of the situation, feels no pressure from anyone's actual presence, and I do believe a young girl would prefer to be alone with her ideal. Soren Kierkegaard, The Seducer's Diary, translated by Howard V. Hong and Edna H. Hong. The goal was not trying to express his feelings or speak the truth, he was trying to produce an effect. This is a key to seductive oratory. Whether you are talking to a single individual or to a crowd, try a little experiment, rein in your desire to speak your mind. Before you open your mouth, ask yourself a question: what can I say that will have the most pleasant effect on my listeners? Often this entails flattering their egos, assuaging their insecurities, giving them vague hopes for the future, sympathizing with their travails. I have understood you. Start off with something pleasant, and everything to come will be easy. People's defenses will go down. They will grow amenable, open to suggestion. Think of your words as an intoxicating drug that will make people emotional and confused. Keep your language vague and ambiguous, letting your listeners fill in the gaps with their fantasies and imaginings. Instead of tuning you out, getting irritated or defensive, being impatient for you to shut up, they will be pliant, happy with your sweet-sounding words. Seductive writing. One spring afternoon in the late 1830s, in a street in Copenhagen, a man named Johannes caught a glimpse of a beautiful young girl. Self-absorbed yet delightfully innocent, she fascinated him, and he followed her from a distance and found out where she lived. Over the next few weeks he made inquiries and found out more about her. Her name was Cordelia Wall, and she lived with her aunt. The two led a quiet existence. Cordelia liked to read and to be alone. Seducing young girls was Johannes' specialty, but Cordelia would be a catch. She had already turned down several eligible suitors. Johannes imagined that Cordelia might hunger for something more out of life, something grand, something resembling the books she had read and the daydreams that presumably filled her solitude. He arranged an introduction and began to frequent her house, accompanied by a friend of his named Edward. This young man had his own thoughts of courting Cordelia, but he was awkward and strained to please her. Johannes, on the other hand, virtually ignored her, instead befriending her aunt. They would talk about the most banal things: farm life, whatever was in the news. Occasionally Johannes would veer off into a more philosophical discussion, for he had noticed, out of the corner of his eye, that on these occasions Cordelia would listen to him closely, while still pretending to listen to Edward. This went on for several weeks. Johannes and Cordelia barely spoke, but he could tell that he intrigued her and that Edward irritated her to no end. One morning, knowing her aunt was out, he visited their house. It was the first time he and Cordelia had been alone together. As dryly and politely as possible, he proceeded to propose to her. Needless to say, she was shocked and flustered. A man who had shown not the slightest interest in her suddenly wanted to marry her. She was so surprised that she referred the matter to her aunt, who, as Johannes had expected, gave her approval. Had Cordelia resisted, her aunt would have respected her wishes, but she did not. On the outside, everything had changed. The couple were engaged. Johannes now came to the house alone, sat with Cordelia, held her hand, talked with her. But inwardly he made sure things were the same. He remained distant and polite. He would sometimes warm up, particularly when talking about literature, Cordelia's favorite subject, but at a certain point he always went back to more mundane matters. He knew this frustrated Cordelia, who had expected that now he would be different. Yet even when they went out together, he took her to formal socials arranged for engaged couples. How conventional. Was this what love and marriage were supposed to be about, these prematurely aged people talking about houses and their undraped futures? Cordelia, who was shy at the best of times, asked Johannes to stop dragging her to these affairs. Let wax pave the way for you, spread out on smooth tablets, / let wax go before as witness to your mind, and / bring her your flattering words, words that ape the lover, / and remember, whoever you are, to throw in some good / entreaties. Entreaties are what made Achilles give back / Hector's body to Priam. Even an angry god / is moved by the voice of prayer. Make promises. What's the harm in / promising? Here's where anyone can play rich. / a persuasive letters / the thing to lead off with, explore her mind, / reconnoiter the landscape. A message scratched on an apple / betrayed side it she was snared by her own words. / my advice, then, young men of Rome, is to learn the noble / advocates' arts, not only to let you defend / some trembling client, a woman, no less than the populace, / elite senator, or grave judge, / will surrender to eloquence. Nevertheless, dissemble / your powers, avoid long words, / don't look too highbrow. Who but a mindless ninny / declaims to his mistress? An over-lettered style / repels girls as often as not. Use ordinary language, / familiar yet coaxing words as though / you were there, in her presence. If she refuses your letter, / sends it back in red, persist. Over, The Art of Love, translated by Peter Greene, the battlefield was prepared. Cordelia was confused and anxious. Then, a few weeks after their engagement, Johannes sent her a letter. Here he described the state of his soul and his certainty that he loved her. He spoke in metaphor, suggesting that he had been waiting for years, lantern in hand, for Cordelia's appearance, metaphor melted into reality, back and forth. The style was poetic, the words glowed with desire, but the whole was delightfully ambiguous. Cordelia could read the letter 10 times without being sure what it said. The next day Johannes received a response. The writing was simple and straightforward, but full of sentiment. His letter had made her so happy, Cordelia wrote, and she had not imagined that this side to his character. He replied by writing that he had changed. He did not say how or why, but the implication was that it was because of her. Now his letters came almost daily. They were mostly of the same length, in a poetic style that had a touch of madness to it, as if he were intoxicated with love. He talked of Greek myth, comparing Cordelia to an infant, himself to a river that fell in love with a maiden. His soul, he said, merely reflected back her image. She was all he could see or think of. Meanwhile he detected changes in Cordelia. Her letters became more poetic, less restrained. Without realizing it, she repeated his ideas, imitating his style and his imagery as if they were her own. Also, when they saw each other in person, she was nervous. He made a point of remaining the same, aloof and regal, but he could tell that she saw him differently, sensing depths in him that she could not fathom. In public she hung on his every word. She must have memorized his letters, for she referred to them constantly in their talks. It was a secret life they shared. When she held his hand, she did so more tightly than before. Her eyes expressed an impatience, as if she were hoping that at any moment he would do something bold. Johannes made his letters shorter but more numerous, sometimes sending several in one day. The imagery became more physical and more suggestive, the style more disjointed, as if he could barely organize his thoughts. Sometimes he sent a note of just a sentence or two. Once, at a party at Cordelia's house, he dropped such a note into her knitting basket and watched as she ran away to read it, her face flushed. In her letters he saw signs of emotion and turmoil. Echoing a sentiment he had hinted at in an earlier letter, she wrote that she hated the whole engagement business. It was so beneath their love. Everything was ready. Soon she would be his, the way he wanted it. She would break off the engagement. A rendezvous in the country would be simple to arrange. In fact, she would be the one to propose it. This would be his most skillful seduction. Therefore, the person who is unable to write letters and notes never becomes a dangerous seducer. Soren Kierkegaard, Edith Slasher, translated by Howard V. Halm and Edna H. Halm, standing on a crag of Olympus, Gold here saw her brother, who was her husband's brother too, busy in the fields of human glory, and her heart sang. Then she saw Zeus, sitting on the topmost peak of Ida, and was filled with resentment. How Ida mused for a while on how to trick the mind of Zeus. He just hold her, and the plan that seemed best to her, was to make herself up and go to Ida, seduce him, and then shed on his eyelids, and cunning mind, asleep gentle and warm. When everything was perfect, she stepped out of her room and called Aphrodite, and had a word with her in private. My dear child, will you do something for me? I wonder, or will you refuse, angry because I favor the Greeks and you the Trojans. And Zeus' daughter Aphrodite replied, goddess revered as Cronus' daughter, speak your mind. Tell me what you want, and I'll oblige you if I possibly can. And Hera, with every intention to deceive, give me now the sex and desire, she used to subdue mortals and humans. And Aphrodite, who loved to smile, how could I, or would I, refuse someone, who sleeps in the arms of Almighty Zeus? And with that she unbound from her breast, an ornate sash inlaid with magical charms. Sex is knit, and desire, and seductive, sweet talk, that fools even the wise. Hera was fast approaching Gargarus, at his highest peak, when Zeus saw her. And when he saw her, lust enveloped him, just as it had the first time they made love, slipping off to bed behind their parents' backs. He stood close to her and said, Hera, why have you left Olympus? And where are your horses and chariot? And Hera, with every intention to deceive, I'm off to visit the ends of the earth, and Father Ocean and Mother Tethys, who nursed and doted on me in their house. And Zeus, cloud scudding about him, you can go there later just as well. Let's get in bed now and make love. No goddess or woman has ever made me feel so overwhelmed with lust. I've never loved anyone as I love you now, never been in the grip of desire so sweet. The and Hera, with every intention to deceive, what a thing to say, my awesome lord. The thought of us lying down here on Ida, and making love outdoors in broad daylight. What if one of the immortals saw us, asleep, and went to all the other gods, and told them? I could never get up, and go back home. It would be shameful. But if you really do want to do this, there is the bedroom your dear son Hephaestus, built for you, with good solid doors. Let's go backslash there and lie down, since you're in the mood. The backslash in Zeus, who masses the clouds, replied, backslash Hera, don't worry about any god or man backslash seeing us. I'll enfold you in a cloud so dense backslash and golden not even Helios could spy on us, backslash, and his light is the sharpest vision there is. Homer, the Iliad, translated by Stanley Lombardo interpretation. Johannes and Cordelia are characters in the loosely autobiographical novel The Seducer's Diary, 1843, by the Danish philosopher Kierkegaard. Johannes is a most experienced seducer who specializes in working on his victim's mind. This is precisely where Cordelia's previous suitors have failed. They have begun by imposing themselves, a common mistake. We think that by being persistent, by overwhelming our targets with romantic attention, we are convincing them of our affection. Instead, we are convincing them of our impatience and insecurity. Aggressive attention is not flattering because it is not personalized. It is unbridled libido at work. The target sees through it. Johannes is too clever to begin so obviously. Instead, he takes a step back, intriguing Cordelia by acting a little cold and carefully creating the impression of a formal, somewhat secretive man. Only then does he surprise her with his first letter. Obviously there is more to him than she has thought, and once she has come to believe this, her imagination runs rampant. Now he can intoxicate her with his letters, creating a presence that haunts her like a ghost. His words, with their images and poetic references, are constantly in her mind. And this is the ultimate seduction, to possess her mind before moving to conquer her body. The story of Johannes shows what a weapon in a seducer's armory a letter can be. But it is important to learn how to incorporate letters in seduction. It is best not to begin your correspondence until at least several weeks after your initial contact. Let your victims get an impression of you. You seem intriguing, yet you show no particular interest in them. When you sense that they are thinking about you, that is the time to hit them with your first letter. Any desire you express for them will come as a surprise. Their vanity will be tickled and they will want more. Now make your letters frequent, in fact more frequent than your personal appearances. This will give them the time and space to idealize you, which would be more difficult if you were always in their face. After they have fallen under your spell, you can always take a step back, making the letters fewer. Let them think you are losing interest and they will be hungry for more. Design your letters as homages to your targets. Make everything you write come back to them, as if they were all you could think about, a delirious effect. If you tell an anecdote, make it somehow relate to them. Your correspondence is a kind of mirror you are holding up to them. They get to see themselves reflected through your desire. If for some reason they do not like you, write to them as if they did. Remember, the tone of your letters is what will get under their skin. If your language is elevated, poetic, creative in its praise, it will infect them despite themselves. Never argue, never defend yourself, never accuse them of being heartless. That would ruin the spell. A letter can suggest emotion by seeming disordered, rambling from one subject to another. Clearly, it is hard for you to think. Your love has unhinged you. Disordered thoughts are exciting thoughts. Do not waste time on real information. Focus on feelings and sensations, using expressions that are ripe with connotation. Plant ideas by dropping hints, writing suggestively without explaining yourself. Never lecture, never seem intellectual or superior. You will only make yourself pompous, which is deadly. Far better to speak colloquially, though with a poetic edge, to lift the language above the commonplace. Do not become sentimental. It is tiring and too direct. Better to suggest the effect your target has on you than to gush about how you feel. Stay vague and ambiguous, allowing the reader the space to imagine and fantasize. The goal of your writing is not to express yourself, but to create emotion in the reader, spreading confusion and desire. You will know that your letters are having the proper effect when your targets come to mirror your thoughts, repeating words you wrote, whether in their own letters or in person. This is the time to move to the more physical and erotic. Use language that quivers with sexual connotation, or, better still, suggest sexuality by making your letters shorter, more frequent, and even more disordered than before. There is nothing more erotic than the short, abrupt note. Your thoughts are unfinished. They can only be completed by the other person. Es general to Don Juan. Well, what I have to say is, I don't know what to say, for you turn things in such a manner with your words, that it seems that you are right, and yet, the truth of it is, you are not. I had the finest thoughts in the world, and your words have totally scrambled them up. Moliere, Antony, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. Backslash I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. Backslash the evil that men do lives after them. Backslash the good is often taught with their bones. Backslash so let it be with Caesar. Backslash I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke. Backslash but here I am to speak what I do know. Backslash you all did love him once, not without cause. Backslash what cause holds you then to mourn for him? Backslash O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts. Backslash and men have lost their reason. Bear with me. Backslash my heart is in the coffin there with Caesar. Backslash and I must pause till it come back to me. Backslash plebeian, poor soul, his eyes are red as fire with weeping. Backslash plebeian, there's not a nobler man in Rome than Antony. Backslash plebeian, now mark him. He begins again to speak. Antony, but yesterday the word of Caesar might have stood against the world. Now lies he there, and none so poor to do him reverence. O masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong, and Cassius wrong, who, you all know, are honourable men. I will not do them wrong. But here is a parchment with the seal of Caesar. I found it in his closet, 'tis his will. Let but the commons hear this testament, which pardon me I do not mean to read, and they would go and kiss dead Caesar's wounds, and dip their napkins in his sacred blood. Plebeian, will hear the will. Read it, Mark Antony. All, the will. We will hear Caesar's will. Antony, have patience, gentle friends, I must not read it. It is not meet you know how Caesar loved you. You are not wood, you are not stones, but men. And being men, hearing the will of Caesar, it will inflame you, it will make you mad. 'Tis good you know not that you are his heirs, for if you should, oh, what would come of it? If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all do know this mantle. I remember, the first time ever Caesar put it on. Look, in this place ran Cassius dagger through. See what a rent the envious Casca made. Through this the well-beloved Brutus stabbed, and as he plucked his cursed steel away, mark how the blood of Caesar followed it. For Brutus, as you know, was Caesar's angel. Judge, O you gods, how dearly Caesar loved him. This was the most and kindest cut of all, for when the noble Caesar saw him stab, ingratitude, more strong than traitors' arms, quite vanquished him. Oh, now you weep, and I perceive you feel, the din of pity. These are gracious drops. Kind souls, what weep you when you but behold our Caesar's vesture wounded? Look you here. Here is himself, marred as you see with traitors. William Shakespeare, Julius Caesar keys to seduction we rarely think before we talk. It is human nature to say the first thing that comes into our head, and usually what comes first is something about ourselves. We primarily use words to express our own feelings, ideas, and opinions. Also to complain and to argue. This is because we are generally self-absorbed that the person who interests us most is our own self. To a certain extent this is inevitable, and through much of our lives there is nothing much wrong with it. We can function quite well this way. In seduction, however, it limits our potential. You cannot seduce without an ability to get outside your own skin and inside another person's, piercing their psychology. The key to seductive language is not the words you utter or a seductive tone of voice. It is a radical shift in perspective and habit. You have to stop saying the first thing that comes to your mind. You have to control the urge to prattle and vent your opinions. The key is to see word as a tool not for communicating true thoughts and feelings, but for confusing, delighting, and intoxicating. The difference between normal language and seductive language is like the difference between noise and music. Noise is a constant in modern life, something irritating we tune out if we can. Our normal language is like noise. People may half listen to us as we go on about ourselves, but just as often their thoughts are a million miles away. Every now and then their ears prick up when something we say touches on them, but this lasts only until we return to yet another story about ourselves. As early as childhood we learn to tune out this kind of noise, particularly when it comes from our parents. Music, on the other hand, is seductive and gets under our skin. It is intended for pleasure. A melody or rhythm stays in our blood for days after we have heard it, altering our moods and emotions, relaxing or exciting us. To make music instead of noise, you must say things that please, things that relate to people's lives, that touch their vanity. If they have many problems, you can produce the same effect by distracting them, focusing their attention away from themselves by saying things that are witty and entertaining, or that make the future seem bright and hopeful. Promises and flattery are music to anyone's ears. This is language designed to move people and lower their resistance. It is language designed for them, not directed at them. The Italian writer Gabriele D'Annunzio was physically unattractive, yet women could not resist him. Even those who knew of his Don Juan reputation and disliked him for it, the actress Eleanor Duse and the dancer Isadora Duncan, for instance, fell under his spell. The secret was the flow of words in which he enveloped a woman. His voice was musical, his language poetic, and most devastating of all, he knew how to flatter. His flattery was aimed precisely at a woman's weaknesses, the areas where she needed validation. A woman was beautiful, yet lacked confidence in her own wit and intelligence. He made sure to say that he was bewitched not by her beauty but by her mind. He might compare her to a heroine of literature, or to a carefully chosen mythological figure. Talking to him, her ego would double in size. Flattery is seductive language in its purest form. Its purpose is not to express a truth or a real feeling, but only to create an effect on the recipient. Like D'Annunzio, learn to aim your flattery directly at a person's insecurities. For instance, if a man is a fine actor and feels confident about his professional skills, to flatter him about his acting will have little effect, and may even accomplish the opposite. He could feel that he is above the need to have his ego stroked, and your flattery will seem to say otherwise. But let us say that this actor is an amateur musician or painter. He does this work on his own, without professional support or publicity, and he is well aware that others make their living at it. Flattery of his artistic pretensions will go straight to his head and earn you double points. Learn to sniff out the parts of a person's ego that need validation. Make it a surprise, something no one else has thought to flatter before, something you can describe as a talent or positive quality that others have not noticed. Speak with a little tremor, as if your target's charms had overwhelmed you and made you emotional. Flattery can be a kind of verbal foreplay. Aphrodite's powers of seduction, which were said to come from the magnificent girdle she wore, involved a sweetness of language, a skill with the soft, flattering words that prepare the way for erotic thoughts. Insecurities and nagging self-doubts have a dampening effect on the libido. Make your targets feel secure and alluring through your flattering words, and their resistance will melt away. Sometimes the most pleasant thing to hear is the promise of something wonderful, a vague but rosy future that is just around the corner. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, in his public speeches, talked little about specific programs for dealing with the Depression. Instead, he used rousing rhetoric to paint a picture of America's glorious future. In the various legends of Don Juan, the great seducer would immediately focus women's attention on the future, a fantastic world to which he promised to whisk them off. Tailor your sweet words to your target's particular problems and fantasies. Promise something realizable, something possible, but do not make it too specific. You are inviting them to dream. If they are mired in dull routine, talk of adventure, preferably with you. Do not discuss how it will be accomplished. Speak as if it magically already existed, somewhere in the future. Lift people's thoughts into the clouds and they will relax, their defenses will come down, and it will be that much easier to maneuver and lead them astray. Your words become a kind of elevating drug. The most anti-seductive form of language is argument. How many silent enemies do we create by arguing? There is a superior way to get people to listen and be persuaded, humor and a light touch. The 19th century English politician Benjamin Disraeli was a master at this game. In Parliament, to fail to reply to an accusation or slanderous comment was a deadly mistake. Silence meant the accuser was right. Yet to respond angrily to get into an argument was to look ugly and defensive. Disraeli used a different tactic. He stayed calm. When the time came to reply to an attack, he would slowly make his way to the speaker's table, pause, then utter a humorous or sarcastic retort. Everyone would laugh. Now that he had warmed people up, he would proceed to refute his enemy, still mixing in amusing comments, or perhaps he would simply move on to another subject as if he were above it all. His humor took out the sting of any attack on him. Laughter and applause have a domino effect. Once your listeners have laughed, they are more likely to laugh again. In this light-hearted mood, they are also more apt to listen. A subtle touch and a bit of irony give you room to persuade them, move them to your side, mock your enemies. That is the seductive form of argument. Shortly after the murder of Julius Caesar, the head of the band of conspirators who had killed him, Brutus, addressed an angry mob. He tried to reason with the crowd, explaining that he had wanted to save the Roman Republic from dictatorship. The people were momentarily convinced, yes, Brutus seemed a decent man. Then Mark Antony took the stage, and he in turn delivered a eulogy for Caesar. He seemed overwhelmed with emotion. He talked of his love for Caesar, and of Caesar's love for the Roman people. He mentioned Caesar's will. The crowd clamored to hear it, but Antony said no, for if he read it they would know how deeply Caesar had loved them, and how dastardly this murder was. The crowd again insisted he read the will. Instead he held up Caesar's blood-stained cloak, noting its rents and tears. This was where Brutus had stabbed the great general, he said. Cassius had stabbed him here. Then finally he read the will, which told how much wealth Caesar had left to the Roman people. This was the coup de grace. The crowd turned against the conspirators and went off to lynch them. Antony was a clever man who knew how to stir a crowd. According to the Greek historian Plutarch, when he saw that his oratory had cast a spell over the people and that they were deeply stirred by his words, he began to introduce into his praises of Caesar a note of pity and of indignation at Caesar's fate. Seductive language aims at people's emotions, for emotional people are easier to deceive. Antony used various devices to stir the crowd, a tremor in his voice, a distraught and then an angry tone. An emotional voice has an immediate, contagious effect on the listener. Antony also teased the crowd with the will, holding off the reading of it to the end, knowing it would push people over the edge. Holding up the cloak, he made his imagery visceral. Perhaps you are not trying to whip a crowd into a frenzy, you just want to bring people over to your side. Choose your strategy and words carefully. You might think it is better to reason with people, explain your ideas. But it is hard for an audience to decide whether an argument is reasonable as they listen to you talk. They have to concentrate and listen closely, which requires great effort. People are easily distracted by other stimuli, and if they miss a part of your argument, they will feel confused, intellectually inferior, and vaguely insecure. It is more persuasive to appeal to people's hearts and their heads. Everyone shares emotions, and no one feels inferior to a speaker who stirs up their feelings. The crowd bonds together, everyone contagiously experiencing the same emotions. Antony talked of Caesar as if he and the listeners were experiencing the murder from Caesar's point of view. What could be more provocative? Use such changes of perspective to make your listeners feel what you are saying. Orchestrate your effects. It is more effective to move from one emotion to another than to just hit one note. The contrast between Antony's affection for Caesar and his indignation at the murderers was much more powerful than if he had stayed with one feeling or the other. The emotions you are trying to arouse should be strong ones. Do not speak of friendship and disagreement, speak of love and hate. And it is crucial to try to feel something of the emotions you are trying to elicit. You will be more believable that way. This should not be difficult. Imagine the reasons for loving or hating before you speak. If necessary, think of something from your past that fills you with rage. Emotions are contagious. It is easier to make someone cry if you are crying yourself. Make your voice an instrument and train it to communicate emotion. Learn to seem sincere. Napoleon studied the greatest actors of his time, and when he was alone he would practice putting emotion into his voice. The goal of seductive speech is often to create a kind of hypnosis. You are distracting people, lowering their defenses, making them more vulnerable to suggestion. Learn the hypnotist's lessons of repetition and affirmation, key elements in putting a subject to sleep. Repetition involves using the same words over and over, preferably a word with emotional content, taxes, illiberals, bigots. The effect is mesmerizing. Ideas can be permanently implanted in people's unconscious simply by being repeated often enough. Affirmation is simply the making of strong positive statements, like the hypnotist commands. Seductive language should have a kind of boldness, which will cover up a multitude of sins. Your audience will be so caught up in your bold language that they won't have time to reflect on whether or not it is true. Never say, "I don't think the other side made a wise decision." Say, "We deserve better," or "They have made a mess of things." Affirmative language is active language, full of verbs, imperatives, and short sentences. Cut out "I believe," or "perhaps," "in my opinion." Head straight for the heart. You are learning to speak a different kind of language. Most people employ symbolic language. Their words stand for something real, the feelings, ideas, and beliefs they really have. Or they stand for concrete things in the real world. The origin of the word symbolic lies in a Greek word meaning to bring things together, in this case, a word and something real. As a seducer, you are using the opposite, diabolic language. Your words do not stand for anything real. Their sound, and the feelings they evoke, are more important than what they are supposed to stand for. The word diabolic ultimately means to separate, to throw things apart here, words and reality. The more you make people focus on your sweet-sounding language and on the illusions and fantasies it conjures, the more you diminish their contact with reality. You lead them into the clouds, where it is hard to distinguish truth from untruth, real from unreal. Keep your words vague and ambiguous, so people are never quite sure what you mean. Envelop them in demonic, diabolical language, and they will not be able to focus on your maneuvers, on the possible consequences of your seduction. And the more they lose themselves in illusion, the easier it will be to lead them astray and seduce them. Symbol: the clouds. In the clouds it is hard to see the exact forms of things. Everything seems vague, the imagination runs wild, seeing things that are not there. Your words must lift people into the clouds, where it is easy for them to lose their way. Reversal: do not confuse flowery language with seduction. In using flowery language you run the risk of wearing on people's nerves, of seeming pretentious. Excess verbiage is a sign of selfishness, of your inability to rein in your natural tendencies. Often with language, less is more. The elusive, vague, ambiguous phrase leaves the listener more room for imagination than does a sentence full of bombast and self-indulgence. He must always think first of your targets, and of what will be pleasant to their ears. There will be many times when silence is best. What you do not say can be suggestive and eloquent, making you seem mysterious. In the 11th century Japanese court diary, the Pillar Book of Sei Shonagen, the counselor Yoshichi gets intrigued by a lady he sees in a carriage, silent and beautiful. He sends her a note, and she sends one back. He is the only one to read it, but by his reaction everyone can tell it is in bad taste, or badly written. It spoils the effect of her beauty. Shonagen writes, "I've heard people suggest that no reply all is better than a bad one. If you are not eloquent, if you cannot master seductive language, at least learn to curb your tongue, use silence to cultivate an enigmatic presence." Finally, seduction has a pace and rhythm. In phase 1, you are cautious and indirect. It is often best to disguise your intentions, to put your target at ease with deliberately neutral words. Your conversation should be harmless, even a bit bland. In this second phase, you turn more to the attack. This is the time for seductive language. Now when you envelop them in your seductive words and letters, it comes as a pleasant surprise. It gives them the immensely pleasing feeling that they are the ones to suddenly inspire you with such poetry and intoxicating words. 11. Pay attention to detail. Lofty words and grand gestures can be suspicious. Why are you trying so hard to please? The details of a seduction, the subtle gestures, the offhand things you do are often more charming and revealing. You must learn to distract your victims with a myriad of pleasant little rituals, thoughtful gifts tailored just for them, clothes and adornments designed to please them, gestures that show the time and attention you are paying them. All of their senses are engaged in the details you orchestrate. Create spectacles to dazzle their eyes. Mesmerized by what they see, they will not notice what you are really up to. Learn to suggest the proper feelings and moods through details. The mesmerizing effect. In December 1898, the wives of the 7 major Western ambassadors to China received a strange invitation. The 63-year-old Empress Dowager Tsu HSI was hosting a banquet in their honor in the Forbidden City in Beijing. The ambassadors themselves had been quite displeased with the Empress Dowager for several reasons. She was a Manchu, a race of northerners who had conquered China in the early 17th century, establishing the Qing dynasty and ruling the country for nearly 300 years. By the 1890s, the Western powers had begun to carve up parts of China, a country they considered backward. They wanted China to modernize, but the Manchus were conservative and resisted all reform. Earlier in 1898, the Chinese Emperor Quang Hsu, the Empress Dowager's 27-year-old nephew, had actually begun a series of reforms, with the blessings of the West. Then, 100 days into this period of reform, word reached the Western diplomats from the Forbidden City that the Emperor was quite ill and that the Empress Dowager had taken power. They suspected foul play. The Empress had probably acted to stop the reforms. The Emperor was being mistreated, probably poisoned, perhaps he was already dead. When the 7 ambassadors' wives were preparing for their unusual visit, their husbands warned them, "Do not trust the Empress Dowager." A wily woman with a cruel streak, she had risen from obscurity to become the concubine of a previous emperor and had managed over the years to accumulate great power. Far more than the emperor, she was the most feared person in China. On the appointed day, the women were borne into the Forbidden City in a procession of sedan chairs carried by court eunuchs in dazzling uniforms. The women themselves, not to be outdone, wore the latest Western fashions, tight corsets, long velvet dresses with leg of mutton sleeves, billowing petticoats, tall plumed hats. The residents of the Forbidden City looked at their clothes in amazement, and particularly at the way their dresses displayed their prominent bosoms. The wives felt sure they had impressed their hosts. At the audience hall, they were greeted by princes and princesses, as well as lower royalty. The Chinese women were wearing magnificent Manchu costumes with the traditional high, jewel-encrusted black headdresses. They were arranged in a hierarchical order reflected in the color of their dresses, an astounding rainbow of color. The barge she sat in, like a burnished throne, backslash burned in the water, the poop was beaten gold, backslash purple the sails, and so perfumed that backslash the winds were lovesick with them, the oars were silver, backslash which to the tune of flutes kept stroke, and made backslash the water which they beat to follow faster, backslash is amorous of their strokes. For her own person, backslash it beggared all description. She did lie backslash in her pavilion a cloth of gold of tissue backslash all picturing that Venus where we see backslash the fancy at work nature. On each side her backslash stood pretty dimpled boys, like smiling cupids, backslash with devas coloured fans, whose when did seem backslash to glow the delicate cheeks which they did cool, backslash and what they undid. Backslash her gentlewomen, like the Nereids, backslash so many mermaids tended her eye the eyes, backslash amid their bends adornings, at the helm backslash a seeming mermaid steers, the silken tackle backslash swell with the touches of those flawless soft hands backslash that airily frame the office. From the barge backslash a strange invisible perfume hits the scents backslash of the adjacent wharfs. The city cast backslash her people out upon her, and Antony, backslash and blonde-eyed the marketplace, did sit alone, backslash whistling to the air, which, but for vacancy, backslash had gone to gaze on Cleopatra to backslash and made a gap in nature. William Shakespeare, Antony and Cleopatra the wives were served tea in the most delicate porcelain cups, then were escorted into the presence of the Empress Dowager. The sight took their breath away. The Empress was seated on the trident throne, which was studded with jewels. She wore heavily brocaded robes, a magnificent headdress bearing diamonds, pearls, and jade, and an enormous necklace of perfectly matched pearls. She was a tiny woman, but on the throne, in that dress, she seemed a giant. She smiled at the ladies with much warmth and sincerity. To their relief, seated below her on a smaller throne was her nephew the Emperor. He looked pale, but he greeted them enthusiastically and seemed in good spirits. Maybe he was indeed simply ill. The Empress shook the hand of each of the women. As she did so, an attendant eunuch handed her a large gold ring set with a large pearl, which she slipped onto each woman's hand. After this introduction, the wives were escorted into another room, where they again took tea, and then were led into a banqueting hall, where the Empress now sat on a chair of yellow satin, yellow being the imperial color. She spoke to them for a while. She had a beautiful voice. It was said that her voice could literally charm birds out of trees. At the end of the conversation, she took the hand of each woman again, and with much emotion told them, "One family, all one family." The woman then saw a performance in the Imperial Theatre. Finally, the Empress received them one last time. She apologized for the performance they had just seen, which was certainly inferior to what they were used to in the West. There was one more round of tea, and this time, as the wife of the American ambassador reported it, the Empress stepped forward and tipped each cup of tea to her own lips and took a sip, then lifted the cup on the other side to her lips, and said again, "One family, all one family." The women were given more gifts, then were escorted back to their sedan chairs and borne out of the Forbidden City. The women relayed to their husbands their earnest belief that they had all been wrong about the Empress. The American ambassador's wife reported, "She was bright and happy, and her face glowed with goodwill. There was no trace of cruelty to be seen. Her actions were full of freedom and warmth. We left full of admiration for Her Majesty and hopes for China." The husbands reported back to their governments the emperor was fine, and the empress could be trusted. Interpretation. The foreign contingent in China had no idea what was really happening in the Forbidden City. In truth, the emperor had conspired to arrest and possibly murder his aunt. Discovering the plot, a terrible crime in Confucian terms, she forced him to sign his own abdication, had him confined, and told the outside world that he was ill. As part of his punishment, he was to appear at state functions and act as if nothing had happened. In the palmy days of the gay quarters at Dida, there was a connoisseur of fashion named Sakakura who grew intimate with a great courtesan Shitase. This woman was much given to drinking sake. As a side dish, she relished the so-called flower crabs to be found in the Megami River in the east, and these she had pickled and sold for her enjoyment. Knowing this, Sakakura commissioned a painter of the Kono school to execute her bamboo crest and powdered gold on the tiny shells of these crabs. He fixed the price of each painted shell at one rectangular piece of gold, and presented them to Chitase throughout the year, so that she never lacked for them. Iharu Seikoku, The Life of an Amorous Woman, and other writings, translated by Ivan Morris for such men as have practiced love, have ever held this a sound maxim that there is not to be compared with a woman in her clothes. Again, when you reflect how a man doth brave, rumple, squeeze, and make light of his lady's finery, and how he doth work ruin and loss to the grand cloth of gold and web of silver to tinsel and silken stuffs, pearls and precious stones, 'tis plain how his ardour and satisfaction be increased manifold far more than with some simple shepherdess or other woman of like quality, be she as fair as she may. And why of yore was Venus found so fair and so desirable, if not that with all her beauty she was always gracefully attired likewise, and generally scented, that she did ever smell sweet 100 paces away? For it hath ever been held of all how that perfumes be a great incitement to love. This is the reason why the empresses and great dames of Rome did make much usage of these perfumes, as do likewise our great ladies of France, and above all those of Spain and Italy, which from the oldest times have been more curious and more exquisite in luxury than French women, as well in perfumes as in costumes and magnificent attire, whereof the fair ones of France have since borrowed the patterns and copied the dainty workmanship. Moreover, the others, Italian and Spanish, hath learned the same from old models and ancient statues of Roman ladies, the which are to be seen among sundry other antiquities yet extant in Spain and Italy, a which, if any man will regard them carefully, will be found very perfect in mode of hairdressing and fashion of robes, and very meet to incite love. Senor de Brantom, Lives of Fair and Gallant Ladies, translated by R. Allinson. The Empress Dowager loathed Westerners, whom she considered barbarians. She disliked the ambassadors' wives, with their ugly fashions and simpering ways. The banquet was a show, a seduction to appease the Western powers, which had been threatening invasion if the emperor had been killed. The goal of the seduction was simple: dazzle the wives with color, spectacle, theatre. The empress applied all her expertise to the task, and she was a genius for detail. She had designed the spectacles in a rising order, the uniformed eunuchs first, then the Manchu ladies in their headdresses, and finally the empress herself. It was pure theatre, and it was overwhelming. Then the empress brought the spectacle down a notch, humanizing it with gifts, warm greetings, the reassuring presence of the emperor at ease, and entertainments which were in no way inferior to anything in the West. She ended the banquet on another high note, the little drama with the sharing of the teacups, followed by even more magnificent gifts. The women's heads were spinning when they left. In truth, they had never seen such exotic splendor, and they never understood how carefully its details had been orchestrated by the empress. Charmed by the spectacle, they transferred their happy feelings to the empress and gave her their approval of all that she required. The key to distracting people's seduction is to fill their eyes and ears with details, little rituals, colorful objects. Detail is what makes things seem real and substantial. A thoughtful gift won't seem to have an ulterior motive. A ritual full of charming little actions is so enjoyable to watch. Jewelry, handsome furnishings, touches of color and clothing dazzle the eye. It is a childish weakness of ours. We prefer to focus on the pleasant little details rather than on the larger picture. The more senses you appeal to, the more mesmerizing the effect. The objects you use in your seduction, gifts, clothes, etc., speak their own language, and it is a powerful one. Never ignore detail or leave one to chance. Orchestrate them into a spectacle, and no one will notice how manipulative you are being. The sensuous effect. One day a messenger told Prince Genji, the aging but still consummate seducer in the hind court of late 10th century Japan, that one of his youthful conquests had suddenly died, leaving behind an orphan, a young woman named Tamakazure. Genji was not Tamakazure's father, but he decided to bring her to court and be her protector anyway. Soon after her arrival, men of the highest rank began to woo her. Genji had told everyone she was a lost daughter of his. As a result, they assumed that she was beautiful, for Genji was the handsomest man in the court. At the time, men rarely saw a young girl's face before marriage. In theory, they were allowed to talk to her only if she was on the other side of a screen. Genji showered her with attention, helping her sort through all the love letters she was receiving and advising her on the right match. As Tamakazuru's protector, Genji was able to see her face, and she was indeed beautiful. He fell in love with her. What a shame, he thought, to give this lovely creature away to another man. One night, overwhelmed by her charms, he held her hand and told her how much she resembled her mother, whom he once had loved. She trembled not with excitement, however, but with fear, for although he was not her father, he was supposed to be her protector, not a suitor. Her attendants were away, and it was a beautiful night. Genji silently threw off his perfumed robe and pulled her down beside him. She began to cry and to resist. Always a gentleman, Genji told her that he would respect her wishes, he would always care for her, and she had nothing to fear. He then politely excused himself. Several days later, Genji was helping Tamakazuru with her correspondence when he read a love letter from his younger brother, Prince Hotaru, who numbered among her suitors. In the letter, Hotaru berated Tamakazuru for not letting him get physically close enough to talk to her and tell her his feelings. Tamakazuru had not replied, unused to the manners of the court. She had felt shy and intimidated. As if to help her, Genji got one of his servants to write to Hotaru in her name. The letter, written on beautiful perfumed paper, warmly invited the prince to visit her. Hotaru appeared at the appointed hour. He smelled a beguiling incense, mysterious and seductive. Mixed into this scent was Genji's own perfume. The prince felt a wave of excitement. Approaching the screen behind which Tamakazuru sat, he confessed his love for her. Without making a sound, she retreated to another screen, farther away. Suddenly there was a flash of light, as if a torch had flared up, and Hotaru saw her profile behind the screen. She was more beautiful than he had imagined. Two things delighted the prince: the sudden, mysterious flash of light, and the brief glimpse of his beloved. Now he was truly in love. Hotaru began to court her assiduously. Meanwhile, feeling reassured that Genji was no longer chasing her, Tamakazuru saw her protect her more often. And now she could not help noticing little details. Genji's robe seemed to glow in pleasing and vibrant colors, as if dyed by unworldly hands. Hotaru's robe seemed drab by comparison, and the perfumes burned into Genji's garments. How intoxicating they were. No one else bore such a scent. Hotaru's letters were polite and well written, but the letters Genji sent her were on magnificent paper, perfumed and dyed, and they quoted lines of poetry, always surprising yet always appropriate for the occasion. Genji also grew and gathered flowers, wild carnations, for instance, that he gave as gifts and that seemed to symbolize his unique charm. For years after her entry into the palace, a large number of court maidens were especially set aside for preparing coiffe's dresses, which were chosen and fashioned according to the flowers of the season. For instance, for New Year, spring she had blossoms of apricot, plum, and narcissus. For summer, she adopted the lotus. For autumn, she patterned them after the peony. For winter, she employed the chrysanthemum. Of jewelry, she was fondest of pearls, and the finest products of the world found their way into her boudoir and were frequently embroidered on her numerous dresses. Huai was the embodiment of all that was lovely and extravagant. No wonder that no king, prince, courtier, or humble attendant who ever met her could resist the allurement of her charms. Besides, she was the most artful of women and knew how to use her natural gifts to the best purpose. The Emperor Minghuang, supreme in the land and with thousands of the most handsome maidens to choose from, became a complete slave to her magnetic powers, spending day and night in her company and giving up his whole kingdom for her sake. Xu Qian, Yuan Qifei, the most famous beauty of China, one evening Genji proposed to teach Tamakazuru how to play the koto. She was delighted. She loved to read romance novels, and whenever Genji played the koto, she felt as if she were transported into one of her books. No one played the instrument better than Genji. She would be honored to learn from him. Now he saw her often, and the method of his lessons was simple. She would choose a song for him to play, and then would try to imitate him. After they played, they would lie down side by side, their heads resting on the koto, staring up at the moon. Genji would have torches set up in the garden, giving the view the softest glow. Then Pao Yu called Bright Design to him and said to her, "Go and see what Black Jade is doing. If she asks about me, just say that I'm quite all right now. You'll have to think of a better excuse than that." Bright Design said, "Isn't there anything that you can send or want to borrow? I don't want to go there and feel like a fool without anything to say." Pao Yu thought for a moment and then took 2 handkerchiefs from under his pillow and gave them to the maid, saying, "Well then, tell her that I send you with these, though what a strange present to send." The maid smiled. "What does she want 2 old handkerchiefs for? She will be angry again and say that you are trying to make fun of her." "Don't worry," Pao Yu assured her. "She will understand." Black Jade had already retired when Bright Design arrived at the bamboo retreat. "What brought you at this hour?" Black Jade asked. "The Pao Yu asked me to bring these handkerchiefs for Black Jade." For a moment Black Jade was at a loss to see why Pao Yu should send her such a present at that particular moment. She said, I suppose they must be something unusual that somebody gave him. Tell him to keep them himself or give them to someone who will appreciate them. I have no need of them. They are nothing unusual, Bright Design said. Just 2 ordinary handkerchiefs that he happened to have around. Black Jade was even more puzzled, and then it suddenly dawned upon her. Pao Yu knew that she would weep for him, and so sent 2 handkerchiefs of his own. You can leave them, then, she said to Bright Design, who in turn was surprised that Black Jade did not take offense at what seemed to her a crude joke. As Black Jade thought over the significance of the handkerchief, she was happy and sad by turns. Happy because Pao Yu read her innermost thoughts, and sad because she wondered if what was uppermost in her thoughts would ever be fulfilled. Thinking thus to herself of the future and of the past, she could not fall asleep. Despite Purple Cuckoo's remonstrances, she had her lamp relit and began to compose a series of quatrains, writing them directly on the handkerchiefs which Pao Yu had sent. Sao H. Sujin, Dream of the Red Chamber, translated by Kai Chen Wang. The more Tamaka Juro saw of the court of Prince Hataru, the other suitors, the Emperor himself, the more she realized that none could compare to Genji. He was supposed to be her protector. Yes, that was still true, but was it such a sin to fall in love with him? Confused, she found herself giving in to the caresses and kisses that he began to surprise her with, now that she was too weak to resist. Interpretation. Genji is the protagonist in the 11th century novel The Tale of Genji, written by Murasaki Shikibue, a woman of the Heian court. The character was most likely inspired by the real-life seducer Fujiwara no Kojika. In his seduction of Tamakazura, Genji's strategy was simple. He would make her realize indirectly how charming and irresistible he was by surrounding her with unspoken details. He also brought her in contact with his brother. Comparison with this drab, stiff figure would make Genji's superiority clear. The night Hataru first visited her, Genji set everything up, as if to support Hataru seducing the mysterious end, then the flash of light by the screen. The light came from a novel effect. Earlier in the evening, Genji had collected hundreds of fireflies in a cloth bag. At the proper moment he let them all go at once. But when Tamakazura saw Genji encouraging Hataru's pursuit of her, her defenses against her protector relaxed, allowing her senses to be filled by this master of seductive effects. Genji orchestrated every possible detail: the scented paper, the colored ropes, the lights in the garden, the wild carnations, the apt poetry, the coda lessons which induced an irresistible feeling of harmony. Tamakazura found herself dragged into a central whirlpool. Bypassing the shyness and mistrust that words or actions would only have worsened, Genji surrounded his ward with objects, sights, sounds, and scents that symbolized the pleasure of his company far more than his actual physical presence would have. In fact, his presence could only have been threatening. He knew that a young girl's senses are her most vulnerable point. The key to Genji's masterful orchestration of detail was his attention to the target of his seduction. Like Genji, you must attune your own senses to your targets, watching them carefully, adapting to their moods. You sense when they are defensive and retreat. You also sense when they are giving in and move forward. In between, the details you set up, gifts, entertainments, the clothes you wear, the flowers you choose are aimed precisely at their tastes and predilections. Genji knew he was dealing with a young girl who loved romantic novels, his wildflowers, koto playing, and poetry brought their world to life for her. Attend to your target's every move and desire, and reveal your attentiveness in the details and objects you surround them with, filling their senses with the mood you need to inspire. They can argue with your words, but not with the effect you have on their senses. Therefore, in my view, when a courtier wishes to declare his love, he should do so by his actions rather than by speech, for a man's feelings are sometimes more clearly revealed by a gesture of respect or a certain shyness than by volumes of words. Bold as sarcastic irony keys to seduction. When we were children, our senses were much more active. The colors of a new toy, or a spectacle such as a circus, held us in thrall. A smell or a sound could fascinate us. In the games we created, many of them were producing something in the adult world on a smaller scale. What pleasure we took in orchestrating every detail. We noticed everything. As we grow older, our senses get dulled. We no longer notice as much, for we are constantly hurrying to get things done, to move on to the next task. In seduction, you are always trying to bring the target back to the golden moments of childhood. A child is less rational, more easily deceived. A child is also more attuned to the pleasures of the senses. So when your targets are with you, you must never give them the feeling they normally get in the real world, where we are all rushed, ruthless, out for ourselves. You need to deliberately slow things down and return them to the simpler times of their youth. The details that you orchestrate, colors, gifts, little ceremonies are aimed at their senses. At the childish delight we take in the immediate charms of the natural world. Their senses filled with delightful things, they grow less capable of reason and rationality. Pay attention to detail and you will find yourself assuming a slower pace. Your targets will not focus on what you might be after: sexual favors, power, etc., because you seem so considerate, so attentive. In the childish realm of the senses in which you envelop them, they get a clear sense that you are involving them in something distinct from the real world, an essential ingredient of seduction. Remember, the more you get people to focus on the little things, the less they will notice your larger direction. The seduction will assume the slow, hypnotic pace of a ritual, in which the details have a heightened importance and the moments are full of ceremony. In 8th century China, Emperor Ming Huang caught a glimpse of a beautiful young woman combing her hair beside an imperial pool. Her name was Yang Qiufei, and even though she was the concubine of the emperor's son, he had to have her for himself. Since he was emperor, nobody could stop him. The emperor was a practical man. He had many concubines, and they all had their charms, but he had never lost his head over a woman. Yang Qiufei, though, was different. Her body exuded the most wonderful fragrance. She wore gowns made of the surest silk gauze, each embroidered with different flowers, depending on the season. In walking she seemed to float, her tiny steps invisible beneath her gown. She danced to perfection, wrote songs in his honor that she sang magnificently, had a way of looking at him that made his blood boil with desire. She quickly became his favorite. Yang Qiufei drove the emperor to distraction. He built palaces for her, spent all his time with her, satisfied her every whim. Before long his kingdom was bankrupt and ruined. Yang Qiufei was an artful seductress who had a devastating effect on all of the men who crossed her path. There were so many ways her presence charmed: the sense, the voice, the movements, the witty conversation, the artful glances, the embroidered gowns. These pleasurable details turned a mighty king into a distracted baby. Since time immemorial, women have known that within the most apparently self-possessed man is an animal whom they can lead by filling his senses with the proper physical lures. The key is to attack on as many fronts as possible. Do not ignore your voice, your gestures, your walk, your clothes, your glances. Some of the most alluring women in history have so distracted their victims with sensual detail that the men fail to notice it is all an illusion. From the 1940s on into the early 1960s, Pamela Churchill Harriman had a series of affairs with some of the most prominent and wealthy men in the world. Averil Harriman, whom years later she married, Gianni Agnelli, heir to the Fiat fortune, Baron Elida Rothschild. What attracted these men and kept them in full was not her beauty or her lineage or her vivacious personality, but her extraordinary attention to detail. It began with her attentive look as she listened to your every word, soaking up your tastes. Once she found her way into your home, she would fill it with your favorite flowers, get your chef to cook the dish you had tasted only in the finest restaurants. You mentioned an artist you liked. A few days later, that artist would be attending one of your parties. She found the perfect antiques for you, dressed in the way that most pleased or excited you. And she did this without your saying a word. She spied, gathered information from third parties, overheard you talking to someone else. Harriman's attention to detail had an intoxicating effect on all the men in her life. It had something in common with the pampering of a mother, there to bring order and comfort into their lives, attending to their needs. Life is harsh and competitive. Attending to detail in a way that is soothing to the other person makes them dependent upon you. The key is probing their needs in a way that is not too obvious, so that when you make precisely the right gesture, it seems uncanny, as if you had read their mind. This is another way of returning your targets to childhood, when all of their needs were met. In the eyes of women all over the world, Rudolph Valentino reigned as the great lover through much of the 1920s. The qualities behind his appeal certainly included his handsome, almost pretty face, his dancing skills, a strangely exciting streak of cruelty in his manner. But his perhaps most endearing trait was his time-consuming approach to courtship. His films would show him seducing a woman slowly, with careful details, sending her flowers, choosing the variety to match the mood he wanted to induce, taking her hand, lighting her cigarette, escorting her to romantic places, leading her on the dance floor. These were silent movies, and his audiences never got to hear him speak. It was all in his gestures. Men came to hate him, for their wives and girlfriends now expected the slow, careful Valentino treatment. Valentino had the feminine streak. It was said that he wooed a woman the way another woman would. But femininity need not figure in this approach to seduction. In the early 1770s, Prince Gregory Potemkin began an affair with Empress Catherine the Great of Russia that was to last many years. Potemkin was a manly man and not at all handsome. But he managed to win the Empress's heart by the many little things he did, and continued to do long after the affair had begun. He spoiled her with wonderful gifts, never tired of writing her long letters, arranged for all kinds of entertainments for her, composed songs to her beauty. Yet he would appear before her barefoot, hair uncombed, clothes wrinkled. There was no kind of fussiness in his attention, which, however, did make it clear he would go to the ends of the earth for her. A woman's senses are more refined than a man's, to a woman. Yang Qiufei's overt sensual appeal would seem too hurried and direct. What that means, though, is that all the man really has to do is take it slowly, making seduction a ritual full of all kinds of little things he has to do for his target. If he takes his time, he will have her eating out of his hand. Everything in seduction is a sign, and nothing worse so than clothes. It is not that you have to dress interestingly, elegantly, or provocatively, but that you have to dress for your target, have to appeal to your target's tastes. When Cleopatra was seducing Mark Antony, her dress was not brazenly sexual. She dressed as a Greek goddess, knowing his weakness for such fantasy figures. Madame de Pompadour, the mistress of King Louis Roman XV, knew the king's weakness, his chronic boredom. She constantly wore different clothes, changing not only their color but their style, supplying the king with a constant feast for his eyes. Pamela Harriman was subdued in the fashion she wore, befitting her role at a high society gesture and reflecting the sober tastes of the men she seduced. Contrast worked well here, at work or at home. You might dress nonchalantly Marilyn Monroe, for example, or jeans and a t-shirt at home, but when you are with the target you wear something elaborate, as if you were putting on a costume. Your Cinderella transformation will stir excitement, and the feeling that you have done something just for the person you are with. Whenever your attention is individualized, you would not dress like that for anyone else. It is infinitely more seductive. In the 1870s, Queen Victoria found herself wooed by Benjamin Disraeli, her own Prime Minister. Disraeli's words were flattering and his manner insinuating. He also sent her flowers, valentines, gifts, but not just any flowers or gifts, the kind that most men would send. The flowers were primroses, symbols of their simple yet beautiful friendship. From then on, whenever Victoria saw a primrose, she thought of Disraeli. Or he would write on a valentine that he, no longer in the sunset, but the twilight of his existence, must encounter a life of anxiety and toil, but this too has its romance, when he remembers that he labours for the most gracious of beings. Or he might send her a little box, with no inscription, but with a heart transfixed by an arrow on one side and the word fideliter, or faithfully, on the other. Victoria fell in love with Disraeli. A gift has immense seductive power, but the object itself is less important than the gesture and the subtle thought or emotion that it communicates. Perhaps the choice relates to something from the target's past, or symbolizes something between you, or merely represents the lengths you will go to please. It was not the money Disraeli spent that impressed Victoria, but the time he took to find the appropriate thing or make the appropriate gesture. Expensive gifts have no sentiment attached. They may temporarily excite their recipient, but they are quickly forgotten, as a child forgets a new toy. The object that reflects its giver's attentiveness has a lingering sentimental power which resurfaces every time its owner sees it. In 1919, the Italian writer and war hero Gabriele D'Annunzio managed to put together a band of followers and take over the town of Fiume on the Adriatic coast, now part of Slovenia. They established their own government there, which lasted for over a year. D'Annunzio initiated a series of public spectacles that were to be immensely influential on politicians elsewhere. He would address the public from a balcony overlooking the town's main square, which would be full of colourful banners, flags, pagan religious symbols, and, at night, torches. The speeches would be followed by processions. Although D'Annunzio was not at all a fascist, what he did in Fiume crucially affected Benito Mussolini, who borrowed his Roman salutes, his use of symbols, his mode of public address. Spectacles like these have been used since then by governments everywhere, even democratic ones. Their overall impression may be grand, but it is the orchestrated details that make them work, the number of senses they appeal to, the variety of emotions they stir. You are aiming to distract people, and nothing is more distracting than a wealth of detail: fireworks, flags, music, uniforms, marching soldiers, the feel of the crowd packed together. It becomes difficult to think straight, particularly if the symbols and details stir up patriotic emotions. Finally, words are important in seduction, and have a great deal of power to confuse, distract, and boost the vanity of the target. But what is most seductive in the long run is what you do not say, what you communicate indirectly. Words come easily, and people distrust them. Anyone can say the right words, and once they are said, nothing is binding, and they may even be forgotten altogether. The gesture, the thoughtful gift, the little details seem much more real and substantial. They are also much more charming than lofty words about love, precisely because they speak for themselves and let the seduced read into them more than is there. Never tell someone what you are feeling, let them guess it in your looks and gestures. That is the more convincing language. Symbol the banquet. A feast has been prepared in your honor. Everything has been elaborately coordinated: the flowers, the decorations, the selection of guests, the dancers, the music, the 5-course meal, the endlessly flowing wine. The banquet loosens your tongue, and also your inhibitions. Reversal, there is no reversal. Details are essential to any successful seduction, and cannot be ignored. 12. Poeticize your presence. Important things happen when your targets are alone. The slightest feeling of relief that you are not there, and it is all over. Familiarity and overexposure will cause this reaction. Remain elusive, then, so that when you are away, they will yearn to see you again, and will associate you only with pleasant thoughts. Occupy their minds by alternating an exciting presence with a cool distance, exuberant moments followed by calculated absences. Associate yourself with poetic images and objects so that when they think of you, they begin to see you through an idealized halo. The more you figure in their minds, the more they will envelop you in seductive fantasies. Feed these fantasies by subtle inconsistencies and changes in your behavior. Poetic presence/absence. In 1943, the Argentine military overthrew the government. A popular 48-year-old colonel, Juan Perón, was named Secretary of Labor and Social Affairs. Perón was a widower who had a fondness for young girls. At the time of his appointment, he was involved with a teenager whom he introduced to one and all as his daughter. One evening in January of 1944, Perón was seated among the other military leaders in a Buenos Aires stadium, attending an artist festival. It was late, and there were some empty seats around him. Out of nowhere, 2 beautiful young actresses asked his permission to sit down. Were they joking? He would be delighted. He recognized one of the actresses. It was Eva Duarte, the star of radio soap operas whose photograph was often on the covers of the tabloids. The other actress was younger and prettier, but Perron could not take his eyes off Eva, who was talking to another colonel. She was really not his type at all. She was 24, far too old for his taste. She was dressed rather garishly, and there was something a little icy in her manner. But she looked at him occasionally, and her glance excited him. He looked away for a moment, and the next thing he knew she had changed seats and was sitting next to him. They started to talk. She hung on his every word. Yes, everything he said was precisely how she felt. The poor, the workers, they were the future of Argentina. She had known poverty herself. There were almost tears in her eyes when she said, at the end of the conversation, "Thank you for existing." He who does not know how to encircle a girl so that she loses sight of everything he does not want her to see, he who does not know how to poetize himself into a girl so that it is from her that everything proceeds as he wants it, he is and remains a bungler. To poetize himself into a girl is an art. Soren Kierkegaard, The Seducer's Diary, translated by Howard V. Hong and Edna H. Hong, what else? If she's out, reclining in her litter, / make your approach discreet, / and adjust to fox the sharp ears of those around you, / cleverly riddle each phrase, / with ambiguous subtleties. If she's taking a leisurely / stroll down the colonnade, then you stroll there too, / ferry your pace to hers, march ahead, drop behind her, / dawdling and bruised by turns. Be bold, / dodging round the columns between you, brush your person, / lingeringly past hers. You must never fail / to attend the theatre when she does, gaze at her beauty / from the shoulders up, she's time / most delectably spent, a feast for adoring glances, / for the eloquence of eyebrows, the speaking sign. / applaud when some male dancer struts on as the heroine, / cheer for each lover's role. / when she leaves, leave too, but sit there as long as she does, / waste time at your mistress's whim. / get her accustomed to you, / out it's the key, spare no pains till that's achieved. / let her always see you around, always hear you talking, / show her your face night and day. / when you're confident you'll be missed, when your absence / seems sure to cause her regret, / then give her some respite, the field improves when fallow, / parched soul soaks up the rain. / Demophone's presence gave Phillies no more than mild excitement, / it was his sailing caused arson in her heart. / Penelope was wrecked by crafty Ulysses' absence, / Protzellas broad, medley dame burn. / short partings do best though time wears out affections, / the absent love fades, a new one takes its place. / with Menelaus away, Helen's disinclination for sleeping / alone led her into her guest / warm bed at night. Were you crazy, Menelaus? Ovid, The Art of Love, translated by Robert Greene in the next few days, even managed to get rid of Perron's daughter and establish herself in his apartment. Everywhere he turned, there she was, fixing him meals, caring for him when he was ill, advising him on politics. Why did he let her stay? Usually he would have a fling with a superficial young girl, then get rid of her when she seemed to be sticking around too much. But there was nothing superficial about Eva. As time went by, he found himself getting addicted to the feeling she gave him. She was intensely loyal, mirroring his every idea, puffing him up endlessly. He felt more masculine in her presence, that was it, and more powerful. She believed he would make the country's ideal leader, and her belief affected him. She was like the women in the tango ballads he loved so much, the suffering women of the street who became saintly mother figures and looked after their men. Saw her every day, but he never felt he fully knew her. One day her comments were a little obscene, the next she was the perfect lady. He had one worry, she was angling to get married, and he could never marry her. She was an actress with a dubious past. The other colonels were already scandalized by his involvement with her. Nevertheless, the affair went on. In 1945, Perron was dismissed from his post and jailed. The colonels feared his growing popularity and distrusted the power of his mistress, who seemed to have total influence over him. It was the first time in almost 2 years that he was truly alone, and truly separated from Eva. Suddenly he felt new emotions sweeping over him. He pinned her photographs all over the wall. Outside, massive strikes were being organized to protest his imprisonment, but all he could think about was Eva. She was a saint, a woman of destiny, a heroine. He wrote to her, "It is only being apart from loved ones that we can measure our affection. From the day I left you, I have not been able to calm my sad heart. My immense solitude is full of your memory." Now he promised to marry her. The strikes grew in intensity. After 8 days, Perron was released from prison. He promptly married Eva. A few months later, he was elected president. As First Lady, Eva attended state functions in her somewhat gaudy dresses and jewelry. She was seen as a former actress with a large wardrobe. Then, in 1947, she left for a tour of Europe, and Argentines followed her every move with ecstatic crowds that greeted her in Spain. Her audience with the Pope, and in her absence their opinion of her changed. How well she represented the Argentine spirit, its noble simplicity, its flair for drama. When she returned a few weeks later, they overwhelmed her with attention. Eva too had changed during her trip to Europe. Now her dyed blonde hair was pulled into a severe chignon, and she wore tailored suits. It was a serious look, befitting a woman who was to become the savior of the poor. Soon her image could be seen everywhere, her initials on the walls, the sheets, the towels of the hospitals for the poor, her profile on the jerseys of a soccer team from the poorest part of Argentina, whose club she sponsored, her giant smiling face covering the sides of buildings. Since finding out anything personal about her had become impossible, all kinds of elaborate fantasies began to spring up about her. And when cancer cut her life short in 1952, at the age of 33, the age of Christ when he died, the country went into mourning. Millions filed past her embalmed body. She was no longer a radio actress, a wife, a first lady, but a Vita saint. Concerning the birth of love, here is what happens in the soul. 1. Admiration. 2. You think, how delightful it would be to kiss her, to be kissed by her, and so on. 3. Hope. You observe her perfections, and it is at this moment that a woman really ought to surrender for the utmost physical pleasure. Even the most reserved women blush to the whites of their eyes at this moment of hope. The passion is so strong and the pleasure so sharp that they betray themselves unmistakably. 4. Love is born. The love is to enjoy seeing, touching, and sensing with all the senses, as closely as possible, a lovable object which loves in return. 5. The first crystallization begins. If you are sure that a woman loves you, it is a pleasure to endow her with 1,000 perfections and to count your blessings with infinite satisfaction. In the end you overrate wildly, and regard her as something fallen from heaven, unknown as yet, but certain to be yours. Leave a lover with his thoughts for 24 hours, and this is what will happen. At the salt mines of Salzburg, they throw a leafless wintry bough into one of the abandoned workings. 2 or 3 months later, they haul it out covered with a shining deposit of crystals. The smallest twig, no bigger than a tomtit's claw, is studded with a galaxy of scintillating diamonds. The original branch is no longer recognizable. What I have called crystallization is a mental process which draws from everything that happens new proofs of the perfection of the loved one. A man in love sees every perfection in the object of his love, but his attention is liable to wander after a time because one gets tired of anything uniform, even perfect happiness. This is what happens next to fix the attention. 6. Doubt creeps in. He is met with indifference, coldness, or even anger if he appears too confident. The lover begins to be less sure of the good fortune he was anticipating and subjects his grounds for hope to a critical examination. He tries to recoup by indulging in other pleasures, but finds them inane. He is seized by the dread of a frightful calamity and now concentrates fully. Thus begins. 7. The second crystallization, which deposits diamond layers of proof that she loves me. Every few minutes throughout the night which follows a birth of doubt, the lover has a moment of dreadful misgiving, and then reassures himself, she loves me, and crystallization begins to reveal new charms. Then once again the haggard eye of doubt pierces him, and he stops transfixed. He forgets to draw breath and mutters, but does she love me? Torn between doubt and delight, the poor lover convinces himself that she could give him such pleasure as he could find nowhere else on earth. Stendhal love translated by Gilbert and Susan Sale interpretation. Eva Duat was an illegitimate child who had grown up in poverty, escaped to Buenos Aires to become an actress, and been forced to do many tawdry things to survive and get ahead in the theatre world. Her dream was to escape all of the constraints on her future, for she was intensely ambitious. Perron was the perfect victim. He imagined himself a great leader, but the reality was that he was fast becoming a lecherous old man who was too weak to raise himself up. Eva injected poetry into his life. Her language was forward and theatrical, she surrounded him with attention, indeed to the point of suffocation, but a woman's dutiful service to a great man was a classic image, and was celebrated in innumerable tango ballads. Yes, she managed to remain elusive, mysterious, like a movie star you see all the time on the screen but never really know. And when Perron was finally alone, in prison, these poetic images and associations burst forth in his mind. He idealized her madly, as far as he was concerned. She was no longer an actress with a tawdry past. She seduced an entire nation the same way. The secret was her dramatic poetic presence, combined with a touch of elusive distance. Over time, you would see whatever you wanted to in her. To this day people fantasize about what Eva was really like. Familiarity destroys seduction. This rarely happens early on. There is so much to learn about a new person. But a midpoint may arrive when the target has begun to idealize and fantasize about you, only to discover that you are not what he or she thought. It is not a question of being seen too often, of being too available, as some imagine. In fact, if your targets see you too rarely, you give them nothing to feed on, and their attention may be caught by someone else. You have to occupy their mind. It is more a matter of being too consistent, too obvious, too human and real. Your targets cannot idealize you if they know too much about you, if they start to see you as all too human. Not only must you maintain a degree of distance, but there must be something fantastical and bewitching about you, sparking all kinds of delightful possibilities in their mind. The possibility Eve held out was the possibility that she was what in Argentine culture was considered the ideal woman avoided, motherly, saintly, but there are any number of poetic ideals you can try to embody. Chivalry, adventure, romance, and so on are just as potent, and if you have a whiff of them about you, you can breathe enough poetry into the air to fill people's minds with fantasies and dreams. At all costs, you must embody something, even if it is roguery and evil. Anything to avoid the taint of familiarity and commonness. What I need is a woman who is something, anything, either very beautiful or very kind, or in the last resort very wicked, very witty, or very stupid, but something. Alfred E. Musset Keys to Seduction. We all have a self-image that is more flattering than the truth. We think of ourselves as more generous, selfless, honest, kindly, intelligent, or good-looking than in fact we are. It is extremely difficult for us to be honest with ourselves about our own limitations. We have a desperate need to idealize ourselves. As the writer Angela Carter remarks, we would rather align ourselves with angels than with the higher primates from which we are actually descended. This need to idealize extends to our romantic entanglements because when we fall in love, or under the spell of another person, we see a reflection of ourselves. The choice we make in deciding to become involved with another person reveals something important and intimate about us. We resist seeing ourselves as having fallen for someone who is cheap or tacky or tasteless, because it reflects badly on who we are. Furthermore, we are often likely to fall for someone who resembles us in some way. Should that person be deficient, or worst of all ordinary, then there is something deficient and ordinary about us. No, at all costs the loved one must be overvalued and idealized, at least for the sake of our own self-esteem. Besides, in a world that is harsh and full of disappointment, it is a great pleasure to be able to fantasize about a person you are involved with. This makes the seducer's task easy. People are dying to be given the chance to fantasize about you. Do not spoil this golden opportunity by overexposing yourself, or becoming so familiar and banal that the target sees you exactly as you are. You do not have to be an angel, or a paragon of virtue. That would be quite boring. You can be dangerous, naughty, even somewhat vulgar, depending on the taste of your victim. But never be ordinary or limited. In poetry, as opposed to reality, anything is possible. Soon after we fall under a person's spell, we form an image in our minds of who they are and what pleasures they might offer. Thinking of them when we are alone, we tend to make this image more and more idealized. The novelist Stendhal, in his book on love, calls this phenomenon crystallization, telling the story of how, in Salzburg, Austria, they used to throw a leafless branch into the abandoned depths of a salt mine in the middle of winter. When the branch was pulled out months later, it would be covered with spectacular crystals. That is what happens to a loved one in our minds. According to Stendhal, though, there are two crystallizations. The first happens when we first meet the person. The second and more important one happens later, when a bit of doubt creeps in. You desire the other person, but they elude you. You are not sure they are yours. This bit of doubt is critical. It makes your imagination work double, deepens the poeticizing process. In the 17th century, the great Rake the Duc de Lauzun pulled off one of the most spectacular seductions in history, that of the Grand Mademoiselle, the cousin of King Louis Roman XIV, and the wealthiest and most powerful woman in France. He tickled her imagination with a few brief encounters at the court, letting her catch glimpses of his wit, his audacity, his cool manner. She would begin to think of him when she was alone. Next, she started to bump into him more often at court, and they would have little conversations or walks. When these meetings were over, she would be left with a doubt: is he or is he not interested in me? This made her want to see him more in order to allay her doubts. She began to idealize him all out of proportion to the reality, for the Duke was an incorrigible scoundrel. Falling in love automatically tends toward madness. Left to itself, it goes to utter extremes. This is well known by the conquistadors of both sexes. Once a woman's attention is fixed upon a man, it is very easy for him to dominate her thoughts completely. A simple game of blowing hot and cold, of solicitousness and disdain, of presence and absence is all that is required. The rhythm of the technique acts upon a woman's attention like a pneumatic machine and ends by emptying her of all the rest of the world. How well our people put it: they suck one's senses. In fact, one is absorbed by an object. Most love affairs are reduced to this mechanical play of the beloved upon the lover's attention. The only thing that can save a lover is a violent shock from the outside, a treatment which is forced upon him. Many think that absence and long trips are a good cure for lovers. Observe that these are cures for one's attention. Distance from the beloved starves our attention toward him. It prevents anything further from rekindling the attention. Journeys, by physically obliging us to come out of ourselves and resolve hundreds of little problems, by uprooting us from our habitual setting and forcing hundreds of unexpected objects upon us, succeed in breaking down the maniac's haven and opening channels in his sealed consciousness, through which fresh air and normal perspective enter. Jose Ortega y Gasset, on law, aspects of a single theme, translated by Toby Talbot. Remember, if you are easily had, you cannot be worth that much. It is hard to wax poetic about a person who comes so cheaply. If, after the initial interest, you make it clear that you cannot be taken for granted, if you stir a bit of doubt, the target will imagine there is something special, lofty, and unattainable about you. Your image will crystallize in the other person's mind. Cleopatra knew that she was really no different from any other woman, and in fact her face was not particularly beautiful. But she knew that men have a tendency to overvalue a woman. All that is required is to hint that there is something different about you to make them associate you with something grand or poetic. She made Caesar aware of her connection to the great kings and queens of Egypt's past. With Antony, she created the fantasy that she was descended from Aphrodite herself. These men were cavorting not just with a strong-willed woman, but a kind of goddess. Such associations might be difficult to pull off today, but people still get deep pleasure from associating others with some kind of childhood fantasy figure. John F. Kennedy presented himself as a figure of chivalry, noble, brave, charming. Pablo Picasso was not just a great painter with a thirst for young girls, he was the minotaur of Greek legend, or the devilish trickster figure that is so seductive to women. These associations should not be made too early. They are only powerful once the target has begun to fall under a spell, and is vulnerable to suggestion. A man who had just met Cleopatra would have found the Aphrodite association ludicrous. But a person who is falling in love will believe almost anything. The trick is to associate your image with something mythic through the clothes you wear, the things you say, the places you go. In Marcel Proust's novel Remembrance of Things Past, the character Swann finds himself gradually seduced by a woman who is not really his type. He is an aesthete and loves the finer things in life. She is of a lower class, less refined, even a little tasteless. What poeticizes her in his mind is a series of exuberant moments they share together, moments that from then on he associates with her. One of these is a concert in a salon that they attend, in which he is intoxicated by a little melody in a sonata. Whenever he thinks of her, he remembers this little phrase. Little gifts she has given him, objects she has touched or handled, begin to assume a life of their own. Any kind of heightened experience, artistic or spiritual, lingers in the mind much longer than normal experience. You must find a way to share such moments with your targets: a concert, a play, a spiritual encounter, whatever it takes, so that they associate something elevated with you. Shared moments of exuberance have immense seductive pull. Also, any kind of object can be imbued with poetic resonance and sentimental associations, as discussed in the last chapter. The gifts you give and other objects can become imbued with your presence. If they are associated with pleasant memories, the sight of them keeps you in mind and accelerates the poeticization process. Although it is said that absence makes the heart grow fonder, an absence too early will prove deadly to the crystallization process. Like Eva Perin, you must surround your targets with focused attention, so that in those critical moments when they are alone, the mind is spinning with a kind of afterglow. Do everything you can to keep the target thinking about you. Letters, mementos, gifts, unexpected meetings, all these give you an omnipresence. Everything must remind them of you. Finally, if your target should see you as elevated and poetic, there is much to be gained by making them feel elevated and poeticized in their turn. The French writer Chateaubriand would make a woman feel like a goddess. She had such a powerful effect on him. He would send her poems that she supposedly had inspired. To make Queen Victoria feel as if she were both a seductive woman and a great leader, Benjamin Disraeli would compare her to mythological figures and great predecessors, such as Queen Elizabeth I. By idealizing your targets this way, you will make them idealize you in return, since you must be equally great to be able to appreciate and see all of their fine qualities. They will also grow addicted to the elevated feeling you give them. Excessive familiarity can destroy crystallization. A charming girl of 16 was becoming too fond of a handsome young man of the same age, who used to make a practice of passing beneath her window every evening at nightfall. Her mother invited him to spend a week with them in the country. It was a bold remedy, I admit, but the girl was of a romantic disposition, and the young man a trifle dull. Within 3 days she despised him. Stendhal, love translated by Gilbert and Susan Sale's symbol, the halo. Slowly, when the target is alone, he or she begins to imagine a kind of faint glow around your head, formed by all of the possible pleasures you might offer, the radiance of your charged presence, your noble qualities. The halo separates you from other people. Do not make it disappear by becoming familiar and ordinary. Reversal, it might seem that the reverse tactic would be to reveal everything about yourself, to be completely honest about your faults and virtues. This kind of sincerity was a quality Lord Byron had. He almost got a thrill out of disclosing all of his nasty, ugly qualities, even going so far, later on in his life, as to tell people about his incestuous involvements with his half-sister. This kind of dangerous intimacy can be immensely seductive. The target will poeticize your vices, and your honesty about them. They will start to see more than is there. In other words, the idealization process is unavoidable. The only thing that cannot be idealized is mediocrity, but there is nothing seductive about mediocrity. There is no possible way to seduce without creating some kind of fantasy and poeticization. 13. Disarm through strategic weakness and vulnerability. Too much maneuvering on your part may raise suspicion. The best way to cover your tracks is to make the other person feel superior and stronger. If you seem to be weak, vulnerable, enthralled by the other person, and unable to control yourself, you will make your actions look more natural, less calculated. Physical weakness, tears, bashfulness, paleness will help create the effect. To further win trust, exchange honesty for virtue, establish your sincerity by confessing some sin on your part. It doesn't have to be real. Sincerity is more important than goodness. Play the victim, then transform your target's sympathy into love. The victim's strategy it is weltering August in the 1770s when the President de Toval was visiting the chateau of her old friend Madame de Rosemonde, leaving her husband at home. She was expecting to be enjoying the peace and quiet of country life more or less on her own. But she loved the simple pleasures, and soon her daily life at the chateau seemed a comfortable pattern of daily mass, walks in the country, charitable work in the neighbouring villages, card games in the evening. When Madame de Rosemonde's nephew arrived for a visit, then the President felt uncomfortable but also curious. The nephew, the Vicomte de Valmont, was the most notorious libertine in Paris. He was certainly handsome, but he was not what she had expected. He seemed sad, somewhat downtrodden, and strangest of all, he paid hardly any attention to her. The President was no coquette. She dressed simply, ignored fashions, and loved her husband. Still, she was young and beautiful, and was used to fending off men's attentions. In the back of her mind, she was slightly perturbed that he took so little notice of her. Then, at Mass one day, she caught a glimpse of Valmont apparently lost in prayer. The idea dawned on her that he was in the midst of a period of soul-searching. As soon as word had leaked out that Valmont was at the chateau, the President had received a letter from a friend warning her against this dangerous man. But she thought of herself as the last woman in the world to be vulnerable to him. Besides, he seemed on the verge of repenting his evil past. Perhaps she could help move him in that direction. What a wonderful victory that would be for God. And so the President took note of Valmont's comings and goings, trying to understand what was happening in his head. It was strange, for instance, that he would often leave in the morning to go hunting, yet would never return with any game. One day, she decided to have her servant do a little harmless spying, and she was amazed and delighted to learn that Valmont had not gone hunting at all. He had visited a local village, where he had doled out money to a poor family about to be evicted from their home. Yes, she was right, his passionate soul was moving from sensuality to virtue. How happy that made her feel. The weak ones do have a power over us. The clear, forceful ones I can do without. I am weak and indecisive by nature myself, and a woman who is quiet and withdrawn and follows the wishes of man even to the point of letting herself be used as much to greater appeal. A man can shape and mold her as he wishes, and becomes fonder of her all the while. Murasaki Shikabu, The Tale of Genji, translated by Edward G. Seiden Sticker Hero, daughter of Coronis and Ri, having been born on the island of Samos or, some say, at Argos, was brought up in Arcadia by Temenus, son of Pelasgus. The seasons were her nurses. After banishing their father Cronus, Hera's twin brothers who sought her out at Cenosus and Crete, or some say, on Mount Thornax, now called Cuckoo Mountain in Argolis, where he courted her, at first unsuccessfully. She took pity on him only when he adopted the disguise of a bedraggled cuckoo and tenderly warmed him in her bosom. There he at once resumed his true shape and ravished her, so that she was shamed into marrying him. Robert Graves, The Greek Myths. That evening, Valmont and they found themselves alone for the first time, and Valmont suddenly burst out with a startling confession. He was head over heels in love with the President, and with a love he had never experienced before. Her virtue, her goodness, her beauty, her kind ways had completely overwhelmed him. His generosity to the poor that afternoon had been for her sake, perhaps inspired by her, perhaps something more sinister. It had been to impress her. He would never have confessed to this, but finding himself alone with her, he could not control his emotions. Then he got down on his knees and begged for her to help him, to guide him in his misery. The President was called off guard and began to cry. Intensely embarrassed, she ran from the room, and for the next few days pretended to be ill. She did not know how to react to the letters Valmont now began to send her, begging her to forgive him. He praised her beautiful face and her beautiful soul, and claimed she had made him rethink his whole life. These emotional letters produced disturbing emotions, and Toval prided herself on her calmness and prudence. She knew she should insist that he leave the chateau, and wrote him to that effect. He reluctantly agreed, but on one condition, that she allow him to write to her from Paris. She consented, as long as the letters were not offensive. When he told Madame de Rosemonde that he was leaving, the President felt a pang of guilt. His hostess, an aunt, would miss him, and he looked so pale. He was obviously suffering. In a strategy of seduction, one draws the other into one's area of weakness, which is also his or her area of weakness. A calculated weakness, an incalculable weakness, one challenges the other to be taken in. To seduce is to appear weak. To seduce is to render weak. We seduce with our weakness, never with strong signs or powers. In seduction we enact this weakness, and this is what gives seduction its strength. We seduce with our death, our vulnerability, and with the void that haunts us. The secret is to know how to play with death in the absence of a gaze or gesture, in the absence of knowledge or meaning. Psychoanalysis tells us to assume our fragility and passivity, but in almost religious terms turns them into a form of resignation and acceptance in order to promote a well-tempered psychic equilibrium. Seduction, by contrast, plays triumphantly with weakness, making a game of it with its own rules. Jean Baudrillard's Seduction, translated by Brian Singer. Now the letters from Valmont began to arrive, and Toval soon regretted allowing him this liberty. He ignored her request that he avoid the subject of love. Indeed, he vowed to love her forever. He rebuked her for her coldness and insensitivity. He explained his bad path in life. It was not his fault. He had had no direction, had been led astray by others. Without her help, he would fall back into that world. "Do not be cruel," he said. "You are the one who seduced me. I am your slave, the victim of your charms and goodness. Since you are strong, and do not feel as I do, you have nothing to fear." Indeed, the President de Tourvel came to pity Valmont. He seemed so weak, so out of control. How could she help him? And why was she even thinking of him, which she now did more and more? She was a happily married woman. No, she must at least put an end to this tiresome correspondence. No more talk of love, she wrote, or she would not reply. His letters stopped coming. She felt relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. One evening, however, as she was seated at the dinner table, she suddenly heard Valmont's voice from behind her, addressing Madame de Rosemonde. On the spur of the moment, he said, he had decided to return for a short visit. She felt a shiver up and down her spine, her face flushed. He approached and sat down beside her. He looked at her, she looked away, and soon made an excuse to leave the table and go up to her room. But she could not completely avoid him over the next few days, and she saw that he seemed paler than ever. He was polite, and a whole day might pass without her seeing him, but these brief absences had a paradoxical effect. Now Tourvel realized what had happened. She missed him, she wanted to see him. This paragon of virtue and goodness had somehow fallen in love with an incorrigible rake. Disgusted with herself and what she had allowed to happen, she left the chateau in the middle of the night, without telling anyone, and headed for Paris, where she planned somehow to repent this awful sin. Interpretation. The character of Valmont in Chodelot's de Laclau's epistolary novel Dangerous Liaisons is based on several of the great real-life libertines of 18th century France. Everything Valmont does is calculated for effect. The ambiguous actions that make Tourvel curious about him, the act of charity in the village he knows he is being followed, the return visit to the chateau, the paleness of his face he is having an affair with a girl at the chateau, and their all-night castles give him a wasted look. Most devastating of all is his positioning of himself as the weak one, the seduced, the victim. How can the President imagine he is manipulating her when everything suggests he is simply overwhelmed by her beauty, whether physical or spiritual? He cannot be a deceiver when he repeatedly makes a point of confessing the truth about himself. He admits that his charity was questionably motivated. He explains why he has gone astray. He lets her in on his emotions. All of this honesty, of course, is calculated. In essence, he is like a woman, or at least like a woman of those times, emotional, unable to control himself, moody, insecure. She is the one who is cold and cruel, like a man. In positioning himself as Tourvel's victim, Valmont can not only disguise his manipulations but elicit pity and concern. Playing the victim, he can stir up the tender emotions produced by a sick child or a wounded animal. And these emotions are easily channeled into love, as the President discovers to her dismay. Seduction is a game of reducing suspicion and resistance. The cleverest way to do this is to make the other person feel stronger, more in control of things. Suspicion usually comes out of insecurity. If your target feels superior and secure in your presence, they are unlikely to doubt your motives. You are too weak, too emotional to be up to something. Take this game as far as it will go. Flaunt your emotions and how deeply they have affected you. Making people feel the power they have over you is immensely flattering to them. Confess to something bad, or even to something bad that you did, or contemplated doing to them. Honesty is more important than virtue, and one honest gesture will blind them to many deceitful acts. Create an impression of weakness, physical, mental, emotional. Strength and confidence can be frightening. Make your weakness a comfort, and play the victim of their power over you, of circumstances, of life in general. This is the best way to cover your tracks. You know, a man ain't worth a damn if he can't cry at the right time. Lyndon Baines Johnson, the old American proverb, says if you want to con someone, you must first get him to trust you, or at least feel superior to you. These two ideas are related, and get him to let down his guard. The proverb explains a great deal about television commercials. If we assume that people are not stupid, they must react to TV commercials with a feeling of superiority that permits them to believe they are in control. As long as this illusion of volition persists, they would consciously have nothing to fear from the commercials. People are prone to trust anything over which they believe they have control. TV commercials appear foolish, clumsy, and ineffectual on purpose. They are made to appear this way at the conscious level in order to be consciously ridiculed and rejected. Most ad men will confirm that over the years the seemingly worst commercials have sold the best. An effective TV commercial is purposefully designed to insult the viewer's conscious intelligence, thereby penetrating his defenses. Wilson Bryan Key, Subliminal Seduction. It takes great art to use bashfulness, but one does achieve a great deal with it. How often I have used bashfulness to trick a little miss. Ordinarily, young girls speak very harshly about bashful men, but secretly they like them. A little bashfulness flatters a teenage girl's vanity, makes her feel superior. It is her earnest money. When they are lulled to sleep, then at the very time they believe you are about to perish from bashfulness, you show them that you are so far from it that you are quite self-reliant. Bashfulness makes a man lose his masculine significance, and therefore it is a relatively good means for neutralizing the sex relation. Soren Kierkegaard, The Seducer's Diary, translated by Howard V. Hahn and Edna H. Hahn keys to seduction. We all have weaknesses, vulnerabilities, frailnesses in our mental makeup. Perhaps we are shy or oversensitive, or need attention. Whatever the weakness is, it is something we cannot control. We may try to compensate for it, or to hide it, but this is often a mistake. People sense something inauthentic or natural. Remember, what is natural to your character is inherently seductive. A person's vulnerability, what they seem to be unable to control, is often what is most seductive about them. People who display no weaknesses, on the other hand, often elicit envy, fear, and anger. We want to sabotage them just to bring them down. Do not struggle against your vulnerabilities or try to repress them, but put them into play. Learn to transform them into power. The game is subtle. If you wallow in your weakness, overplay your hand, you will be seen as angling for sympathy, or, worse, as pathetic. No, what works best is to allow people an occasional glimpse into the soft, frail side of your character, and usually only after they have known you for a while. That glimpse will humanize you, lowering their suspicions, and preparing the ground for a deeper attachment. Normally strong and in control, at moments you let go, give in to your weakness, let them see it. Valmont used his weakness this way. He had lost his innocence long ago, and yet, somewhere inside, he regretted it. He was vulnerable to someone truly innocent. His seduction of the president was successful because it was not totally an act. There was a genuine weakness on his part, which even allowed him to cry at times. He let the president see decide to him at key moments in order to disarm her. Like Valmont, you can be acting and sincere at the same time. Suppose you are genuinely shy at certain moments. Give your shyness a little weight, lay it on a little thick. It should be easy for you to embellish a quality you already have. Yet another form of charity is there, which is oft times practiced towards poor prisoners who are shut up in dungeons and robbed of all enjoyments with women. On such do the jailers, wives and women that have charge over them, or chatelains who have prisoners of war in their castle, take pity and give them share of their love out of very charity and mercifulness. Thus do these jailers' wives, noble chatelains and others treat their prisoners, the which, captive and unhappy though they be, yet cease not further to feel the prickings of the flesh, as much as ever they did in their best days. To confirm what I say, I will instance a tale that Captain Beaulieu, captain of the King's galleys, of whom I have before spoke once and again, did tell me. He was in the service of the late Grand Prior of France, a member of the House of Lorraine, who was much attached to him. Going one time to take his patron on board at Malta in a frigate, he was taken by the Sicilian galleys, and carried prisoner to the Castellamare at Palermo, where he was shut up in an exceeding narrow, dark and wretched dungeon, and very ill entreated by the space of 3 months. By good hap the governor of the castle, who was a Spaniard, had 2 very fair daughters, who hearing him complaining and making moan, did one day ask leave of their father to visit him, for the honour of the good God, and this he did freely give them permission to do. And seeing the captain was of a surety a right gallant gentleman, and as red-tongued as mouse, he was able so to win them over at this, the very first visit, that they did gain their father's leave for him to quit his wretched dungeon and to be put in a seemly enough chamber and receive better treatment. Nor was this all, for they did crave and get permission to come and see him freely every day and converse with him. And this did fall out so well that presently both the twain of them were in love with him, albeit he was not handsome to look upon, and they very fair ladies. And so, without a thought of the chance of more rigorous imprisonment or even death, but rather tempted by such opportunities, he did set himself to the enjoyment of the 2 girls with good will and hearty appetite. And these pleasures did continue without any scandal, for so fortunate was he in this conquest of his for the space of 8 whole months, that no scandal did ever hap all that time, and no ill inconvenience, nor any surprise or discovery at all. For indeed the 2 sisters had so good an understanding between them, and did so generously lend a hand to each other, and so obligingly play sentinel to one another, that no ill hap did ever occur. And he sware to me, being my very intimate friend as he was, that never, in his days of greatest liberty, had he enjoyed so excellent entertainment or felt keener ardour or better appetite for it than in the said prison, which truly was a right good prison for him, albeit folks say no prison can be good. And this happy time did continue for the space of 8 months, till the truce was made betwixt the Emperor and Henry Roman II, the King of France, whereby all prisoners did leave their dungeons and were released. He sware that never was he more grieved than at quitting this good prison of his, but was exceeding sorry to leave these fair maids, with whom he was in such high favour, and who did express all possible regrets at his departing. Sino de Bruntum Lives of Fair and Gallant Ladies, translated by A. R. Allinson. After Lord Byron published his first major poem in 1812, he became an instant celebrity. Beyond being a talented writer, he was so handsome, even pretty, and he was as brooding and enigmatic as the characters he wrote about. Women went wild over Lord Byron. He had an infamous underlook, slightly lowering his head and glancing upward at a woman, making her tremble. But Byron had other qualities. When you first met him, you could not help noticing his fidgety movements, his ill-fitting clothes, his strange shyness, and his noticeable limp. This infamous man, who scorned all conventions and seemed so dangerous, was personally insecure and vulnerable. In Byron's poem Don Juan, a hero is less a seducer of women than a man constantly pursued by them. The poem was autobiographical. Women wanted to take care of this somewhat fragile man who seemed to have little control over his emotions. More than a century later, John F. Kennedy, as a boy, became obsessed with Byron, the man he most wanted to emulate. He even tried to borrow Byron's underlook. Kennedy himself was a frail youth with constant health problems. He was also a little pretty, and friends saw something slightly feminine in him. Kennedy's weaknesses, physical and mental, for he too was insecure, shy, and oversensitive, were exactly what drew women to him. If Byron and Kennedy had tried to cover up their vulnerabilities with a masculine swagger, they would have had no seductive charm. Instead, they learned how to subtly display their weaknesses, letting women sense this soft side to them. There are fears and insecurities peculiar to each sex. Her use of strategic weakness must always take these differences into account. A woman, for instance, may be attracted by a man's strength and self-confidence, but too much of it can create fear, seeming unnatural, even ugly. Particularly intimidating is the sense that the man is cold and unfeeling. She may feel insecure that he is only after sex and nothing else. Male seducers long ago learned to become more feminine, to show their emotions, and to seem interested in their targets' lives. The medieval troubadours were the first to master this strategy. They wrote poetry in honor of women, emoted endlessly about their feelings, and spent hours in their ladies' boudoirs, listening to the women's complaints and soaking up their spirit. In return for their willingness to play weak, the troubadours earned the right to love. Little has changed since then. Some of the greatest seducers in recent history, Gabriel d'Annunzio, Duke Ellington, or Flynn, understood the value of acting slavishly to a woman, like a troubadour on bended knee. The key is to indulge your softer side while still remaining as masculine as possible. This may include an occasional show of bashfulness, which the philosopher Soren Kierkegaard thought an extremely seductive tactic for a man. It gives the woman a sense of comfort, and even of superiority. Remember, though, to keep everything in moderation. A glimpse of shyness is sufficient, too much of it and the target will despair, afraid that she will end up having to do all the work. A man's fears and insecurities often concern his sense of masculinity. He usually will feel threatened by a woman who is too overtly manipulative, who is too much in control. The greatest seductresses in history knew how to cover up their manipulations by playing the little girl in need of masculine protection. A famous courtesan of ancient China, Su Shu, used to make up her face to look particularly pale and weak. She would also walk in a way that made her seem frail. The great 19th century courtesan Cora Pearl would literally dress and act like a little girl. Marilyn Monroe knew how to give the impression that she depended on a man's strength to survive. In all of these instances, the women were the ones in control of the dynamic, boosting a man's sense of masculinity in order to ultimately enslave him. To make this most effective, a woman should seem both in need of protection and sexually excitable, giving the man his ultimate fantasy. The Empress Josephine, wife of Napoleon Bonaparte, won dominance over her husband early on through calculated coquetry. Later on, though, she held onto that power through her constant and not so innocent use of tears. Seeing someone cry usually has an immediate effect on our emotions. We cannot remain neutral. We feel sympathy, and most often will do anything to stop the tears, including things that we normally would not do. Weeping is an incredibly potent tactic, but the weeper is not always so innocent. There is usually something real behind the tears, but there may also be an element of acting, of playing for effect. And if the target senses this, the tactic is doomed. Beyond the emotional impact of tears, there is something seductive about sadness. We want to comfort the other person, and as Torvald discovered, that desire quickly turns into love. Affecting sadness, even crying sometimes, has great strategic value even for a man. It is a skill you can learn. The central character of the 18th century French novel Marianne by Marivaux would think of something sad in her past to make herself cry or look sad in the present. Use tears sparingly and save them for the right moment. Perhaps this might be a time when the target seems suspicious of your motives, or when you are worrying about having no effect on him or her. Tears are a sure barometer of how deeply the other person is falling for you. If they seem annoyed or resist the bait, your case is probably hopeless. In social and political situations, seeming too ambitious or too controlled will make people fear you. It is crucial to show your soft side. The display of a single weakness will hide a multitude of manipulations. Emotion or even tears will work here too. Most seductive of all is playing the victim. For his first speech in Parliament, Benjamin Disraeli prepared an elaborate oration, but when he delivered it, the opposition yelled and laughed so loudly that hardly any of it could be heard. He plowed ahead and gave the whole speech, but by the time he sat down he felt he had failed miserably. Much to his amazement, his colleagues told him the speech was a marvelous success. It would have been a failure if he had complained or given up, but by going ahead as he did, he positioned himself as the victim of a cruel and unreasonable faction. Almost everyone sympathized with him now, which would serve him well in the future. Attacking your mean-spirited opponents can make you seem ugly as well. Instead, soak up their blows and play the victim. The public will rally to your side in an emotional response that will lay the groundwork for a grand political seduction. Symbol the blemish. A beautiful face is a delight to look at, but if it is too perfect it leaves us cold and even slightly intimidated. It is the little mole, the beauty mark, that makes the face human and lovable. So do not conceal all of your blemishes. You need them to soften your features and elicit tender feelings. Reversal timing is everything in seduction. You should always look for signs that the target is falling under your spell. A person falling in love tends to ignore the other person's weaknesses, or to see them as endearing. An unseduced, rational person, on the other hand, may find bashfulness or emotional outbursts pathetic. There are also certain weaknesses that have no seductive value, no matter how in love the target may be. The great 17th century courtesan Ninon did Elle enclose like men with a soft side. But sometimes a man would go too far, complaining that she did not love him enough, that she was too fickle and independent, that he was being mistreated and wronged. For Ninon, such behavior would break the spell, and she would quickly end the relationship. Complaining, whining, neediness, and actively appealing for sympathy will appear to your targets not as charming weaknesses, but as manipulative attempts at a kind of negative power. So when you play the victim, do it subtly, without over-advertising it. The only weaknesses worth playing up are the ones that will make you seem lovable. All others should be repressed and eradicated at all costs. Fortune confuse desire and reality the perfect illusion to compensate for the difficulties in their lives. People spend a lot of their time daydreaming, imagining a future full of adventure, success, and romance. If you can create the illusion that through you they can live out their dreams, you will have them at your mercy. It is important to start slowly, gaining their trust, and gradually constructing the fantasy that matches their desires. Aim at secret wishes that have been thwarted or repressed, stirring up uncontrollable emotions, clouding their powers of reason. The perfect illusion is one that does not depart too much from reality, but has a touch of the unreal to it, like a waking dream. Lead the seducer to a point of confusion in which they can no longer tell the difference between illusion and reality. Fantasy in the flesh. In 1964, a 20-year-old Frenchman named Bernard Berescout arrived in Beijing, China, to work as an accountant in the French embassy. His first weeks there were not what he had expected. Berescout had grown up in the French provinces, dreaming of travel and adventure. When he had been assigned to come to China, images of the Forbidden City and of the gambling dens at Macau had danced in his mind. But this was communist China, and contact between Westerners and Chinese was almost impossible at the time. Berescout had to socialize with the other Europeans stationed in the city, and what a boring and cliquish lot they were. He grew lonely, regretted taking the assignment, and began making plans to leave. Lovers and madmen have such seething brains, such shaping fantasies, that apprehend more than cold reason ever comprehends. William Shakespeare, A Midsummer Night's Dream, then, at the Christmas party that year, Berescout's eyes were drawn to a young Chinese man in a corner of the room. He had never seen anyone Chinese at any of these affairs. The man was intriguing. He was slender and short, a bit reserved, but he had an attractive presence. Berescout went up and introduced himself. The man, Shi Peipu, proved to be a writer of Chinese opera librettos who also taught Chinese to members of the French embassy. Aged 26, he spoke perfect French. Everything about him fascinated Berescout. His voice was like music, soft and whispery, and he left you wanting to know more about him. Berescout, although usually shy, insisted on exchanging telephone numbers. Perhaps Peipu could be his Chinese tutor. They met a few days later in a restaurant. Berescout was the only Westerner there at last a taste of something real and exotic. Peipu, it turned out, had been a well-known actor in Chinese operas and came from a family with connections to the former ruling dynasty. Now he wrote operas about the workers, but he said this with a look of irony. They began to meet regularly, Peipu showing Berescout the sights of Beijing. Berescout loved his stories. Peipu talked slowly, and every historical detail seemed to come alive as he spoke, his hands moving to embellish his words. This, he might say, is where the last Ming emperor hung himself, pointing to the spot and telling the story at the same time. Or, the cook in the restaurant we just ate in once served in the palace of the last emperor, and then another magnificent tale would follow. Peipu also talked of life in the Beijing opera, where men often played women's parts, and sometimes became famous for it. He was not a sex person. He was like somebody who had come down from the clouds. He was not human. You could not say he was a man friend or a woman friend. He was somebody different anyway. You feel he was only a friend who was coming from another planet, and so nice also, so overwhelming and separated from the life of the ground. Bernard Berescout and Joyce Wadler, the liaison romance, had again come her way, personified by a handsome young German officer, Lieutenant Konrad Friedrich, who called upon her at Neuilly to ask her help. He wanted Poland Bonaparte to use her influence with Napoleon in connection with providing for the needs of the French troops in the Papal States. He made an instantaneous impression on the princess, who escorted him around her garden until they arrived at the rockery. There she stopped and, looking into the young man's eyes mysteriously, commanded him to return to the same spot at the same hour next day when she might have some good news for him. The young officer bowed and took his leave. In his memoirs, he revealed in detail what took place after the first meeting with Pauline. At the hour agreed on, I again proceeded to New Raleigh, made my way to the appointed spot in the garden and stood waiting at the rockery. I had not been there very long when a lady made her appearance, greeted me pleasantly, and led me through a side door into the interior of the rockery, where there were several rooms and galleries, and in one splendid salon a luxurious-looking bath. The adventure was beginning to strike me as very romantic, almost like a fairy tale, and just as I was wondering what the outcome might be, a woman in a robe of the sheerest cambric entered by a side door, came up to me, and smilingly asked how I liked being there. I at once recognized Napoleon's beautiful sister, whose perfect figure was clearly outlined by every movement of her robe. She held out her hand for me to kiss and told me to sit down on the couch beside her. On this occasion, I certainly was not the seducer. After an interval, Pauline pulled able rope and ordered the woman who answered top prepare a bath which ceased me to share. Wearing bath gowns of the finest linen, we remained for nearly an hour in the crystal clear bluish water. Then we had a grand dinner served in another room and lingered on together until dusk. When I left, I had to promise to return again soon, and I spent many afternoons with the princess in the same way. Harrison Brent, Pauline Ebenabbott, a woman of affairs, the two men became friends. Chinese contact with foreigners was restricted, but they managed to find ways to meet. One evening, Burris got tagged along when Pei-Pu visited the home of a French official to tutor the children. He listened as Pei-Pu told them the story of the butterfly, a tale from the Chinese opera. A young girl yearns to attend an imperial school, but girls are not accepted there. She disguises herself as a boy, passes the exams, and enters the school. A fellow student falls in love with her as she is attracted to him, so she tells him that she is actually a girl. Like most of these tales, the story ends tragically. Pei-Pu told it with unusual emotion. In fact, he had played the role of the girl in the opera. A few nights later, as they were walking before the gates of the Forbidden City, Pei-Pu returned to the story of the butterfly. "Look at my hands," he said. "Look at my face. The story of the butterfly. It is my story too." In his slow, dramatic delivery, he explained that his mother's first two children had been girls. Sons were far more important in China. If the third child was a girl, the father would have to take a second wife. The third child came, another girl. But the mother was too frightened to reveal the truth, and made an agreement with the midwife. They would say that the child was a boy, and it would be raised as such. This third child was Pei-Pu. Over the years, Pei-Pu had had to go to extreme lengths to disguise her sex. She never used public bathrooms, plucked her hairline to look as if she were balding, on and on. Burriscott was enthralled by the story, and also relieved, for like the boy in the butterfly tale, deep down he felt attracted to Pei-Pu. Now everything made sense: the small hands, the high-pitched voice, the delicate neck. He had fallen in love with her, and, it seemed, the feelings were reciprocated. Pei-Pu started visiting Burriscott's apartment, and soon they were sleeping together. She continued to dress as a man, even in his apartment, but women in China wore men's clothes anyway, and Pei-Pu acted more like a woman than any of the Chinese women he had seen. In bed, she had a shyness and a way of directing his hands that was both exciting and feminine. She made everything romantic and heightened. When he was away from her, her every word and gesture resonated in his mind. What made the affair all the more exciting was the fact that they had to keep it secret. In December of 1965, Burriscott left Beijing and returned to Paris. He travelled, had other affairs, but his thoughts kept returning to Pei-Pu. The Cultural Revolution broke out in China, and he lost contact with her. Before he had left, she had told him she was pregnant with their child. He had no idea whether the baby had been born. His obsession with her grew too strong, and in 1969 he finagled another government job in Beijing. Contact with foreigners was now even more discouraged than on his first visit, but he managed to track Pei-Pu down. She told him she had borne a son in 1966, but he had looked like Burriscott, and given the growing hatred of foreigners in China and the need to keep the secret of her sex, she had sent him away to an isolated region near Russia. It was so cold there, perhaps he was dead. She showed Burriscott photographs of the boy, and he did see some resemblance. Over the next few weeks, they managed to meet here and there, and then Burriscott had an idea. He sympathized with the Cultural Revolution, and he wanted to get around the prohibitions that were preventing him from seeing Pei-Pu, so he offered to do some spying. The offer was passed along to the right people, and soon Burriscott was stealing documents for the communists. The son, named Bertrand, was recalled to Beijing, and Burriscott finally met him. Now a threefold adventure filled Burriscott's life: the allure in Pei-Pu, the thrill of being a spy, and the illicit child, whom he wanted to bring back to France. In 1972, Burriscott left Beijing. Over the next few years, he tried repeatedly to get Pei-Pu and his son to France, and a decade later he finally succeeded. The three became a family. In 1983, though, the French authorities grew suspicious of this relationship between a Foreign Office official and a Chinese man, and with a little investigating they uncovered Burriscott's spying. He was arrested and soon made a startling confession: the man he was living with was really a woman. Confused, the French ordered an examination of Pei-Pu, as they had thought he was very much a man. Burriscott went to prison. Even after Burriscott had heard his former lover's own confession, he was still convinced that Pei-Pu was a woman. Her soft body, their intimate relationship, how could he be wrong? Only when Pei-Pu, imprisoned in the same jail, showed him the incontrovertible proof of his sex did Burr Scout finally accept it. Interpretation. The moment Pei-Pu met Burr Scout, he realized he had found the perfect victim. Burr Scout was lonely, bored, desperate. The way he responded to Pei-Pu suggested that he was probably also homosexual, or perhaps bisexual, at least confused. Burr Scout, in fact, had had homosexual encounters as a boy. Guilty about them, he had tried to repress this side of himself. Pei-Pu had played women's parts before, and was quite good at it. He was slight and effeminate. Physically, it was not a stretch. But who would believe such a story, or at least not be skeptical of it? The courtesan is meant to be a half-defined, floating figure never fixing herself fully in the imagination. She is the memory of experience, the point at which a dream is transformed into reality or reality into a dream. Thereat colours fade, her name becomes a mere echo for Nico, since she has probably adopted it from some ancient predecessor. The idea of the courtesan is a garden of delights in which the lover walks, smelling first this flower and then that, but never understanding whence comes the fragrance that intoxicates him. Wished the courtesan nobler than Alsace? She does not want to be recognized for what she is, but rather to be allowed to be potent and effective. She offers that truth of herself for, rather, of the passions that become directed toward her. And what she gives back is oneself and an hour of grace in her presence. Love revives when you look at her. Is that not enough? She is the generative force of an illusion, the birth point of desire, the threshold of contemplation of bodily beauty. Lynn Launer, Lives of the Courtesans, Portraits of the Renaissance, the critical component of Pei-Pu's seduction, in which he brought the Frenchman's fantasy of adventure to life, was to start slowly and set up an idea in his victim's mind. In his perfect French, which, however, was full of interesting Chinese expressions, he got Burr Scout used to hearing stories and tales, some true, some not, but all delivered in that dramatic yet believable tone. Then he planted the idea of gender impersonation with his A Story of the Butterfly. By the time he confessed the truth of his gender, Burr Scout was already completely enchanted with him. Burr Scout warded off all suspicious thoughts because he wanted to believe Pei-Pu's story. From there it was easy. Pei-Pu faked his periods. It didn't take much money to get hold of a child he could reasonably pass off as their son. More important, he played the fantasy role to the hilt, remaining elusive and mysterious, which was what a Westerner would expect from an Asian woman while enveloping his past and indeed their whole experience in titillating bits of history. As Burr Scout later explained, Pei-Pu screwed me in the head. I was having relations, and in my thoughts, my dreams, I was light years away from what was true. Burr Scout thought he was having an exotic adventure, an enduring fantasy of his. Less consciously, he had an outlet for his repressed homosexuality. Pei-Pu embodied his fantasy, giving it flesh, by working first on his mind. The mind has two currents. It wants to believe in things that are pleasant to believe in, yet it has a self-protective need to be suspicious of people. If you start off too theatrical, trying too hard to create a fantasy, you will feed that suspicious side of the mind, and once fed, the doubts will not go away. Instead, you must start slowly, building trust, while perhaps letting people see a little touch of something strange or exciting about you to tease their interest. Then you build up your story like any piece of fiction. You have established a foundation of trust, now the fantasies and dreams you envelop them in are suddenly believable. Remember, people want to believe in the extraordinary. With a little groundwork, a little mental foreplay, they will fall for your illusion. If anything, err on the side of reality. Use real props like the child Pei-Pu showed Burr Scout and add the fantastical touches in your words, or an occasional gesture that gives you a slight unreality. Once you sense that they are hooked, you can deepen the spell, go further and further into the fantasy. At that point they will have gone so far into their own minds that you will no longer have to bother with verisimilitude. It was on March 16, the same day the Duke of Gloucester wrote to Sir William, that Gove recorded the first known performance of what were destined to be called Emma's attitudes. Just what these were, we shall learn shortly. First, it must be emphasized that the attitudes were sure for favoured eyes only. Gove, disciple of Winckelmann, was at this date thrilled by the human form, as a contemporary writes. Here was the ideal spectator for the classical drama Emma and Sir William had wrought in the long winter evenings. Let us take our seats beside Goethe and settle to watch the show as he describes it. Sir William Hamilton has now, after many years of devotion to the art and the study of nature, found the acme of these delights in the person of an English girl of 20 with a beautiful face and a perfect figure. He has had a Greek costume made for her, which becomes her extremely. Dressed in this, she lets down her hair and, with a few shawls, gives so much variety to her poses, gestures, expressions, etc., that the spectator can hardly believe his eyes. He sees what thousands of artists would have liked to express realized before him in movement and surprising transformation, standing, kneeling, sitting, reclining, serious, sad, playful, ecstatic, contrite, alluring, threatening, anxious, One pose follows another without a break. She knows how to arrange the folds of her veil to match each mood, and has 100 ways of turning it into a headdress. The old knight idolizes her and is quite enthusiastic about everything she does. In her he has found all the antiquities, all the profiles of Sicilian coins, even the Apollo Belvedere. This much is certain, as a performance it's like nothing you ever saw before in your life. We have already enjoyed it on 2 evenings. To Flora Fraser, Emma, Lady Hamilton wish fulfillment in 1762. Catherine, wife of Tsar Peter Roman III, staged a coup against her ineffectual husband and proclaimed herself Empress of Russia. Over the next few years Catherine ruled alone, but kept a series of lovers. The Russians called these men the Vremenshiki, the men of the moment, and in 1774 the man of the moment was Gregory Potemkin, a 35-year-old lieutenant 10 years younger than Catherine, and a most unlikely candidate for the role. Potemkin was coarse and not at all handsome. He had lost an eye in an accident. But he knew how to make Catherine laugh, and he worshipped her so intensely that she eventually succumbed. He quickly became the love of her life. Catherine promoted Potemkin higher and higher in the hierarchy, eventually making him the governor of White Russia, a large southwestern area including the Ukraine. As governor, Potemkin had to leave St. Petersburg and go to live in the south. He knew that Catherine could not do without male companionship, so he took it upon himself to name Catherine's subsequent Vremenshiki. She not only approved of this arrangement, she made it clear that Potemkin would always remain her favorite. Catherine's dream was to start a war with Turkey, recapture Constantinople for the Orthodox Church, and drive the Turks out of Europe. She offered to share this crusade with the young Habsburg Emperor, Joseph Roman II, but Joseph never quite brought himself to sign the treaty that would unite them in war. Growing impatient, in 1783 Catherine annexed the Crimea, a southern peninsula that was mostly populated by Muslim Tartars. She asked Potemkin to do there what he had already managed to do in the Ukraine: rid the area of bandits, build roads, modernize the ports, bring prosperity to the poor. Once he had cleaned it up, the Crimea would make the perfect launching post for the war against Turkey. The Crimea was a backward wasteland, but Potemkin loved the challenge. Getting to work on 100 different projects, he grew intoxicated with visions of the miracles he would perform there. He would establish a capital on the Dnieper River at Ekaterinslav to the glory of Catherine that would rival St. Petersburg and would house a university outshining anything in Europe. The countryside would hold endless fields of corn, orchards with rare fruits from the Orient, silkworm farms, new towns with bustling marketplaces. On a visit to the Empress in 1785, Potemkin talked of these things as if they already existed, so vivid were his descriptions. The Empress was delighted, but her ministers were skeptical. Potemkin loved to talk. Ignoring their warnings, in 1787 Catherine arranged for a tour of the area. She asked Joseph Roman II to join her. He would be so impressed with the modernization of the Crimea that he would immediately sign on for the war against Turkey. Potemkin, naturally, was to organize the whole affair. And so, in May of that year, after the Dnieper had thawed, Catherine prepared for a journey from Kiev, in the Ukraine, to Sebastopol in the Crimea. Potemkin arranged for 7 floating palaces to carry Catherine and her retinue down the river. The journey began, and as Catherine, Joseph, and the courtiers looked at the shores to either side, they saw triumphal arches in front of clean-looking towns, the walls freshly painted, healthy-looking cattle grazing in the pastures, streams of marching troops on the roads, buildings going up everywhere. At dusk they were entertained by bright costumed peasants and smiling girls with flowers in their hair, dancing on the shore. Catherine had travelled through this area many years before, and the poverty of the peasantry there had saddened her. She had determined then that she would somehow change their lot. To see before her eyes the signs of such a transformation overwhelmed her, and she berated Potemkin's critics. Look at what my favourite has accomplished. Look at these miracles. For this uncanny is in reality nothing new or alien, but something which is familiar and old, established in the mind, and which has become alienated from it only through the process of repression. This reference to the factor of repression enables us, furthermore, to understand Schilling's definition of the uncanny as something which ought to have remained hidden but has come to light. There is one more point of general application which I should like to add. This is that an uncanny effect is often and easily produced when the distinction between imagination and reality is effaced, as when something that we have hitherto regarded as imaginary appears before us in reality, or when a symbol takes over the full functions of the thing it symbolizes, and so on. It is this factor which contributes not a little to the uncanny effect attaching to magical practices. The infantile element in this, which also dominates the minds of neurotics, is the over-accentuation of psychical reality in comparison with material reality, a feature closely allied to the belief in the omnipotence of thoughts. Sigmund Freud, the uncanny in psychological writings and letters, they anchored at 3 towns along the way, staying in each place in a magnificent, newly built palace with artificial waterfalls in the English-style gardens. On land they moved through villages with vibrant marketplaces. The peasants were happily at work, building and repairing. Everywhere they spent the night, some spectacle filled their eyes: dances, parades, mythological tableaux vivants, artificial volcanoes illuminating Moorish gardens. Finally, at the end of the trip, in the palace at Sebastopol, Catherine and Joseph discussed the war with Turkey. Joseph reiterated his concerns. Suddenly Potemkin interrupted. I have 100,000 troops waiting for me to say go. At that moment the windows of the palace were flung open, and to the sounds of booming cannons they saw lines of troops as far as the eye could see, and a fleet of ships filling the harbour. Awed by the sight, images of Eastern European cities were taken from the Turks dancing in his mind. Joseph Roman II finally signed the treaty. Catherine was ecstatic, and her love for Potemkin reached new heights. He had made her dreams come true. Catherine never suspected that almost everything she had seen was pure fakery, perhaps the most elaborate illusion ever conjured up by one man. Interpretation. In the 4 years that he had been governor of the Crimea, Potemkin had accomplished little, for this backwater would take decades to improve. But in the few months before Catherine's visit he had done the following. Every building that faced the road or the shore was given a fresh coat of paint, artificial trees were set up to hide unseemly spots in the view, broken roofs were repaired with flimsy boards painted to look like tile, everyone the party would see was instructed to wear their best clothes and look happy, everyone old and infirm was to stay indoors. Floating in their palaces down the Dnieper, the imperial emperor saw brand new villages, but most of the buildings were only facades. The herds of cattle were shipped from great distances and were moved at night to fresh fields along the road. The dancing peasants were trained for the entertainments. After each one they were loaded into carts and hurriedly transported to a new downriver location, as were the marching soldiers who seemed to be everywhere. The gardens of the new palaces were filled with transplanted trees that died a few days later. The palaces themselves were quickly and badly built, but were so magnificently furnished that no one noticed. One fortress along the way had been built of sand and was destroyed a little later by thunderstorm. The cost of this vast illusion had been enormous, and the war with Turkey would fail, but Potemkin had accomplished his goal. To the observant, of course, there were signs along the way that all was not as it seemed, but when the Empress herself insisted that everything was real and glorious, the courtiers could only agree. This was the essence of the seduction. Catherine had wanted so desperately to be seen as a loving and progressive ruler, one who would defeat the Turks and liberate Europe, that when she saw signs of change in the Crimea, her mind filled in a picture. When our emotions are engaged, we often have trouble seeing things as they are. Feelings of love cloud our vision, making us color events to coincide with our desires. To make people believe in the illusions you create, you need to feed the emotions over which they have least control. Often the best way to do this is to ascertain their unsatisfied desires, their wishes crying out for fulfillment. Perhaps they want to see themselves as noble or romantic, but life has thwarted them. Perhaps they want an adventure. If something seems to validate this wish, they become emotional and irrational, almost to the point of hallucination. Remember to envelop them in your illusion slowly. Potemkin did not start with grand spectacles, but with simple sights along the way, such as grazing cattle. Then he brought them on land, heightening the drama until the calculated climax when the windows were flung open to reveal a mighty war machine, actually a few thousand men, and boats lined up in such a way as to suggest many more. Like Potemkin, involve the target in some kind of journey, physical or otherwise. The feeling of a shared adventure is rife with fantasy associations. Make people feel that they are getting to see and live out something that relates to their deepest yearnings, and they will see happy, prosperous villages where there are only facades. Here the real journey through Potemkin's fairyland began. It was like a dream, the waking dream of some magician who had discovered the secret of materializing his visions. Catherine and her companions had left the world of reality behind. Their talk was of Iphigenia and the ancient gods, and Catherine felt that she was both Alexander and Cleopatra. Geniko's keys to seduction. The real world can be unforgiving, prevents a over which we have little control. Other people ignore our feelings in the quest to get what they need. Time runs out before we accomplish what we had wanted. If we ever stopped to look at the present and future in a completely objective way, we would despair. Fortunately, we developed the habit of dreaming early on. In this other, mental world that we inhabit, the future is full of rosy possibilities. Perhaps tomorrow we will sell that brilliant idea or meet the person who will change our lives. Our culture stimulates these fantasies with constant images and stories of marvelous occurrences and happy romances. The problem is, these images and fantasies exist only in our minds or on screen. They really aren't enough. We crave the real thing, not this endless daydreaming and titillation. Your task as a seducer is to bring some flesh and blood into someone's fantasy life by embodying a fantasy figure, or creating a scenario resembling that person's dreams. No one can resist the pull of a secret desire that has come to life before their eyes. You must first choose targets who have some repression or dream unrealized, always the most likely victims of a seduction. Slowly and gradually, you will build up the illusion that they are getting to see and feel and live those dreams of theirs. Once they have this sensation, they will lose contact with reality and begin to see your fantasy as more real than anything else. And once they lose touch with reality, they are, to quote Stendhal and Lord Byron's, female victims like roasted lucks that fall into your mouth. Most people have a misconception about illusion. As any magician knows, it need not be built out of anything grand or theatrical. The grand and theatrical can in fact be destructive, calling too much attention to you and your schemes. Instead, create the appearance of normality. Once your targets feel secure, nothing is out of the ordinary, you have room to deceive them. Heipu did not spin the lie about his gender immediately. He took his time, made Burr scout come to him. Once Boy Scout had fallen for it, Peipu continued to wear men's clothes. In animating a fantasy, the great mistake is imagining it must be larger than life. That would border on camp, which is entertaining but rarely seductive. Instead, what you aim for is what Freud called the uncanny, something strange and familiar at the same time, like a déjà vu, or a childhood memory, anything slightly irrational and dreamlike. The uncanny, the mix of the real and the unreal, has immense power over our imaginations. The fantasies you bring to life for your target should not be bizarre or exceptional, they should be rooted in reality, with a hint of the strange, the theatrical, the occult, and talk of destiny, for example. You vaguely remind people of something in their childhood, or a character in a film or book. Even before Boy Scout heard Peipu's story, he had the uncanny feeling of something remarkable and fantastical in this normal-looking man. The secret to creating an uncanny effect is to keep it subtle and suggestive. Emma Hart came from a prosaic background, her father a country blacksmith in 18th century England. Emma was beautiful, but had no other talents or credit. Yet she rose to become one of the greatest seductresses in history, seducing first Sir William Hamilton, the English ambassador to the court of Naples, and then as Lady Hamilton, Sir William's wife, Vice Admiral Lord Nelson. What was strangest when you met her was an uncanny sense that she was a figure from the past, a woman out of Greek myth or ancient history. Sir William was a collector of Greek and Roman antiquities. To seduce him, Emma cleverly made herself resemble a Greek statue and mythical figures in paintings of the time. It was not just the way she wore her hair or dressed, but her poses, the way she carried herself. It was as if one of the paintings he collected had come to life. Soon Sir William began to host parties in his home in Naples at which Emma would wear costumes and pose, recreating images from mythology and history. Dozens of men fell in love with her, for she embodied an image from their childhood, an image of beauty and perfection. The key to this fantasy creation was some shared cultural association mythology, historical seductresses like Cleopatra. Every culture has a pole of such figures from the distant and not so distant past. You hint at a similarity in spirit and in appearance, but you are flesh and blood. What could be more thrilling than the sense of being in the presence of some fantasy figure going back to your earliest memories? One night Pauline Bonaparte, the sister of Napoleon, held a gala fair in her house. Afterward, a handsome German officer approached her in the garden and asked for her help in passing along a request to the emperor. Pauline said she would do her best, and then, with a rather mysterious look in her eye, asked him to come back to the same spot the next night. The officer returned, and was greeted by a young woman who led him to some rooms near the garden and then to a magnificent salon, complete with an extravagant bath. Moments later, another young woman entered through a side door, dressed in the surest garments. It was Pauline. Bells were rung, ropes were pulled, and maids appeared, preparing the bath, giving the officer a dressing gown, then disappearing. The officer later described the evening as something out of a fairy tale, and he had the feeling that Pauline was deliberately acting the part of some mythical seductress. Pauline was beautiful and powerful enough to get almost any man she wanted, and she wasn't interested simply in luring a man into bed. She wanted to envelop him in romantic adventure, seduce his mind. Part of the adventure was the feeling that she was playing a role and was inviting her target along into the shared fantasy. Role-playing is immensely pleasurable. Its appeal goes back to childhood, where we first learn the thrill of trying on different parts, imitating adults or figures out of fiction. As we get older and society fixes a role on us, a part of us yearns for the playful approach we once had, the masks we were able to wear. We still want to play that game to act a different role in life. Indulge your targets in this wish by first making it clear that you are playing a role, then inviting them to join you in a shared fantasy. The more you set things up like a play or a piece of fiction, the better. Notice how Pauline began the seduction with a mysterious request that the officer reappear the next night, then a second woman led him into a magical series of rooms. Pauline herself delayed her entrance, and when she appeared, she did not mention his business with Napoleon or anything remotely banal. She had an ethereal air about her. He was being invited to enter a fairy tale. The evening was real, but had an uncanny resemblance to an erotic dream. Casanova took role-playing still further. He travelled with an enormous wardrobe and a trunk full of props, many of them gifts for his target's fans, jewels, other accoutrements. And some of the things he said and did were borrowed from novels he had read and stories he had heard. He enveloped women in a romantic atmosphere that was heightened yet quite real to their senses. Like Casanova, you must see the world as a kind of theatre. Inject a certain lightness into the roles you are playing, try to create a sense of drama and illusion, confuse people with the slight unreality of words and gestures inspired by fiction. In daily life, be the consummate actor. Our culture reveres actors because of their freedom to play roles. It is something that all of us envy. For years, the Cardinal de Rohan had been afraid that he had somehow offended his queen, Marie Antoinette. She would not so much as look at him. Then, in 1784, the Comtesse de Lamothe-Valois suggested to him that the Queen was prepared not only to change the situation but actually to befriend him. The Queen, said Lamothe-Valois, would indicate this in her next formal reception. She would nod to him in a particular way. During the reception, Rohan indeed noticed a slight change in the Queen's behaviour toward him, at a barely perceptible glance at him. He was overjoyed. Now the Countess suggested they exchange letters, and Rohan spent days writing and rewriting his first letter to the Queen. To his delight, he received one back. Next, the Queen requested a private interview with him in the gardens of Versailles. Rohan was beside himself with happiness and anxiety. At nightfall, he met the Queen in the gardens, fell to the ground, and kissed the hem of her dress. "You may hope that the past will be forgotten," she said. At this moment, they heard voices approaching, and the Queen, frightened that someone would see them together, quickly fled with her servants. But Rohan soon received a request from her, again through the Countess. She desperately wanted to acquire the most beautiful diamond necklace ever created. She needed a go-between to purchase it for her, since the king thought it too expensive. She had chosen Rohan for the task. The cardinal was only too willing. In performing this task, he would prove his loyalty, and the Queen would be indebted to him forever. Rohan acquired the necklace. The Countess was to deliver it to the Queen. Now Rohan waited for the Queen both to thank him and slowly to pay him back. Yet this never happened. The Countess was in fact a grand swindler. The Queen had never nodded to him, he had only imagined it. The letters he had received from her were forgeries, and not even very good ones. The woman he had met in the park had been a prostitute paid to dress and act the part. The necklace was of course real, but once Rohan had paid for it and handed it over to the Countess, it disappeared. It was broken into pots, which were hawked all over Europe for enormous amounts. And when Rohan finally complained to the Queen, news of the extravagant purchase spread rapidly. The public believed Rohan's story that the Queen had indeed bought the necklace and was pretending otherwise. This fiction was the first step in the ruin of her reputation. Everyone has lost something in life, has felt the pangs of disappointment. The idea that we can get something back, that a mistake can be righted, is immensely seductive. Under the impression that the Queen was prepared to forgive some mistake he had made, Rohan hallucinated all kinds of things, nods that did not exist, letters that were the flimsiest of forgeries, a prostitute who became Marie Antoinette. The mind is infinitely vulnerable to suggestion, and even more so when strong desires are involved. And nothing is stronger than the desire to change the past, right or wrong, satisfy disappointment. Find these desires in your victims, and creating a believable fantasy will be simple for you. Few have the power to see through an illusion they desperately want to believe in. Symbol Shangri-La. Everyone has a vision in their mind of a perfect place where people are kind and noble, where their dreams can be realized and their wishes fulfilled, where life is full of adventure and romance. Lead the target on a journey there, give them a glimpse of Shangri-La through the mists on the mountain, and they will fall in love. Reversal. There is no reversal to this chapter. No seduction can proceed without creating illusion, the sense of a world that is real but separate from reality. 15. Isolate the victim. An isolated person is weak. By slowly isolating your victims, you make them more vulnerable to your influence. Their isolation may be psychological. By filling their field of vision through the pleasurable attention you pay them, you crowd out everything else in their mind. They see and think only of you. The isolation may also be physical. You take them away from their normal milieu, friends, family, home. Give them the sense of being marginalized. In limbo, they are leaving one world behind and entering another. Once isolated like this, they have no outside support, and in their confusion they are easily led astray. Lure the seduced into your lair when nothing is familiar. Isolation. The exotic effect. In the early 5th century BC, Fu Chai, the Chinese king of Wu, defeated his great enemy Ku Qin, the king of Yue, in a series of battles. Ku Qin was captured and forced to serve as a groom in Fu Chai's stables. He was finally allowed to return home, but every year he had to pay a large tribute of money and gifts to Fu Chai. Over the years, this tribute added up so that the kingdom of Wu prospered and Fu Chai grew wealthy. One year Ku Qin sent a delegation to Fu Chai. They wanted to know if he would accept a gift of 2 beautiful maidens as part of the tribute. Fu Chai was curious and accepted the offer. The women arrived a few days later amid much anticipation, and the king received them in his palace. The two approached the throne. Their hair was magnificently coiffure in what was called the cloud cluster style, ornamented with pearl ornaments and kingfisher feathers. As they walked, jade pendants hanging from their girdles made the most delicate sound. The air was full of some delightful perfume. The king was extremely pleased. The beauty of one of the girls far surpassed that of the other. Her name was Aisha. She looked him in the eye without a hint of shyness. In fact, she was confident and coquettish, something he was not used to seeing in such a young girl. Fu Chai called for festivities to commemorate the occasion. The halls of the palace filled with revelers, inflamed with wine. Aisha danced before the king. She sang, and her voice was beautiful. Reclining on a couch of white jade, she looked like a goddess. The king could not leave her side. The next day he followed her everywhere. To his astonishment, she was witty, sharp, and knowledgeable, and could quote the classics better than he could. When he had to leave her to deal with royal affairs, his mind was full of her image. Soon he brought her with him to his councils, asking her advice on important matters. She told him to listen less to his ministers. He was wiser than they were, his judgment superior. In the state of Wu, great preparations had been made for the reception of the two beauties. The king received them in audience surrounded by his ministers and all his court. As they approached him, the jade pendants attached to their girdles made a musical sound, and the air was fragrant with the scent of their gowns. Pearl ornaments and kingfisher feathers adorned their hair. Fu Chai, the king of Wu, looked into the lovely eyes of HSI 495-472 BC and forgot his people and his state. Now she did not turn away and blush as she had done 3 years previously beside the little brook. She was complete mistress of the art of seduction, and she knew how to encourage the king to look again. Fu Chai hardly noticed the second girl, whose quiet charms did not attract him. He had eyes only for HSI, and before the audience was over, those at court realized that the girl would be a force to be reckoned with and that she would be able to influence the king neither for good or ill. Amidst the revelers in the halls of Wu, HSI wove her net of fascination about the heart of the susceptible monarch. Inflamed by wine, she now begins to sing / the songs of Wu to please the fatuous king / and in the dance of Su she subtly blends / all rhythmic movements to her sensuous end, but she could do more than sing and dance to amuse the king. She had wit, and her grasp of politics astonished him. When there was anything she wanted, she could shed tears which so moved her lover's heart that he could refuse her nothing. For she was, as Fan Lai had said, the one and only, the incomparable HSI, whose magnetic personality attracted everyone, many even against their own will. Embroidered silk curtains encrusted with coral and gems, scented furniture and screens inlaid with jade and mother of pearl were among the luxuries which surrounded the favourite. On one of the hills near the palace there was a celebrated pool of clear water which has been known ever since as the pool of the king of Wu. Here, to amuse her lover, HSI would make her toilet, using the pool as a mirror while the infatuated king combed her hair. Alois Talgatibat embroidered gauze portraits of famous Chinese ladies. HSI's power grew daily. Yet she was not easy to please. If the king failed to grant some wish of hers, tears would fill her eyes, his heart would melt, and he would yield. One day she begged him to build her a palace outside the capital. Of course he obliged her. And when he visited the palace, he was astounded at its magnificence. Even though he had paid the bills, HSI had filled it with the most extravagant furnishings. The grounds contained an artificial lake with marble bridges crossing over it. Fu Chai spent more and more time here, sitting by a pool and watching HSI comb her hair, using the pool as a mirror. He would watch her playing with her birds in their jeweled cages, or simply walking through the palace, for she moved like a willow in the breeze. The months went by, he stayed in the palace. He missed councils, ignored his family and friends, neglected his public functions. He lost track of time. When a delegation came to talk to him of urgent matters, he was too distracted to listen. If anything but HSI took up his time, he worried unbearably that she would be angry. Finally, word reached him of a growing crisis. The fortune he had spent on the palace had bankrupted the treasury, and the people were discontented. He returned to the capital, but it was too late. An army from the kingdom of Yue had invaded Wu, and had reached the capital. All was lost. Fu Chai had no time to rejoin his beloved HSI. Instead of letting himself be captured by the king of Yue, the man who had once served in his stables, he committed suicide. Little did he know that Ku Qin had plotted this invasion for years, and that HSI's elaborate seduction was the main part of his plan. Interpretation. Ku Qin wanted to make sure that his invasion of Wu would not fail. His enemy was not Fu Chai's armies or his wealth and his resources, but his mind. If he could be deeply distracted, his mind filled with something other than affairs of state, he would fall like ripe fruit. Ku Qin found the most beautiful maiden in his realm. For 3 years he had her trained in all of the arts, not just singing, dancing, and calligraphy, but how to dress, how to talk, how to play the coquette. And it worked. HSI did not allow Fu Chai a moment's rest. Everything about her was exotic and unfamiliar. The more attention he paid to her hair, her moods, her glances, the way she moved, the less he thought about diplomacy and war. He was driven to distraction. All of us today are kings protecting the tiny realm of our own lives, weighed down by all kinds of responsibilities, surrounded by ministers and advisors. A wall forms around us. We are immune to the influence of other people because we are so preoccupied. Like HSI, then, you must lure your targets away, gently, slowly, from the affairs that fill their mind. And what will best lure them from their castles is a whiff of the exotic. Offer something unfamiliar that will fascinate them and hold their attention. Be different in your manners and appearance, and slowly envelop them in this different world of yours. Keep your targets off balance with coquettish changes of mood. Do not worry that the disruption you represent is making them emotional. That is a sign of their growing weakness. Most people are ambivalent. On the one hand, they feel comforted by their habits and duties. On the other, they are bored and ripe for anything that seems exotic, that seems to come from somewhere else. They may struggle or have doubts, but exotic pleasures are irresistible. The more you can get them into your world, the weaker they become. As with the king of Wu, by the time they realize what has happened, it is too late. Isolation not only affected in 1948, the 29-year-old actress Rita Hayworth, known as Hollywood's love goddess, was at a low point in her life. Her marriage to Orson Welles was breaking up, her mother had died, and her career seemed stalled. That summer she headed for Europe. Wells was in Italy at the time, and in the back of her mind she was dreaming of a reconciliation. Rita stopped first at the French Riviera. Invitations poured in, particularly from wealthy men, for at the time she was considered the most beautiful woman in the world. Aristotle, Onassis, and the Shah of Iran telephoned her almost daily, begging for a date. She turned them all down. A few days after her arrival, though, she received an invitation from Elsa Maxwell, the society hostess, who was giving a little party in Cannes. Rita booked, but Maxwell insisted, telling her to buy a new dress, show up a little late, and make a grand entrance. Rita played along, and arrived at the party wearing a white Grecian gown, her red hair falling over her bare shoulders. She was greeted by a reaction she had grown used to. All conversation stopped as both men and women turned in their chairs, the men gazing in amazement, the women jealous. A man hurried to her side and escorted her to her table. It was 37-year-old Prince Ali Khan, the son of the Aga Khan Roman III, who was the worldwide leader of the Islamic Ismaili sect and one of the richest men in the world. Rita had been warned about Ali Khan, a notorious rake. To her dismay, they were seated next to each other, and he never left her side. He asked her a million questions about Hollywood, her interests, on and on. She began to relax a little and open up. There were other beautiful women there, princesses, actresses, but Ali Khan ignored them all, acting as if Rita were the only woman there. He led her onto the dance floor, and though he was an expert dancer, she felt uncomfortable. He held her a little too close. Still, when he offered to drive her back to her hotel, she agreed. They sped along the Grand Corniche. It was a beautiful night. For one evening she had managed to forget her many problems, and she was grateful, but she was still in love with Wells, and an affair with a rake like Ali Khan was not what she needed. In Cairo, Ali bumped into the singer Juliette Greco again. He asked her to dance. "You have too bad a reputation," she replied. "We're going to sit very much apart. So what are you doing tomorrow?" He insisted. Tomorrow I take a plane to Beirut." When she boarded the plane, Ali was already on it, grinning at her surprise. Dressed in tight black leather slacks and a black sweater, Greco stretched languorously in an armchair of her Paris house and observed, "They say I am a dangerous woman." Well, Ali was a dangerous man. He was charming in a very special way. There is a kind of man who is very clever with women. He takes you out to a restaurant, and if the most beautiful woman comes in, he doesn't look at her. He makes you feel you're a queen. Of course, I understood it. I didn't believe it. I would laugh and point at the beautiful woman, but that is me. Most women are made very happy by that kind of attention. It's pure vanity. She thinks, I'll be the one and the others will leave. With Ali, how the woman felt was most important. He was a great charmer, a great seducer. He made you feel fine and that everything was easy, no problems, nothing to worry about or regret. It was always, what can I do for you? What do you need? Airplane tickets, cars, boats. You felt you were on a pink cloud. The Leonard Slater, Ali, a biography. Ali Khan had to fly off on business for a few days. He begged her to stay at the Riviera until he got back. While he was away, he telephoned constantly. Every morning a giant bouquet of flowers arrived. On the telephone, he seemed particularly annoyed that the Shah of Iran was trying hard to see her, and he made her promise to break the date to which she had finally agreed. During this time, a gypsy fortune teller visited the hotel, and Rita agreed to have her fortune read. "You are about to embark on the greatest romance of your life," the gypsy told her. "He is somebody you already know. You must relent and give in to him totally. Only if you do that will you find happiness at long last." Not knowing who this man could be, Rita, who had a weakness for the occult, decided to extend her stay. Ali Khan came back. He told her that his chateau overlooking the Mediterranean was the perfect place to escape from the press and forget her troubles, and that he would behave himself. She relented. Life in the chateau was like a fairy tale. Wherever she turned, his Indian helpers were there to attend to her every wish. At night he would take her into his enormous ballroom, where they would dance all by themselves. Could this be the man the fortune teller meant? "And didst thou not kill this King Henry VI? Richard, I grant ye. Anne, and thou unfit for any place but hell. Richard, yes, one place else, if you will hear me name it. Anne, some dungeon. Richard, your bedchamber. Anne, ill rest betide the chamber where thou least. Richard, so will it, madam, till I lie with you. But gentle Lady Anne, is not the causer of the timeless deaths of these Plantagenets, Henry and Edward. Is blameful as the executioner. Anne, thou wast the cause and most accursed effect. Richard, your beauty was the cause of that effect. Your beauty, that did haunt me in my sleep. To undertake the death of all the world. So I might live 1 hour in your sweet bosom. William Shakespeare, the tragedy of King Richard Roman III, my child, my sister, dream how sweet all things would seem. Were we in that kind land to live together. And their love slow and long. They'll love and die among. Those scenes that image you, that sumptuous weather. Drowned suns that glimmer their through cloudish of all day. Move me with such a mystery as appears. Within those other skies. Of your treacherous eyes. When I behold them shining through their tears. There is nothing else but grace and measure. Richness, quietness, and pleasure. /sea, sheltered from the swells / there in the still canals / those drowsy ships that dream of sailing forth / it is to satisfy / your least desire, they ply / hither through all the waters of the earth. / the sun at close of day / clothes the fields of hay / then the canals, at last the town entire / in hyacinth and gold / slowly the land is rolled / sleepward under a sea of gentle fire. There is nothing else but grace and measure / richness, quietness, and pleasure. Charles Baudelaire, Invitation to the Voyage, The Flowers of Evil, translated by Richard Wilbur. Alicon invited his friends over to meet her. Among this strange company she felt alone again, and depressed. She decided to leave the Sheda. Just then, as if he had read her thoughts, Alicon whisked her off to Spain, the country that fascinated her most. The press caught onto the affair, and began to hound them in Spain. Rita had a daughter with Wells. Was this any way for a mother to act? Alicon's reputation did not help, but he stood by her, shielding her from the press as best he could. Now she was more alone than ever, and more dependent on him. Near the end of the trip, Alicon proposed to Rita. She turned him down. She did not think he was the kind of man you married. He followed her to Hollywood, where her former friends were less friendly than before. Thank God she had Alicon to help her. A year later she finally succumbed, abandoning her career, moving to Alicon's Shade and marrying him. Interpretation. Alicon, like a lot of men, fell in love with Rita Hayworth the moment he saw the film Gilda in 1948. He made up his mind that he would seduce her somehow. The moment he heard she was coming to the Riviera, he got his friend Elsa Maxwell to lure her to the party and seat her next to him. He knew about the breakup of her marriage and how vulnerable she was. His strategy was to block out everything else in her world: problems, other men, suspicion of him and his motives, etc. His campaign began with the display of an intense interest in her life, constant phone calls, flowers, gifts, all to keep him in her mind. He set up the fortune teller to plant the seed. When she began to fall for him, he introduced her to his friends, knowing she would feel alienated among them and therefore dependent on him. Her dependence was heightened by the trip to Spain, where she was on unfamiliar territory, besieged by reporters, and forced to cling to him for help. He slowly came to dominate her thoughts. Everywhere she turned, there he was. Finally she succumbed, out of weakness and the booster of vanity that his attention represented. Under his spell, she forgot about his horrid reputation, relinquishing the suspicions that were the only thing protecting her from him. It was not Alicon's wealth or looks that made him a great seducer. He was not in fact very handsome, and his wealth was more than offset by his bad reputation. His success was strategic. He isolated his victims, working so slowly and subtly that they did not notice it. The intensity of his attention made a woman feel that in his eyes, at that moment, she was the only woman in the world. This isolation was experienced as pleasure. The woman did not notice her growing dependence, how the way he filled up her mind with his attention slowly isolated her from her friends and her milieu. Her natural suspicions of the man were drowned out by his intoxicating effect on her ego. Alicon almost always capped off his seductions by taking the woman to some enchanted place on the globe, a place that he knew well, but where the woman felt lost. Do not give your targets the time or space to worry about, suspect, or resist you. Flood them with the kind of attention that crowds out all other thoughts, concerns, and problems. Remember, people secretly yearn to be led astray by someone who knows where they're going. It can be a pleasure to let go, and even to feel isolated and weak, if the seduction is done slowly and gracefully. Put them in a spot where they have no place to go, and they will die before fleeing. SUNC keys to seduction. The people around you may seem strong, and more or less in control of their lives, but that is merely a facade. Underneath, people are more brutal than they let on. What lets them seem strong is this series of nests and safety nets they envelop themselves in: their friends, their families, their daily routines, which give them a feeling of continuity, safety, and control. Suddenly pull the rug out from under them, drop them alone into some foreign place where the familiar signposts are gone scrambled, and you will see a very different person. A target who is strong and settled is hard to seduce. But even the strongest people can be made vulnerable if you can isolate them from their nests and safety nets. Block out their friends and family with your constant presence, alienate them from the world they are used to, and take them to places they do not know. Get them to spend time in your environment. Deliberately disturb their habits, get them to do things they have never done. They will grow emotional, making it easier to lead them astray. Disguise all this in the form of a pleasurable experience, and your targets will wake up one day distanced from everything that normally comforts them. Then they will turn to you for help, like a child crying out for its mother when the lights are turned out. In seduction, as in warfare, the isolated target is weak and vulnerable. In Samuel Richardson's Clarissa, written in 1748, the Rake Lovelace is attempting to seduce the novel's beautiful heroine. Clarissa is young, virtuous, and very much protected by her family. But Lovelace is a conniving seducer. First he courts Clarissa's sister, Arabella. A match between them seems likely. Then he suddenly switches attention to Clarissa, playing on sibling rivalry to make Arabella furious. Their brother, James, is angered by Lovelace's change in sentiments. He fights with Lovelace and is wounded. The whole family is in an uproar, united against Lovelace, who, however, manages to smuggle letters to Clarissa and to visit her when she is at the house of a friend. The family finds out and accuses her of disloyalty. Clarissa is innocent. She has not encouraged Lovelace's letters or visits. But now her parents are determined to marry her off to a rich older man. Alone in the world, about to be married to a man she finds repulsive, she turns to Lovelace as the only one who can save her from this mess. Eventually, he rescues her by getting her to London, where she can escape this dreaded marriage, but where she is also hopelessly isolated. In these circumstances, her feelings toward him soften. All of this has been masterfully orchestrated by Lovelace himself, the turmoil within the family, Clarissa's eventual alienation from them, the whole scenario. Your worst enemies in a seduction are often your target's family and friends. They are outside your circle and immune to your charms. They may provide a voice of reason to the seduced. You must work silently and subtly to alienate the target from them. Insinuate that they are jealous of your target's good fortune in finding you, or that they are parental figures who have lost a taste for adventure. The latter argument is extremely effective with young people whose identities are in flux and who are more than ready to rebel against any authority figure, particularly their parents. You represent excitement and life. The friends and parents represent habit and boredom. In Shakespeare's The Tragedy of King Richard Roman III, Richard, when still the Duke of Gloucester, has murdered King Henry VI and his son, Prince Edward. Shortly thereafter, he accosts Lady Anne, Prince Edward's widow, who knows what he has done to the two men closest to her, and who hate him as much as a woman can hate. Yet Richard attempts to seduce her. His method is simple. He tells her that what he did because of his love for her. He wanted there to be no one in her life but him. His feelings were so strong he was driven to murder. Of course, Lady Anne not only resists this line of reasoning, she abhors him. But he persists. Anne is at a moment of extreme vulnerability alone in the world, with no one to support her at the height of grief. Incredibly, his words begin to have an effect. Murder is not a seductive tactic, but the seducer does enact a kind of killing, a psychological one. Our past attachments are a barrier to the present. Even people we have left behind can continue to have a hold on us. As a seducer, you will be held up to the past, compared to previous suitors, perhaps found inferior. Do not let it get to that point. Crowd out the past with your attentions in the present. If necessary, find ways to disparage their previous lovers subtly or not so subtly, depending on the situation. Even go so far as to open old wounds, making them feel old pain and seeing by contrast how much better the present is. The more you can isolate them from their past, the deeper they will sink with you into the present. The principle of isolation can be taken literally by whisking the target off to an exotic locale. This was Ali Khan's method. A secluded island worked best, and indeed islands, cut off from the rest of the world, have always been associated with the pursuit of sensual pleasures. The Roman Emperor Tiberius descended into debauchery once he made his home on the island of Capri. The danger of travel is that your targets are intimately exposed to you. It is hard to maintain an air of mystery. But if you take them to a place alluring enough to distract them, you will prevent them from focusing on anything banal in your character. Cleopatra lured Julius Caesar into taking a voyage down the Nile. Moving deeper into Egypt, he was further isolated from Rome, and Cleopatra was all the more seductive. The early 20th century lesbian seductress Natalie Barney had an on-again, off-again affair with the poet Renée Vivian to regain her affections. She took Renée on a trip to the island of Lesbos, a place Natalie had visited many times. In doing so, she not only isolated Renée but disarmed and distracted her with the associations of the place, the home of the legendary lesbian poet Sappho. Vivian even began to imagine that Natalie was Sappho herself. Do not take the target just anywhere, pick the place that will have the most effective associations. The seductive power of isolation goes beyond the sexual realm. When new adherents joined Mahatma Gandhi's circle of devoted followers, they were encouraged to cut off their ties with the past with their family and friends. This kind of renunciation has been a requirement of many religious sects over the centuries. People who isolate themselves in this way are much more vulnerable to influence and persuasion. A charismatic politician feeds off and even encourages people's feelings of alienation. John F. Kennedy did this to great effect when he subtly disparaged the Eisenhower years, the comfort of the 1950s, he implied, compromised American ideals. He invited Americans to join him in a new life, on a new frontier, full of danger and excitement. It was an extremely seductive lure, particularly for the young, who were Kennedy's most enthusiastic supporters. Finally, at some point in the seduction there must be a hint of danger in the mix. Your target should feel that they are gaining a great adventure in following you, but are also losing something, a part of their past, their cherished comfort. Actively encourage these ambivalent feelings. An element of fear is the proper spice, although too much fear is debilitating. In small doses it makes us feel alive. Like diving out of an airplane, it is exciting, a thrill, at the same time that it is a little frightening. And the only person there to break the fall or catch them is you. Symbol the Pied Piper. A jolly fellow in his red and yellow cloak, he lures the children from their homes with the delightful sounds of his flute. Enchanted, they do not notice how far they are walking, how they are leaving their families behind. They do not even notice the cave he eventually leads them into, and which closes upon them forever. Reversal, the risks of this strategy are simple. Isolate someone too quickly and you will induce a sense of panic that may end up in the target's taking flight. The isolation you bring must be gradual and disguised as the pleasure of knowing you leaving the world behind. In any case, some people are too fragile to be cut off from their basic support. The great modern courtesan Pamela Harman had a solution to this problem. She isolated her victims from their families, their former or present wives, and in place of those old connections she quickly set up new comforts for her lovers. She overwhelmed them with attention, attending to their every need. In the case of Averil Harman, the billionaire who eventually married her, she literally established a new home for him, one that had no associations with the past and was full of the pleasures of the present. It is unwise to keep the seduced dangling in midair for too long, with nothing familiar or comforting in sight. Instead, replace the familiar things you have cut them off from with a new home, a new series of comforts. Phase 3, the precipice, deepening the effect through extreme measures. The goal in this phase is to make everything deeper the effect you have on their mind, feelings of love and attachment, tension within your victims. With your hooks deep into them, you can then push them back and forth, between hope and despair, until they weaken and snap. Showing how far you are willing to go for your victims, doing some noble or chivalrous deed. 16, prove yourself will create a powerful jolt, spark an intensely positive reaction. Everyone has scars, repressed desires, and unfinished business from childhood. Bring these desires and wounds to the surface, make your victims feel they are getting what they never got as a child, and you will penetrate deep into their psyche, stir uncontrollable emotion. 17, effective regression. Now you can take your victims past their limits, getting them to act out their dark sides, adding a sense of danger to your seduction. 18, stir up the transgressive and taboo. You need to deepen the spell, and nothing will more confuse and enchant your victims than giving your seduction a spiritual veneer. It is not lust that motivates you, but destiny, divine thoughts, and everything elevated. 19, use spiritual lures. The erotic lurks beneath the spiritual. Now your victims have been properly set up. By deliberately hurting them, instilling fears and anxieties, you will lead them to the edge of the precipice from which it will be easy to push and make them fall. 20, mix pleasure with pain. They feel great tension and are yearning for relief. 16, prove yourself. Most people want to be seduced. If they resist your efforts, it is probably because you have not gone far enough to allay their doubts about your motives, the depth of your feelings, and so on. One well-timed action that shows how far you are willing to go to win them over will dispel their doubts. Do not worry about looking foolish or making a mistake. Any kind of deed that is self-sacrificing and for your target's sake will so overwhelm their emotions, they won't notice anything else. Never appear discouraged by people's resistance or complain. Instead, meet the challenge by doing something extreme or chivalrous. Conversely, spur others to prove themselves by making yourself hard to reach, unattainable, worth fighting over. Seductive evidence. Anyone can talk big, say lofty things about their feelings, insist on how much they care for us, and also for all oppressed peoples in the far reaches of the planet. But if they never behave in a way that will back up their words, we begin to doubt their sincerity. Perhaps we are dealing with a charlatan, or a hypocrite, or a coward. Flattery and fine words can only go so far. A time will eventually arrive when you will have to show your victim some evidence to match your words with deeds. This kind of evidence has two functions. First, it allays any lingering doubts about you. Second, an action that reveals some positive quality in you is immensely seductive in and of itself. Brave or selfless deeds create a powerful and positive emotional reaction. Don't worry, your deeds do not have to be so brave and selfless that you lose everything in the process. The appearance alone of nobility will often suffice. In fact, in a world where people overanalyze and talk too much, any kind of action has a bracing, seductive effect. It is normal in the course of a seduction to encounter resistance. The more obstacles you overcome, of course, the greater the pleasure that awaits you, but many a seduction fails because the seducer does not correctly read the resistances of the target. More often than not, you give up too easily. First, understand a primary law of seduction. Resistance is a sign that the other person's emotions are engaged in the process. The only person you cannot seduce is somebody distant and cold. Resistance is emotional and can be transformed into its opposite, much as, in jiu-jitsu, the physical resistance of an opponent can be used to make him fall. If people resist you because they don't trust you, an apparently selfless deed, showing how far you are willing to go to prove yourself, is a powerful remedy. If they resist because they are virtuous, or because they are loyal to someone else, all the better. Virtue and repressed desire are easily overcome by action. As the great seductress Natalie Bunny once wrote, most virtue is a demand for greater seduction. There are two ways to prove yourself. First, the spontaneous action. A situation arises in which the target needs help, a problem needs solving, or simply he or she needs a favor. You cannot foresee these situations, but you must be ready for them, for they can spring up at any time. Impress the target by going further than really necessary, sacrificing more money, more time, more effort than they had expected. Your target will often use these moments, or even manufacture them as a kind of test. Will you retreat? Or will you rise to the occasion? You cannot hesitate or flinch, even for a moment, or all is lost. If necessary, make the deed seem to have cost you more than it has, never with words, but indirectly exhausted looks, reports spread through a third party, whatever it takes. Love is a species of warfare. Slack troopers go elsewhere. It takes more than cowards to guard these standards. Night duty in winter, long route marches, every harja, all forms of suffering, these await the recruit who expects a self-option. You'll often be out in cloudbursts and bivouac on the bare ground. Is lasting love your ambition? Then put away all pride. Is simple, straightforward way and may be denied you. Doors bolted, shot in your face. So be ready to slip down from the roof through a light wall. Or sneak in by an upper floor window. She'll be glad to know you're risking your neck, and for her sake, that will offer any mistress sure proof of your love. Ovid, The Art of Love, translated by Peter Greene, the man says, a fruit picked from one's own orchard ought to taste sweeter than one obtained from a stranger's tree, and what has been attained by greater effort is cherished more dearly than what is gained with little trouble. As the proverb says, prizes great cannot be won unless some heavy labour's done. The woman says, if no great prizes can be won unless some heavy labour's done, you must suffer the exhaustion of many toils to be able to attain the favours you seek, since what you ask for is a greater prize. The man says, I give you all the thanks that I can express for so sagely promising me your love when I have performed great toils. God forbid that I or any other could win the love of so worthy a woman without first attaining it by many labours. Andreas Capellanus on Love, translated by P.G. Whilst the second way to prove yourself is a brave deed that you plan and execute in advance, on your own and at the right moment, preferably some way into the seduction, when any doubts the victim still is about you are more dangerous than earlier on. Choose a dramatic, difficult action that reveals the painful time and effort involved. Danger can be extremely seductive. Cleverly lead your victim into a crisis, a moment of danger, or indirectly put them in an uncomfortable position, and you can play the rescue at the gallant knight. The powerful feelings and emotions this elicits can easily be redirected into love. Some examples. 1. In France in the 1640s, Marie d'Elorme was the courtesan men lusted after the most. Renowned for her beauty, she had been the mistress of Cardinal Richelieu, among other notable political and military figures. To win her bed was a sign of achievement. For weeks the Count Gramont had wooed d'Elorme, and finally she had given him an appointment for a particular evening. The Count prepared himself for a delightful encounter, but on the day of the appointment he received a letter from her in which she expressed, in polite and tender terms, her terrible regret she had the most awful headache, and would have to stay in bed that evening. Their appointment would have to be postponed. The Count felt certain he was being pushed to the side for someone else, for d'Elorme was as capricious as she was beautiful. One day, Saint Prieur pleaded more than usual that Madame de la Maisonfort grant him the ultimate favours a woman could offer, and he went beyond just words in his pleading. Madame, saying he had gone way too far, ordered him to never ever appear before her again. He left her room. Only an hour later, the lady was taking her customary walk along one of those beautiful canals at Bagnolet, when Saint Prieur leapt out from behind a hedge, totally naked, and standing before his mistress in this state, he cried out, for the last time, Madame, goodbye. Thereupon, he threw himself into the canal head first. The lady, terrified by such a sight, began to cry and to run in the direction of her house, whereupon arriving, she fainted. As soon as she could speak, she ordered that someone go and see what had happened to Saint Prieur, who in truth had not stayed very long in the canal, and having quickly put his clothes back on, hurried to Paris, where he hid himself for several days. Meanwhile, the rumour spread that he had died. Madame de la Maisonfort was deeply moved by the extreme measures he had adopted to prove his sentiments. This act of his appeared to her to be a sign of an extraordinary love, and having perhaps noticed some charms in his naked presence that she had not seen fully clothed, she deeply regretted her cruelty, and publicly stated her feeling of loss. Word of this reached Saint Prieur, and he immediately resurrected himself, and did not lose time in taking advantage of such a favourable feeling in his mistress. Count Bassy Ravutin, Histoire amoureuse d'Escaules Gramont did not hesitate. At nightfall he rode to the Marais, where d'Elorme lived, and scouted the area. In a square near her home, he spotted a man approaching on foot. Recognizing the Duc de Brissac, he immediately knew that this man was to supplant him in the courtesan's bed. Brissac seemed unhappy to see the Count, and so Gramont approached him hurriedly and said, Brissac, my friend, you must do me a service of the greatest importance. I have an appointment, for the first time, with a girl who lives near this place, and as this visit is only to concert measures, I shall make but a very short stay. Be so kind as to lend me your cloak, and walk my horse a little until I return, but above all, do not go far from this place. Without waiting for an answer, Gramont took the Duke's cloak and handed him the bridle of his horse. Looking back, he saw that Brissac was watching him, so he pretended to enter a house, slipped out through the back, circled around, and reached d'Elorme's house without being seen. Gramont knocked at the door, and a servant, mistaking him for the Duke, led him in. He headed straight for the lady's chamber, where he found her lying on a couch, in a sheer gown. He threw off Brissaic's cloak, and she gasped in fright. "What is the matter, my fair one?" he asked. "Your headache, to all appearance, is gone." She seemed put out, exclaimed she still had the headache, and insisted that he leave. It was up to her, she said, to make or break appointments. "Madam," Gramont said calmly, "I know what perplexes you. You are afraid lest Brissac should meet me here, but you may make yourself easy on that account." He then opened the window and revealed Brissac out in the square, dutifully walking back and forth with a horse, like a common stable boy. He looked ridiculous. D'Alon burst out laughing, threw her arms around the Count, and exclaimed, "My dear Chevalier, I can hold out no longer. You are too amiable and too eccentric not to be pardoned." He told her the whole story, as she promised that the Duke could exercise horses all night, but she would not let him in. They made an appointment for the following evening. Outside, the Count returned the cloak, apologized for taking so long, and thanked the Duke. Brissac was most gracious, even holding Gramont's horse for him to mount, and waving goodbye as he rode off. Interpretation. Count Gramont knew that most would-be seducers give up too easily, mistaking capriciousness or apparent coolness as a sign of a genuine lack of interest. In fact, it can mean many things. Perhaps the person is testing you, wondering if you are really serious. Prickly behavior is exactly this kind of test. If you give up at the first sign of difficulty, you obviously do not want them that much. Or it could be that they themselves are uncertain about you, or are trying to choose between you and someone else. In any event, it is absurd to give up. One incontrovertible demonstration of how far you are willing to go will overwhelm all doubts. It will also defeat your rivals, since most people are timid, worried about making fools of themselves, and so rarely risk anything. When dealing with difficult or resistant targets, it is usually best to improvise the way Gramont did. If your action seems sudden and a surprise, it will make them more emotional, loosen them up. A little roundabout accumulation of information, a little spying is always a good idea. Most important is the spirit in which you enact your proof. If you are light-hearted and playful, if you make the target laugh, proving yourself and amusing them at the same time, it won't matter if you mess up, or if they see you have employed a little trickery. They will give in to the pleasant mood you have created. Notice that the Count never whined or grew angry or defensive. All he had to do was pull back the curtain and reveal the Duke walking his horse, melting D'Alorme's resistance with laughter. In one well-executed act, he showed what he would do for a knight of her favours. To become a lady's vassal, the troubadour was expected to pass through 4 stages, i.e., aspirant, supplicant, postulant, and lover. When he had attained the last stage of amorous initiation, he made a vow of fidelity, and this homage was sealed by a kiss. In this idealistic form of courtly love reserved for the aristocratic elite of chivalry, the phenomenon of love was considered to be a state of grace, while the initiation that followed and the final sealing of the pact were equivalent of the knightly accolade were linked with the rest of a nobleman's training and valorous exploits. The hallmarks of a true lover and of a perfect knight were almost identical. The lover was bound to serve and obey his lady as a knight served his lord. In both cases the pledge was of a sacred nature. In Ineptin, love, and the French, too, Pauline Bonaparte, the sister of Napoleon, had so many affairs with different men over the years that doctors were afraid for her health. She could not stay with one man for more than a few weeks. Novelty was her only pleasure. After Napoleon married her off to Prince Camillo Borghese in 1803, her affairs only multiplied. And so, when she met the dashing Major Jules de Canneville in 1810, everyone assumed the affair would last no longer than the others. Of course, the Major was a decorated soldier, well-educated, an accomplished dancer, and one of the most handsome men in the army. But Pauline, 30 years old at the time, had had affairs with dozens of men who could have matched that resume. A few days after the affair began, the imperial dentist arrived chez Pauline. A toothache had been causing her sleepless nights, and the dentist saw he would have to pull out the bad tooth right then and there. No painkillers were used at the time, and as the man began to take out his various instruments, Pauline grew terrified. Despite the pain of the tooth, she changed her mind and refused to have it pulled. Major Canneville was lounging on a couch in a silken robe. Taking all this in, he tried to encourage her to have it done. A moment or two of pain and it's over forever. A child could go through with it and not utter a sound, but I'd like to see you do it, she said. Canneville got up, went over to the dentist, chose a tooth in the back of his own mouth, and ordered that it be pulled. A perfectly good tooth was extracted, and Canneville barely batted an eyelash. After this, not only did Pauline let the dentist do his job, her opinion of Canneville changed. No man had ever done anything like this for her before. The affair had been going to last but a few weeks, now it stretched on. Napoleon was not pleased. Pauline was a married woman, short affairs were allowed, but a deep attachment was embarrassing. He sent Canneville to Spain to deliver a message to a general there. The mission would take weeks, and in the meantime Pauline would find someone else. In one of the goodly towns of the Kingdom of France there dwelt a nobleman of good birth, who attended the schools that he might learn how virtue and honour are to be acquired among virtuous men. But although he was so accomplished that at the age of 17 or 18 years he was, as it were, both precept and example to others, love failed not to add his lesson to the rest, and, that he might be the better hearkened and received, concealed himself in the face and the eyes of the first lady in the whole country round, who had come to the city in order to advance his suit at law. But before love sought to vanquish the gentleman by means of this lady's beauty, he had first won her heart by letting her see the perfections of this young lord, for in good looks, grace, sense, and excellence of speech he was surpassed by none. You, who know what speedy way is made by the fire of love when once it fastens on the heart and fancy, will readily imagine that between two subjects so perfect as these it knew little pause until it had them at its will, and had so filled them with its clear light, that thought, wish, and speech were all aflame with it. Youth, begetting fear in the young lord, led him to urge his suit with all the gentleness.
Thanks for listening to this audiobook. Check the channel for more audiobooks, and do not forget that even 10 minutes per day can make big impact on your life in a long run. Know that what you are doing is good enough, and I cannot wait to see you again, my dear stranger. Follow us on social media, and if you want to support us, check the Patreon and hit that subscribe button.